Section 24 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Kluckner. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 24. When it was the 706th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wild Arab mounted horse and made for Baghdad, saying in his mind, 'Tis a fine thing to eat honey fritters. On the honor of an Arab I will break my fast with honey fritters and naught else. And he rode on till he came to the place where Delilah was crucified, and she heard him utter these words. So he went up to her and said to her, What art thou? Quoth she, I throw myself on thy protection, O Shaykh of the Arabs. And quoth he, Allah indeed protect thee, but what is the cause of thy crucifixion? Said she, I have an enemy, an oilman, who frieth fritters, and I stopped to buy some of him, when I chanced to spit, and my spittle fell on the fritters. So he complained of me to the governor who commanded to crucify me, saying, I adjudge that ye take 10 pounds of honey fritters, and feed her therewith upon the cross. If she eat them, let her go, but if not, leave her hanging. And my stomach will not brook sweet things. Cried the Badawi, By the honor of the Arabs, I departed not the camp but that I might taste of honey fritters. I will eat them for thee. Quoth she, None may eat them, except he be hung up in my place. So he fell into the trap and unbound her, whereupon she bound him in her stead, after she had stripped him of his clothes and turband, and put them on. Then covering herself with his burnous, and mounting his horse, she rode to her house, where Zaynab asked her, What meaneth this plight? And she answered, They crucified me, and told her all that had befallen her with the Badawi. This is how it fared with her, but as regards the watchman, the first who woke roused his companions, and they saw that the day had broken. So one of them raised his eyes and cried, Delilah! Replied the Badawi, By Allah, I have not eaten all night. Have ye brought the honey fritters? All exclaimed, This is a man and a Badawi, and one of them asked him, O Badawi, where is Delilah, and who loosed her? He answered, 'Twas I. She shall not eat the honey fritters against her will, for her soul abhorreth them. So they knew that the Arab was ignorant of her case, whom she had cozened, and said to one another, Shall we flee, or abide the accomplishment of that which Allah hath written for us? As they were talking, up came the chief of police, with all the folk whom the old woman had cheated, and said to the guards, Arise, loose Delilah. Quoth the Badawi, We have not eaten tonight. Hast thou brought the honey fritters? Whereupon the Wali raised his eyes to the cross, and seeing the Badawi hung up in the stead of the old woman, said to the watchman, What is this? Pardon, O our lord. Tell me what hath happened. We were weary with watching with thee on guard, and Delilah is crucified. So we fell asleep, and when we awoke, we found the Badawi hung up in her room, and we are at thy mercy. O folk, Allah's pardon be upon you, she is indeed a clever cheat. Then they unbound the Badawi, who laid hold of the master of police, saying, Allah succor the Caliph against thee. I look to none but thee for my horse and clothes. So the Wali questioned him, and he told them what had passed between Delilah and himself. The magistrate marveled, and asked him, Why didst thou release her? And the Badawi answered, I knew not that she was a felon. Then said the others, O chief of police, we look to thee in the matter of our goods, for we delivered the old woman into thy hands, and she was in thy guard, and we cite thee before the divan of the Caliph. Now the Emir Hassan had gone up to the divan, when in came the Wali with the Badawi and the 5 others, saying, Verily, we are wronged men. Who hath wronged you? Asked the Caliph. So each came forward in turn and told his story, after which said the master of police, O Commander of the Faithful, the old woman cheated me also, and sold me these 5 men as slaves for 1,000 dinars, albeit they are freeborn. Quoth the Prince of True Believers, I take upon myself all that you have lost. Adding to the master of police, I charge thee with the old woman. But he shook his collar, saying, O Commander of the Faithful, I will not answer for her, for, after I had hung her on the cross, she tricked this Badawi and, when he loosed her, she tied him up in her room and made off with his clothes and horse. Quoth the Caliph, Whom but thee shall I charge with her? And quoth the Wali, Charge Ahmad al-Danaf, for he hath 1,000 dinars a month and 41 followers, at a monthly wage of 100 dinars each." So the Caliph said, "Hark ye, Captain Ahmad." "At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful," said he, and the Caliph cried, "I charge thee to bring the old woman before us." Replied Ahmad, "I will answer for her." Then the Caliph kept the Badawi and the 5 with him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 707th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Caliph said to Calamity Ahmad, "I charge thee to bring the old woman before us," he said, "I will answer for her, O Commander of the Faithful." Then the Caliph kept the Badawi and the 5 with him, whilst Ahmad and his men went down to their hall, saying to one another, "How shall we lay hands on her, seeing that there are many old women in the town?" And quoth Ahmad to Hasan Shuman, "What counsellest thou?" Whereupon quoth one of them, by name Ali Katif al-Jamal, to al-Danaf, "Of what dost thou take counsel with Hasan Shuman? Is the pestilent one any great shakes?" Said Hasan, "O Ali, why dost thou disparage me? By the Most Great Name, I will not company with thee at this time." And he rose and went out in wrath. Then said Ahmad, "O my braves, let every sergeant take 10 men, each to his own quarter, and search for Dalilah." All did his bidding, Ali included, and they said, "Ere we disperse, let us agree to rendezvous in the quarter Al-Kalk." It was noised abroad in the city that Calamity Ahmad had undertaken to lay hands on Dalilah the Wily, and Zaynab said to her, "O my mother, an thou be indeed a trickstress, do thou befool Ahmad al-Danaf and his company." Answered Dalilah, "I fear none save Hasan Shuman." And Zaynab said, "By the life of my browlock, I will assuredly get thee the clothes of all the 41. Then she dressed and veiled herself and going to a certain druggist, who had a saloon with 2 doors, salamed to him and gave him an ashrafi and said to him, "Take this gold piece as a douceur for thy saloon and let it to me till the end of the day." So he gave her the keys and she fetched carpets and so forth on the stolen ass and furnishing the place, set on each raised pavement a tray of meat and wine. Then she went out and stood at the door, with her face unveiled, and behold, up came Ali Katif al-Jamal and his men. She kissed his hand, and he fell in love with her, seeing her to be a handsome girl, and said to her, "What dost thou want?" Quoth she, "Art thou Captain Ahmad al-Danaf?" And quoth he, "No, but I am of his company, and my name is Ali Camel Shoulder." Asked she, "Whither fare you?" And he answered, "We go about in quest of a sharkish old woman, who hath stolen folk's good, and we mean to lay hands on her." "But who art thou and what is thy business?" She replied, "My father was a taverner at Mosul, and he died and left me much money. So I came hither, for fear of the dignities, and asked the people who would protect me, to which they replied, 'None but Ahmad al-Danaf.' Said the men, 'From this day forth thou art under his protection.' And she replied, 'Hearten me by eating a bit and drinking a sup of water.' They consented and entering, ate and drank till they were drunken, when she drugged them with bhang and stripped them of their clothes and arms, and on likewise she did with the 3 other companions. Presently Calamity Ahmad went out to look for Dalilah, but found her not, neither set eyes on any of his followers, and went on till he came to the door where Zaynab was standing. She kissed his hand and he looked on her and fell in love with her. Quoth she, "Art thou Captain Ahmad al-Danaf?" And quoth he, "Yes, who art thou?" She replied, "I am a stranger from Mosul. My father was a vintner at that place, and he died and left me much money, wherewith I came to this city, for fear of the powers that be, and opened this tavern. The master of police hath imposed a tax on me, but it is my desire to put myself under thy protection, and pay thee what the police would take of me, for thou hast the better right to it." Quoth he, "Do not pay him aught, thou shalt have my protection and welcome." Then quoth she, "Please to heal my heart and eat of my victual." So he entered and ate and drank wine, till he could not sit upright, when she drugged him and took his clothes and arms. Then she loaded her purchase on the Badawi's horse and the donkey boy's ass and made off with it, after she had aroused Ali Katif al-Jamal. Camel Shoulder awoke and found himself naked, and saw Ahmad and his men drugged and stripped. So he revived them with the counter drug, and they awoke and found themselves naked. Quoth Calamity Ahmad, "O lads, what is this? We were going to catch her, and lo, this strumpet hath caught us. How Hasan Shuman will rejoice over us! But we will wait till it is dark, and then go away." Meanwhile Pestilence Hasan said to the hall keeper, "Where are the men?" And as he asked, up they came naked, and he recited these two couplets. Men in their purposes are much alike, but in their issues difference comes to light. Of men some wise are, others simple souls, as of the stars some dull, some pearly bright. Then he looked at them and asked, "Who hath played you this trick and made you naked?" And they answered, "We went in quest of an old woman, and a pretty girl stripped us." Quoth Hasan, "She hath done right well." They asked, "Dost thou know her?" And he answered, "Yes, I know her, and the old trot too." Quoth they, "What shall we say to the Caliph?" And quoth he, "O Danaf, do thou shake thy collar before him, and he will say, 'Who is answerable for her?' And if he ask why thou hast not caught her, say thou, 'We know her not, but charge Hasan Shuman with her.' And if he give her into my charge, I will lay hands on her." So they slept that night, and on the morrow they went up to the Caliph's divan and kissed ground before him. Quoth he, "Where is the old woman, O Captain Ahmad?" But he shook his collar. The Caliph asked him why he did so, and he answered, "I know her not, but do thou charge Hasan Shuman to lay hands on her, for he knoweth her and her daughter also." Then Hasan interceded for her with the Caliph, saying, "Indeed, she hath not played off these tricks, because she coveted the folk's stuff, but to show her cleverness and that of her daughter, to the intent that thou shouldst continue her husband's stipend to her, and that of her father to her daughter. So an thou wilt spare her life I will fetch her to thee." Cried the Caliph, "By the life of my ancestors, if she restore the people's goods, I will pardon her on thine intercession." And said the Pestilence, "Give me a pledge, O Prince of True Believers." Whereupon Al-Rashid gave him the kerchief of pardon. So Hasan repaired to Dalilah's house and called to her. Her daughter Zaynab answered him, and he asked her, "Where is thy mother?" "Upstairs," she answered, and he said, "Bid her take the people's goods and come with me to the presence of the Caliph, for I have brought her the kerchief of pardon, and if she will not come with a good grace, let her blame only herself." So Dalilah came down and tying the kerchief about her neck, gave him the people's goods on the donkey boy's ass and the Badawi's horse. Quoth he, "There remain the clothes of my chief and his men." And quoth she, "By the most great name, 'twas not I who stripped them." Rejoined Hasan, "Thou sayest sooth, it was thy daughter Zaynab's doing, and this was a good turn she did thee." Then he carried her to the divan and laying the people's goods and stuff before the Caliph, set the old trot in his presence. As soon as he saw her, he bade throw her down on the carpet of blood, whereat she cried, "I cast myself on thy protection, O Shuman." So he rose and kissing the Caliph's hands said, "Pardon, O Commander of the Faithful! Indeed thou gavest me the kerchief of pardon." Said the Prince of True Believers, "I pardon her for thy sake. Come hither, O old woman. What is thy name?" "My name is wily Dalilah," answered she, and the Caliph said, "Thou art indeed crafty and full of guile." Whence she was dubbed Dalilah the Wily One. Then quoth he, "Why hast thou played all these tricks on the folk and wearied our hearts?" And quoth she, "I did it not of lust for their goods, but because I had heard of the tricks which Ahmad al-Danaf and Hasan Shuman played in Baghdad, and said to myself, I too will do the like. And now I have returned the folk their goods." But the ass driver rose and said, "I invoke Allah's law between me and her, for it sufficed her not to take my ass, but she must needs egg on the Moorish barber to tear out my eye teeth and fire me on both temples." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 708th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the donkey boy rose and cried out, "I invoke Allah's law between me and her, for it sufficed her not to take my ass, but she must needs egg on the barber to tear out my eye teeth and fire me on both temples." Thereupon the Caliph bade give him 100 dinars and ordered the dyer the like, saying, "Go, set up thy dyery again." So they called down blessings on his head and went away. The Badawi also took his clothes and horse and departed, saying, "'Tis henceforth unlawful and forbidden me to enter Baghdad and eat honey fritters." And the others took their goods and went away. Then said the Caliph, "Ask a boon of me, O Dalilah." And she said, "Verily, my father was governor of the carrier pigeons to thee, and I know how to rear the birds, and my husband was town captain of Baghdad. Now I wish to have the reversion of my husband, and my daughter wishes to have that of her father." The Caliph granted both their requests, and she said, "I ask of thee that I may be portress of thy Khan." Now he had built a Khan of 3 stories, for the merchants to lodge in, and had assigned to its service 40 slaves, and also 40 dogs he had brought from the king of Sulaymaniyah when he deposed him. And there was in the Khan a cook slave, who cooked for the chattels and fed the hounds for which he let make collars. Said the Caliph, "O Dalilah, I will write thee a patent of guardianship of the Khan, and if aught be lost therefrom, thou shalt be answerable for it." "'Tis well," replied she, "but do thou lodge my daughter in the pavilion over the door of the Khan, for it hath terraced roofs, and carrier pigeons may not be reared to advantage save in an open space." The Caliph granted her this also, and she and her daughter removed to the pavilion in question, where Zaynab hung up the 41 dresses of Calamity Ahmad and his company. Moreover, they delivered to Dalilah the 40 pigeons which carried the royal messages, and the Caliph appointed the wily one mistress over the 40 slaves, and charged them to obey her. She made the place of her sitting behind the door of the Khan, and every day she used to go up to the Caliph's divan, lest he should need to send a message by pigeon post, and stay there till eventide whilst the 40 slaves stood on guard at the Khan. And when darkness came on, they loosed the 40 dogs that they might keep watch over the place by night. Such were the doings of Dalilah the Wily One in Baghdad. And much like them were the adventures of Mercury Ali of Cairo. Now as regards the works of Mercury Ali, there lived once at Cairo, in the days of Salah the Egyptian, who was chief of the Cairo police and had 40 men under him, a sharper named Ali, for whom the master of police used to set snares and think that he had fallen therein, but, when they sought for him, they found that he had fled like Zabak, or Quicksilver, wherefore they dubbed him Ali Zabak, or Mercury Ali of Cairo. Now one day, as he sat with his men in his hall, his heart became heavy within him, and his breast was straitened. The hall-keeper saw him sitting with frowning face, and said to him, "What aileth thee, O my chief? If thy breast be straitened, take a turn in the streets of Cairo, for assuredly walking in her markets will do away with thy irk." So he rose up and went out and threaded the streets a while, but only increased in cark and care. Presently he came to a wine shop and said to himself, "I will go in and drink myself drunken." So he entered and seeing 7 rows of people in the shop, said, "Hark ye, taverner, I will not sit except by myself." Accordingly, the vintner placed him in a chamber alone, and set strong pure wine before him, whereof he drank till he lost his senses. Then he sallied forth again, and walked till he came to the road called Red, whilst the people left the street clear before him, out of fear of him. Presently, he turned and saw a water carrier trudging along, with his skin and guglet, crying out and saying, "O exchange! There is no drink but what raisins make, there is no love delight but what of the lover we take, and none sitteth in the place of honor, save the sensible freak." So he said to him, "Here, give me to drink." The water carrier looked at him, and gave him the guglet which he took, and gazing into it, shook it up and lastly poured it out on the ground. Asked the water carrier, "Why dost thou not drink?" And he answered, saying, "Give me to drink." So the man filled the cup a second time, and he took it, and shook it, and emptied it on the ground, and thus he did a third time. Quoth the water carrier, "An thou wilt not drink, I will be off." And Ali said, "Give me to drink." So he filled the cup a fourth time, and gave it to him, and he drank and gave the man a dinar. The water carrier looked at him with disdain, and said, belittling him, "Good luck to thee! Good luck to thee, my lad! Little folk are one thing, and great folk another." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 24. Recording by Jeff Cluckner, Plymouth, UK. Section 25 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Cluckner. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 25. When it was the 709th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the water carrier receiving the dinar, looked at the giver with disdain, and said, Good luck to thee, good luck to thee. Little folk are one thing and great folk another." Now when Mercury Ali heard this, he caught hold of the man's gaberdine and drawing on him a poniard of price, such an one as that whereof the poet speaketh in these two couplets: "Watered steel blade the world perfection calls, drunk with the viper poison foes appalls, cuts lively, burns the blood whene'er it falls, and picks up gems from pave of marble halls." Cried to him, "O Shaykh, speak reasonably to me. Thy water skin is worth if dear 3 dirhams, and the guglets I emptied on the ground held a pint or so of water." Replied the water carrier, "'Tis well." And Ali rejoined, "I gave thee a golden ducat, then dost thou belittle me? Say me, hast thou ever seen any more valiant than I, or more generous than I?" Answered the water carrier, "I have indeed seen one more valiant than thou, and eke more generous than thou, for never, since women bare children, was there on earth's face a brave man who was not generous." Quoth Ali, "And who is he thou deemest braver and more generous than I?" Quoth the other, "Thou must know that I have had a strange adventure. My father was a Shaykh of the water carriers who give drink in Cairo, and, when he died, he left me 5 male camels, a he-mule, a shop and a house, but the poor man is never satisfied, or, if he be satisfied, he dieth. So I said to myself, I will go up to Al-Hijaz, and, taking a string of camels, bought goods on tick, till I had run in debt for 500 ducats, all of which I lost in the pilgrimage. Then I said in my mind, if I return to Cairo, the folk will clap me in jail for their goods. So I fared with the pilgrims' caravan of Damascus to Aleppo, and thence I went on to Baghdad, where I sought out the Shaykh of the water carriers of the city, and finding his house, I went in and repeated the opening chapter of the Koran to him. He questioned me of my case, and I told him all that had betided me, whereupon he assigned me a shop and gave me a water-skin and gear. So I sallied forth a morn, trusting in Allah to provide, and went round about the city. I offered the gugglet to one, that he might drink, but he cried, I have eaten naught whereon to drink, for a niggard invited me this day and set 2 gugglets before me. So I said to him, O son of the sordid, hast thou given me aught to eat, that thou offerest me drink after it? Wherefore wend thy ways, O water carrier, till I have eaten somewhat, then come and give me to drink. Thereupon I accosted another, and he said, Allah provide thee! And so I went on till noon, without taking hansel, and I said to myself, Would heaven I had never come to Baghdad. Presently I saw the folk running as fast as they could, so I followed them, and behold, a long file of men riding 2 and 2 and clad in steel, with double neck rings and felt bonnets and burnouses and swords and bucklers. I asked one of those folk whose suite this was, and he answered, That of Captain Ahmad al-Danaf. Quoth I, And what is he? And quoth the other, He is town captain of Baghdad and her divan, and to him is committed the care of the suburbs. He getteth 1,000 dinars a month from the Caliph, and Hasan Shuman hath the like. Moreover, each of his men draweth 100 dinars a month, and they are now returning to their barrack from the divan. And lo! Calamity Ahmad saw me and cried out, Come give me drink. So I filled the cup and gave it to him, and he shook it and emptied it out, like unto thee, and thus he did a second time. Then I filled the cup a third time, and he took a draught as thou didst, after which he asked me, O water carrier, whence comest thou? And I answered, From Cairo. And he, Allah keep Cairo and her citizens! What may bring thee thither? So I told him my story, and gave him to understand that I was a debtor fleeing from debt and distress. He cried, Thou art welcome to Baghdad. Then he gave me 5 dinars and said to his men, For the love of Allah, be generous to him. So each of them gave me a dinar, and Ahmad said to me, O Shaykh, what while thou abidest in Baghdad, thou shalt have of us the like every time thou givest us to drink. Accordingly, I paid them frequent visits, and goods ceased not to come to me from the folk, till, one day, reckoning up the profit I had made of them, I found it 1,000 dinars, and said to myself, The best thing thou canst do is to return to Egypt. So I went to Ahmad's house and kissed his hand, and he said, What seekest thou? Quoth I have a mind to depart. And I repeated these 2 couplets. Sojourn of stranger in whatever land is like castle based upon the wind. The breaths of breezes level all he raised, and so on homeward ways the stranger's mind. I added, "The caravan is about to start for Cairo and I wish to return to my people." So he gave me a she-mule and 100 dinars and said to me, "I desire to send somewhat by thee, O Shaykh. Dost thou know the people of Cairo?" "Yes," answered I. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 710th Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ahmad al-Danaf had given the water carrier a she-mule and 100 dinars, and said to him, "I desire to send a trust by thee. Dost thou know the people of Cairo?" "I answered," quoth the water carrier, "Yes." And he said, "Take this letter and carry it to Ali Zaybak of Cairo, and say to him, Thy captain saluteth thee, and he is now with the Caliph." So I took the letter and journeyed back to Cairo, where I paid my debts and plied my water-carrying trade. But I have not delivered the letter, because I know not the abode of Mercury Ali. Quoth Ali, "O elder, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. I am that Ali, the first of the lads of Captain Ahmad. Here with the letter." So he gave him the missive, and he opened it and read these 2 couplets. "O adornment of beauties to thee right I, on a paper that flies as the winds go by. Could I fly, I had flown to their arms in desire. But a bird with cut wings, how shall ever he fly?" But after salutation from Captain Ahmad al-Danaf to the eldest of his sons, Mercury Ali of Cairo. "Thou knowest that I tormented Salah al-Din the Cairene and befooled him till I buried him alive and reduced his lads to obey me, and amongst them Ali Katif al-Jamal. And I now become town captain of Baghdad in the Divan of the Caliph, who hath made me overseer of the suburbs. And thou be still mindful of our covenant. Come to me. Haply thou shalt play some trick in Baghdad which may promote thee to the Caliph's service, so he may appoint thee stipends and allowances and assign thee a lodging, which is what thou wouldst see, and so peace be on thee." When Ali read this letter, he kissed it and laying it on his head, gave the water carrier 10 dinars, after which he returned to his barracks and told his comrades, and said to them, "I commend you one to other." Then he changed all his clothes and, donning a travelling cloak and a tarbouch, took a case, containing a spear of bamboo cane, 24 cubits long, made in several pieces, to fit into one another. Quoth his lieutenant, "Wilt thou go a journey when the treasury is empty?" And quoth Ali, "When I reach Damascus, I will send you what shall suffice you." Then he set out and fared on, till he overtook a caravan about to start, whereof were the Shahbandar, or provost of the merchants, and 40 other traders. They had all loaded their beasts, except the provost, whose loads lay upon the ground, and Ali heard his caravan leader, who was a Syrian, say to the muleteers, "Bear a hand, one of you." But they reviled him and abused him. Quoth Ali in himself, "None will suit me so well to travel withal as this leader." Now Ali was beardless and well favoured, so he went up to and saluted the leader, who welcomed him, and said, "What seekest thou?" Replied Ali, "O my uncle, I see thee alone with 40 mule loads of goods, but why hast thou not brought hands to help thee?" Rejoined the other, "O my son, I hired 2 lads and clothed them and put in each one's pocket 200 dinars, and they helped me till we came to the dervishes' convent, when they ran away." Quoth Ali, "Whither are you bound?" And quoth the Syrian, "To Aleppo." When Ali said, "I will lend thee a hand." Accordingly, they loaded the beasts and the provost mounted his she-mule, and they set out, he rejoicing in Ali. And presently he loved him and made much of him, and on this wise they fared on till nightfall, when they dismounted and ate and drank. Then came the time of sleep, and Ali lay down on his side and made as if he slept, whereupon the Syrian stretched himself near him, and Ali rose from his stead and sat down at the door of the merchant's pavilion. Presently, the Syrian turned over and would have taken Ali in his arms, but found him not, and said to himself, "Haply he hath promised another, and he hath taken him, but I have the first right, and another night I will keep him." Now Ali continued sitting at the door of the tent till nigh upon daybreak, when he returned and lay down near the Syrian, who found him by his side when he awoke, and said to himself, "If I ask him where he hath been, he will leave me and go away." So he dissembled with him, and they went on till they came to a forest, in which was a cave, where dwelt a rending lion. Now whenever a caravan passed, they would draw lots among themselves, and him on whom the lot fell they would throw to the beast. So they drew lots, and the lot fell not save upon the provost of the merchants. And lo, the lion cut off their way awaiting his prey, wherefore the provost was sore distressed, and said to the leader, Allah disappoint the fortunes of the far one and bring his journey to naught. I charge thee, after my death, give my loads to my children. Quoth Ali the clever one, What meaneth all this? So they told him the case, and he said, Why do ye run from the tomcat of the desert? I warrant you I will kill him. So the Syrian went to the provost and told him of this, and he said, If he slay him, I will give him 1,000 dinars. And said the other merchants, We will reward him likewise, one and all. With this Ali put off his mantle, and there appeared upon him a suit of steel. Then he took a chopper of steel, and opening it turned the screw, after which he went forth alone, and standing in the road before the lion, cried out to him. The lion ran at him, but Ali of Cairo smote him between the eyes with his chopper, and cut him in sunder, whilst the caravan leader and the merchants looked on. Then said he to the leader, Have no fear, O nuncle. And the Syrian answered, saying, O my son, I am thy servant for all future time. Then the provost embraced him and kissed him between the eyes, and gave him the 1,000 dinars, and each of the other merchants gave him 20 dinars. He deposited all the coin with the provost, and they slept that night till the morning, when they set out again, intending for Baghdad, and fared on till they came to the Lion's Clump and the Wadi of Dogs, where lay a villain Badawi, a brigand and his tribe, who sallied forth on them. The folk fled from the highwaymen, and the provost said, My monies are lost. When lo, up came Ali in a buff coat hung with bells, and bringing out his long lance, fitted the pieces together. Then he seized one of the Arabs' horses, and mounting it, cried out to the Badawi chief, saying, Come out to fight me with spears. Moreover, he shook his bells, and the Arab's mare took fright at the noise, and Ali struck the chief's spear and broke it. Then he smote him on the neck and cut off his head. When the Badawin saw their chief fall, they ran at Ali, but he cried out, saying, Allahu Akbar, God is most great, and, falling on them, broke them and put them to flight. Then he raised the chief's head on his spear point and returned to the merchants, who rewarded him liberally and continued their journey, till they reached Baghdad. Thereupon Ali took his money from the provost, and committed it to the Syrian caravan leader, saying, When thou returnest to Cairo, ask for my barracks and give these monies to my deputy. Then he slept that night, and on the morrow he entered the city, and threading the streets inquired for Calamity Ahmad's quarters, but none would direct him thereto. So he walked on, till he came to the square Al-Nafs, where he saw children at play, and amongst them a lad called Ahmad al-Lakit, and said to himself, O my Ali, thou shalt not get news of them but from their little ones. Then he turned, and seeing a sweet meat seller, bought halwa'ah of him, and called to the children. But Ahmad al-Lakit drove the rest away, and coming up to him said, What seekest thou? Quoth Ali, I had a son, and he died, and I saw him in a dream asking for sweetmeats, wherefore I have bought them and wish to give each child a bit. So saying, he gave Ahmad a slice, and he looked at it, and seeing a dinar sticking to it, said, Begone! I am no catamite, seek another than I. Quoth Ali, O my son, none but a sharp fellow taketh the hire, even as he is a sharp one who giveth it. I have sought all day for Ahmad al-Danaf's barrack, but none would direct me thereto, so this dinar is thine, and thou wilt guide me thither. Quoth the lad, I will run before thee, and do thou keep up with me, till I come to the place, when I will catch up a pebble with my foot, and kick it against the door, and so shalt thou know it. Accordingly he ran on, and Ali after him, till they came to the place, when the boy caught up a pebble between his toes, and kicked it against the door, so as to make the place known. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 711th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ahmad the abortion had made known the place, Ali laid hold of him, and would have taken the dinar from him, but could not. So he said to him, Go, thou deservest largesse, for thou art a sharp fellow, whole of wit and stout of heart. Inshallah, if I become a captain to the Caliph, I will make thee one of my lads. Then the boy made off, and Ali Zaybak went up to the door and knocked, whereupon quoth Ahmad al-Danaf, "O doorkeeper, open the door. That is the knock of Quicksilver Ali the Cairene." So he opened the door and Ali entered and saluted with the salam Ahmad who embraced him, and the 40 greeted him. Then Calamity Ahmad gave him a suit of clothes, saying, "When the Caliph made me captain, he clothed my lads and I kept this suit for thee." Then they seated him in the place of honor, and setting on meat they ate well, and drink they drank hard and made merry till the morning, when Ahmad said to Ali, "Beware thou walk not about the streets of Baghdad, but sit thee still in this barrack." Asked Ali, "Why so? Have I come hither to be shut up?" "No, I came to look about me and divert myself." Replied Ahmad, "O my son, think not that Baghdad be like Cairo. Baghdad is the seat of the Caliphate, sharpers abound therein, and rogueries spring therefrom as worts spring out of earth." So Ali abode in the barrack 3 days, when Ahmad said to him, "I wish to present thee to the Caliph, that he may assign thee an allowance." But he replied, "When the time cometh." So he let him go his own way. One day, as Ali sat in the barrack, his breast became straitened and his soul troubled, and he said to himself, "Come, let us up and thread the ways of Baghdad and broaden my bosom." So he went out and walked from street to street, till he came to the middle bazaar, where he entered a cook shop and dined, after which he went out to wash his hands. Presently he saw 40 slaves, with felt bonnets and steel cutlasses, come walking 2 by 2, and last of all came Dalilah the Wily, mounted on a she-mule, with a gilded helmet which bore a ball of polished steel, and clad in a coat of mail and such like. Now she was returning from the divan to the Khan of which she was portress, and when she espied Ali, she looked at him fixedly, and saw that he resembled Calamity Ahmad in height and breadth. Moreover, he was clad in a striped Abaa cloak and a burnous, with a steel cutlass by his side and similar gear, while valor shone from his eyes, testifying in favor of him and not in disfavor of him. So she returned to the Khan, and going in to her daughter, fetched a table of sand, and struck a geomantic figure, whereby she discovered that the stranger's name was Ali of Cairo, and that his fortune overcame her fortune and that of her daughter. Asked Zaynab, "O my mother, what hath befallen thee that thou hast recourse to the sand table?" Answered Dalilah, "O my daughter, I have seen this day a young man who resembleth Calamity Ahmad, and I fear lest he come to hear how thou didst strip Ahmad and his men and enter the Khan and play us a trick, in revenge for what we did with his chief and the 40, for methinks he has taken up his lodging in Al Danaf's barrack." Zaynab rejoined, "What is this? Methinks thou hast taken his measure." Then she donned her fine clothes and went out into the streets. When the people saw her, they all made love to her, and she promised and sware and listened and coquetted and passed from market to market, till she saw Ali the Cairene coming, when she went up to him and rubbed her shoulder against him. Then she turned and said, "Allah give long life to folk of discrimination." Quoth he, "How goodly is thy form! To whom dost thou belong?" And quoth she, "To the gallant like thee." And he said, "Art thou wife or spinster?" "Married," said she. Asked Ali, "Shall it be in my lodging or thine?" And she answered, "I am a merchant's daughter and a merchant's wife, and in all my life I have never been out of doors till today, and my only reason was that when I made ready food and thought to eat, I had no mind thereto without company. When I saw thee, love of thee entered my heart. So wilt thou deign solace my soul and eat a mouthful with me?" Quoth he, "Whoso is invited, let him accept." Thereupon she went on, and he followed her from street to street, but presently he bethought himself and said, "What wilt thou do, and thou a stranger? Verily 'tis said, Whoso doth whoredom in his strangerhood, Allah will send him back disappointed. But I will put her off from thee with fair words." So he said to her, "Take this dinar and appoint me a day other than this." And she said, "By the Mighty Name, it may not be but thou shalt go home with me as my guest this very day, and I will take thee to fast friend." So he followed her till she came to a house with a lofty porch and a wooden bolt on the door, and said to him, "Open this lock." Asked he, "Where is the key?" And she answered, "'Tis lost." Quoth he, "Whoso openeth a lock without a key is a knave whom it behoveth the ruler to punish, and I know not how to open doors without keys." With this she raised her veil and showed him her face, whereat he took one glance of eyes that cost him 1,000 sighs. Then she let fall her veil on the lock, and repeating over it the names of the mother of Moses, opened it without a key, and entered. He followed her and saw swords and steel weapons hanging up, and she put off her veil and sat down with him. Quoth he to himself, "Accomplish what Allah hath decreed to thee," and bent over her, to take a kiss of her cheek, but she caught the kiss upon her palm, saying, "This beseemeth not but by night." Then she brought a tray of food and wine, and they ate and drank, after which she rose, and drawing water from the well, poured it from the ewer over his hands, whilst he washed them. Now whilst they were on this wise, she cried out and beat upon her breast, saying, "My husband had a signet ring of ruby, which was pledged to him for 500 dinars, and I put it on, but 'twas too large for me, so I straitened it with wax, and when I let down the bucket, that ring must have dropped into the well. So turn thy face to the door, the while I doff my dress and go down into the well and fetch it." Quoth Ali, "'Twere shame on me that thou shouldst go down there, I being present. None shall do it save I." So he put off his clothes and tied the rope about himself, and she let him down into the well. Now there was much water therein, and she said to him, "The rope is too short, loose thyself and drop down." So he did himself loose from the rope and dropped into the water, in which he sank fathoms deep without touching bottom, whilst she donned her mantilla and taking his clothes, returned to her mother. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 25. Recording by Jeff Cluckner, Plymouth, UK. Section 26 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Cluckner. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 26. When it was the 712th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ali of Cairo was in the well, Zaynab donned her mantilla, and, taking his clothes, returned to her mother and said, I have stripped Ali the Egyptian and cast him into the Emir Hasan's well, whence alas for his chance of escaping. Presently, the Emir Hasan, the master of the house, who had been absent at the Divan, came home and, finding the door open, said to his Sais, Why didst thou not draw the bolt? O my lord, replied the groom, indeed I locked it with my own hand. The Emir cried, As my head liveth, some robber hath entered my house. Then he went in and searched, but found none, and said to the groom, Fill the ewer, that I may make the wuzu ablution. So the man lowered the bucket into the well, but, when he drew it up, he found it heavy, and looking down, saw something therein sitting, whereupon he let it fall into the water and cried out, saying, O my lord, an Ifrit came up to me out of the well. Replied the Emir, Go and fetch 4 doctors of the law, that they may read the Koran over him, till he go away. So he fetched the doctors, and the Emir said to them, Sit round this well and exorcise me this Ifrit. They did as he bade them, after which the groom and another servant lowered the bucket again, and Ali clung to it, and hid himself under it patiently till he came near the top, when he sprang out and landed among the doctors, who fell a-cuffing one another and crying out, Ifrit! Ifrit! The Emir looked at Ali, and seeing him a young man, said to him, Art thou a thief? No, replied Ali. Then what dost thou in the well? Asked the Emir. And Ali answered, I was asleep and dreamt a wet dream, so I went down to the Tigris to wash myself, and dived, whereupon the current carried me under the earth, and I came up in this well. Quoth the other, Tell the truth. So Ali told him all that had befallen him, and the Emir gave him an old gown and let him go. He returned to Calamity Ahmad's lodging and related to him all that had passed. Quoth Ahmad, Did I not warn thee that Baghdad is full of women who play tricks upon men? And quoth Ali Katif al-Jamal, I conjure thee by the mighty name, tell me how it is that thou art the chief of the lads of Cairo, and yet hast been stripped by a girl. This was grievous to Ali, and he repented him of not having followed Ahmad's advice. Then the Calamity gave him another suit of clothes, and Hasan Shuman said to him, Dost thou know the young person? No, replied Ali, and Hasan rejoined, 'Twas Zaynab, the daughter of Dalilah the Wily, the portress of the Caliph's Khan, and hast thou fallen into her toils, O Ali? Quoth he, Yes. And quoth Hasan, O Ali, 'Twas she who took thy chief's clothes and those of all his men. This is a disgrace to you all." "And what thinkest thou to do?" "I purpose to marry her." "Put away that thought far from thee, and console thy heart of her. O Hasan, do thou counsel me how I shall do to marry her." "With all my heart, if thou wilt drink from my hand and march under my banner, I will bring thee to thy will of her." "I will well." So Hasan made Ali put off his clothes and, taking a cauldron heated therein somewhat as if it were pitch, wherewith he anointed him and he became like unto a blackamoor slave. Moreover, he smeared his lips and cheeks and pencilled his eyes with red kohl. Then he clad him in a slave's habit and giving him a tray of kabobs and wine, said to him, "There is a black cook in the Khan who requires from the bazaar only meat, and thou art now become his like. So go thou to him civilly and accost him in friendly fashion and speak to him in the blacks' lingo, and salute him, saying, 'Tis long since we met in the beer ken.' He will answer thee, 'I have been too busy. On my hands be 40 slaves, for whom I cook dinner and supper, besides making ready a tray for Dalilah and the like for her daughter Zaynab and the dogs' food.' And do thou say to him, 'Come, let us eat kabobs and lush swipes.' Then go with him into the saloon and make him drunken and question him of his service, how many dishes and what dishes he hath to cook, and ask him of the dogs' food and the keys of the kitchen and the larder, and he will tell thee, for a man, when he is drunken, telleth all he would conceal were he sober. When thou hast done this, drug him and don his clothes, and sticking the 2 knives in thy girdle, take the vegetable basket and go to the market and buy meat and greens, with which do thou return to the Khan and enter the kitchen and the larder and cook the food. Dish it up and put bhang in it, so as to drug the dogs and the slaves and Dalilah and Zaynab, and lastly serve up. When all are asleep, hie thee to the upper chamber and bring away every suit of clothes thou wilt find hanging there. And if thou have a mind to marry Zaynab, bring with thee also the 40 carrier pigeons." So Ali went to the Khan and going into the cook, saluted him and said, "'Tis long since I have met thee in the beer ken." The slave replied, "I have been busy cooking for the slaves and the dogs." Then he took him and making him drunken, questioned him of his work. Quoth the kitchener, "Every day I cook 5 dishes for dinner, and the like for supper, and yesterday they sought of me a 6th dish, yellow rice, and a 7th, a mess of cooked pomegranate seed." Ali asked, "And what is the order of thy service?" And the slave answered, "First I serve up Zaynab's tray, next Dalilah's. Then I feed the slaves, and give the dogs their sufficiency of meat, and the least that satisfies them is a pound each." But, as fate would have it, he forgot to ask him of the keys. Then he drugged him and donned his clothes, after which he took the basket and went to the market. There he bought meat and greens. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 713th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ali of Cairo, after drugging the cook slave with bhang, took the 2 knives which he stuck in his belt and, carrying the vegetable basket, went to the market where he bought meat and greens, and, presently returning to the Khan, he saw Dalilah seated at the gate, watching those who went in and came out, and the 40 slaves with her, armed. So he hardened his heart and entered, but Dalilah knew him and said to him, "Back, O captain of thieves! Wilt thou play a trick on me in the Khan?" Thereupon he, dressed as a slave, turned and said to her, "What sayest thou, O portress?" She asked, "What hast thou done with the slave, our cook? Say me if thou hast killed or drugged him." He answered, "What cook? Is there here another slave cook than I?" She rejoined, "Thou liest. Thou art Mercury Ali, the Cairene." And he said to her, in slave's patois, "O portress, are the Cairenes black or white? I will slave for you no longer." Then said the slaves to him, "What is the matter with thee, O our cousin?" Cried Dalilah, "This is none of your uncle's children, but Ali Zaybak the Egyptian, and meseems he hath either drugged your cousin or killed him." But they said, "Indeed, this is our cousin, Sa'adullah the cook." And she said, "Not so. 'Tis Mercury Ali, and he hath dyed his skin." Quoth the sharper, "And who is Ali? I am Sa'adullah." Then she fetched unguent of proof, with which she anointed Ali's forearm and rubbed it, but the black did not come off, whereupon quoth the slaves, "Let him go and dress us our dinner." Quoth Dalilah, "If he be indeed your cousin, he knoweth what you sought of him yesternight, and how many dishes he cooketh every day." So they asked him of this, and he said, "Every day I cook you 5 dishes for the morning, and the like for the evening meal, lentils and rice and broth and stew and sherbet of roses. And yesternight ye sought of me a 6th dish, and a 7th, to wit yellow rice and cooked pomegranate seed." And the slave said, "Right!" Then quoth Dalilah, "In with him, and if he know the kitchen and the larder, he is indeed your cousin, but if not, kill him." Now the cook had a cat which he had brought up, and whenever he entered the kitchen it would stand at the door and spring to his back, as soon as he went in. So, when Ali entered, the cat saw him and jumped on his shoulders, but he threw it off, and it ran before him to the door of the kitchen and stopped there. He guessed that this was the kitchen door, so he took the keys, and seeing one with traces of feathers thereon, knew it for the kitchen key, and therewith opened the door. Then he entered and setting down the greens, went out again, led by the cat, which ran before him and stopped at another door. He guessed that this was the larder, and seeing one of the keys marked with grease, knew it for the key, and opened the door therewith, whereupon quoth the slaves, "O Dalilah, were he a stranger, he had not known the kitchen and the larder, nor had he been able to distinguish the keys thereof from the rest. Verily, he is our cousin, Sa'adullah." Quoth she, "He learned the places from the cat, and distinguished the keys one from the other by the appearance, but this cleverness imposeth not upon me." Then he returned to the kitchen where he cooked the dinner, and, carrying Zaynab's tray up to her room, saw all the stolen clothes hanging up, after which he went down and took Dalilah her tray, and gave the slaves and the dogs their rations. The like he did at sundown, and drugged Dalilah's food and that of Zaynab and the slaves. Now the doors of the Khan were opened and shut with the sun. So Ali went forth and cried out, saying, "O dwellers in the Khan, the watch is set and we have loosed the dogs. Whoso stirreth out after this can blame none save himself." But he had delayed the dogs' supper and put poison therein. Consequently when he set it before them, they ate of it and died, while the slaves and Dalilah and Zaynab still slept under Bang. Then he went up and took all the clothes and the carrier pigeons and, opening the gate, made off to the barrack of the 40, where he found Hasan Shuman the Pestilence, who said to him, "How hast thou fared?" Thereupon he told him what had passed, and he praised him. Then he caused him to put off his clothes, and boiled a decoction of herbs wherewith he washed him, and his skin became white as it was, after which he donned his own dress, and going back to the Khan, clad the cook in the habit he had taken from him, and made him smell to the counter-drug, upon which the slave awoke, and going forth to the greengrocer's, bought vegetables and returned to the Khan. Such was the case with Al-Zabak of Cairo, but as regards Dalilah the Wily, when the day broke, one of the lodgers in the Khan came out of his chamber and, seeing the gate open and the slaves drugged and the dogs dead, he went into her and found her lying drugged, with a scroll on her neck, and at her head a sponge steeped in the counter-drug. He set the sponge to her nostrils, and she awoke, and asked, "Where am I?" The merchant answered, "When I came down from my chamber, I saw the gate of the Khan open and the dogs dead, and found the slaves and thee drugged." So she took up the paper and read therein these words, "None did this deed save Ali the Egyptian." Then she awoke the slaves and Zaynab by making them smell the counterbang, and said to them, "Did I not tell you that this was Ali of Cairo?" Presently adding to the slaves, "But do ye conceal the matter." Then she said to her daughter, "How often have I warned thee that Ali would not forgo his revenge? He hath done this deed in requital of that which thou didst with him, and he had it in his power to do with thee other than this thing, but he refrained therefrom out of courtesy and a desire that there should be love and friendship between us." So saying, she doffed her man's gear and donned woman's attire, and, tying the kerchief of peace about her neck, repaired to Ahmad al-Danaf's barrack. Now when Ali entered with the clothes and the carrier pigeons, Hasan Shuman gave the hallkeeper the price of 40 pigeons, and he bought them and cooked them amongst the men. Presently there came a knock at the door, and Ahmad said, "That is Dalilah's knock. Rise and open to her, O hallkeeper." So he admitted her and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 714th Night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Dalilah was admitted, Hasan asked her, 'What bringeth thee hither, O ill-omened old woman? Verily thou and thy brother Zurayk the fishmonger are of a piece.' and she answered, "O Captain, I am in the wrong and this my neck is at thy mercy. But tell me which of you it was that played me this trick." Quoth Calamity Ahmad, "'Twas the first of my lads." Rejoined Dalilah, "For the sake of Allah, intercede with him to give me back the carrier pigeons and what not, and thou wilt lay me under great obligation." When Hasan heard this, he said, "Allah requite thee, O Ali! Why didst thou cook the pigeons?" And Ali answered, "I knew not that they were carrier pigeons." Then said Ahmad, "O hallkeeper, bring us the cooked pigeons." So he brought them and Dalilah took a piece and tasting it, said, "This is none of the carrier pigeons' flesh, for I fed them on grains of musk, and their meat is become even as musk." Quoth Shuman, "An thou desire to have the carrier pigeons, comply with Ali's will." Asked she, "What is that?" And Hasan answered, "He would have thee marry him to thy daughter Zaynab." She said, "I have not command over her except of affection." And Hasan said to Ali the Cairene, "Give her the pigeons." So he gave them to her and she took them and rejoiced in them. Then quoth Hasan to her, "There is no help but thou return us a sufficient reply." And Dalilah rejoined, "If it be indeed his wish to marry her, it availed nothing to play this clever trick upon us. It behoveth him rather to demand her in marriage of her mother's brother and her guardian, Captain Zurayk, him who crieth out, saying, 'Ho! a pound of fish for 2 farthings,' and who hangeth up in his shop a purse containing 2,000 dinars." When the 40 heard this, they all rose and cried out, saying, "What manner of blather is this, O harlot? Dost thou wish to bereave us of our brother Ali of Cairo?" Then she returned to the Khan and said to her daughter, "Ali the Egyptian seeketh thee in marriage." Whereat Zaynab rejoiced, for she loved him because of his chaste forbearance towards her, and asked her mother what had passed. So she told her, adding, "I made it a condition that he should demand thy hand of thine uncle, so I might make him fall into destruction." Meanwhile, Ali turned to his fellows and asked them, "What manner of man is this Zurayk?" And they answered, "He was chief of the sharpers of Al Irak land and could all but pierce mountains and lay hold upon the stars. He would steal the coal from the eye, and in brief, he had not his match for roguery, but he hath repented his sins and forsworn his old way of life and opened him a fishmonger's shop. And now he hath amassed 2,000 dinars by the sale of fish and laid them in a purse with strings of silk, to which he hath tied bells and rings and rattles of brass, hung on a peg within the doorway. Every time he openeth his shop, he suspendeth the said purse and crieth out, saying, 'Where are ye, O sharpers of Egypt, O prigs of Al Irak, O tricksters of Ajam land? Behold, Zurayk the fishmonger hath hung up a purse in front of his shop, and whoso pretendeth to craft and cunning, and can take it by sleight, it is his.' So the long-fingered and greedy-minded come and try to take the purse, but cannot, for, whilst he frieth his fish and tendeth the fire, he layeth at his feet scone-like circles of lead, and whenever a thief thinketh to take him unawares, and maketh a snatch at the purse, he casteth at him a load of lead, and slayeth him, or doeth him a damage. So, O Ali, wert thou to tackle him, thou wouldst be as one who jostleth a funeral cortege, unknowing who is dead, for thou art no match for him, and we fear his mischief for thee. Indeed, thou hast no call to marry Zaynab, and he who leaveth a thing alone liveth without it." Cried Ali, "This were shame, O comrades! Needs must I take the purse, but bring me a young lady's habit." So they brought him women's clothes, and he clad himself therein, and stained his hands with henna, and modestly hung down his veil. Then he took a lamb and, killing it, cut out the long intestine, which he cleaned and tied up below. Moreover, he filled it with the blood and bound it between his thighs, after which he donned petticoat trousers and walking boots. He also made himself a pair of false breasts with bird crops, and filled them with thickened milk, and tied round his hips and over his belly a piece of linen, which he stuffed with cotton, girding himself over all with a kerchief of silk well starched. Then he went out, whilst all who saw him exclaimed, "What a fine pair of hind cheeks!" Presently he saw an ass driver coming, so he gave him a dinar and mounting, rode till he came to Zurayk's shop, where he saw the purse hung up and the gold glittering through it. Now Zurayk was frying fish, and Ali said, "O ass man, what is that smell?" Replied he, "It's the smell of Zurayk's fish." Quoth Ali, "I am a woman with child and the smell harmeth me. Go fetch me a slice of the fish." So the donkey boy said to Zurayk, "What aileth thee to fry fish so early and annoy pregnant women with the smell? I have here the wife of the Emir Hasan Shar al-Tariq, and she is with child, so give her a bit of fish, for the babe stirreth in her womb. O Protector, O my God, avert from us the mischief of this day." Thereupon Zurayk took a piece of fish and would have fried it, but the fire had gone out and he went in to rekindle it. Meanwhile Ali dismounted and sitting down, pressed upon the lamb's intestine till it burst and the blood ran out from between his legs. Then he cried aloud, saying, "O my back! O my side!" Whereupon the driver turned and seeing the blood running, said, "What aileth thee, O my lady?" Replied Ali, "I have miscarried." Whereupon Zurayk looked out and seeing the blood, fled affrighted into the inner shop. Quoth the donkey driver, "Allah torment thee, O Zurayk! The lady hath miscarried, and thou art no match for her husband. Why must thou make a stench so early in the morning? I said to thee, bring her a slice, but thou wouldst not." Thereupon he took his ass and went his way and, as Zurayk still did not appear, Ali put out his hand to the purse, but no sooner had he touched it than the bells and rattles and rings began to jingle and the gold to chink. Quoth Zurayk, who returned at the sound, "Thy perfidy hath come to light, O gallows bird! Wilt thou put a cheat on me, and thou in a woman's habit? Now take what cometh to thee." And he threw a cake of lead at him, but it went agley and lighted on another, whereupon the people rose against Zurayk and said to him, "Art thou a tradesman or a swashbuckler? An thou be a tradesman, take down thy purse and spare the folk thy mischief." He replied, "Bismillah, in the name of Allah, on my head be it." As for Ali, he made off to the barrack and told Hasan Shuman what had happened, after which he put off his woman's gear, and donning a groom's habit which was brought to him by his chief, took a dish and 5 dirhams. Then he returned to Zurayk's shop and the fishmonger said to him, "What dost thou want, O my master?" He showed him the dirhams, and Zurayk would have given him of the fish in the tray, but he said, "I will have none save hot fish." So he set fish in the earthen pan and finding the fire dead, went in to relight it, whereupon Ali put out his hand to the purse and caught hold of the end of it. The rattles and rings and bells jingled, and Zurayk said, "Thy trick hath not deceived me. I knew thee for all thou art disguised, as a groom by the grip of thy hand on the dish and the dirhams." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 26. Recording by Jeff Cluckner, Plymouth, UK.
Section 27 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 27. 715th Night to 717th Night. When it was 715th Night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ali of Egypt put out his hand to the purse, the bells and rings jingled, and Zurayk said, 'Thy trick hath not deceived me, for all thou comest disguised as a groom, I knew thee by the grip of thy hand on the dish and the dirhams.' So saying, he threw the lead at him, but he avoided it, and it fell into the pan full of hot fish, and broke it and overturned it, fat and all, upon the breast and shoulders of the Qazi, who was passing. The oil ran down inside his clothes to his privy parts, and he cried out, 'Oh, my privities! What a sad pickle you're in! Alas, unhappy I! Who hath played me this trick?' Answered the people, 'Oh, our Lord, it was some small boy that threw a stone into the pan, but for Allah's word, it had been worse.' Then they turned, and seeing the loaf of lead, and that it was Zurayk who had thrown it, rose against him, and said to him, 'O Zurayk, this is not allowed of Allah. Take down the purse, or it shall go ill for thee.' Answered he, 'I will take it down, Inshallah.' Meanwhile Ali returned to the barrack and told his comrades, who cried, 'Where is the purse?' All that had passed away, and they said, 'Thou hast exhausted 2/3 of his cunning.' 'Thou hast exhausted 2/3 of his cunning,' replied Ali, 'and 'tis not allowed of Allah. Take down the purse, or it shall go ill for thee.' Answered he, 'I will take it down, Inshallah.' Then he changed his groom's dress for the garb of a merchant, and going out, met a snake charmer with a bag of serpents and a wallet containing his kit, to whom he said, "O charmer, come and amuse my lads, and thou shalt have largesse." So he accompanied him to the barrack, where he fed him and drugging him with bhang, doffed him his clothes and put them on. Then he took the bags and repairing to Zurayk's shop began to play the reed pipe. Quoth Zurayk, "Allah provide thee!" But Ali pulled out the serpents and cast them down before him, whereat the fish seller, who was afraid of snakes, fled from them into the inner shop. Thereupon Ali picked up the reptiles and, thrusting them back into the bag, stretched out his hand and caught hold of the end of the purse. The rings rang again, and the bells and rattles jangled, and Zurayk cried, "Wilt thou never cease to play me tricks? Now thou fearest thyself a serpent charmer." So saying, he took up a piece of land and hurled it at Ali, but it missed him and fell on the head of a groom who was passing by, following his master, a trooper, and knocked him down. Quoth the soldier, "Who felled him?" And the folk said, "'Twas a stone fell from the roof." So the soldier passed on, and the people, seeing the piece of lead, went to Zurayk and cried to him, "Take down the purse." And he said, "Inshallah, I will take it down this very night." Ali ceased not to practice upon Zurayk till he had made 7 different attempts, but without taking the purse. Then he returned the snake charmer his clothes and kit and gave him due benevolence, after which he went back to Zurayk's shop and heard him say, "If I leave the purse here to-night, he will dig through the shop wall and take it. I will carry it home with me." So he arose and shut the shop. Then he took down the purse and putting it in his bosom set out home, till he came near his house, when he saw a wedding in a neighbour's lodging and said to himself, "I will hie home and give my wife the purse and don my fine clothes and return to the marriage." And Ali followed him. Now Zurayk had married a black girl, one of the freed women of the Wazir Zafar, and she had borne him a son, whom he had named Abdullah, and he had promised her to spend the money in the purse on the occasion of the boy's circumcision and of his marriage procession. So he went into his house, and as he entered, his wife saw that his face was overcast and asked him, "What had caused thy sadness?" Quoth he, "Allah had afflicted me this day with a rascal who had made 7 attempts to get the purse, but without avail." And quoth she, "Give it to me, that I may lay it up against the boy's festival day." Now Ali, who had followed him, lay hidden in the closet, whence he could see and hear all. So he gave her the purse and changed his clothes, saying, "Keep the purse safely, O Abdullah, for I am going to the wedding." But she said, "Take thy sleep awhile." So he lay down and fell asleep. Presently Ali rose and going on tiptoe to the purse, took it and went to the house of the wedding and stood there, looking on at the fun. Now meanwhile Zurayk dreamt that he saw a bird fly away with the purse, and awaking in affright, said to his wife, "Rise, look for the purse." So she looked, and finding it gone, buffeted her face and said, "Alas, the blackness of thy fortune, O Abdullah! Shankar had taken the purse." Quoth Zurayk, "By Allah, it can be none other than that rascal Ali, who had plagued me all day. He hath followed me home and seized the purse, and there is no help but that I go and get it back." Quoth she, "Except thou bring it, I will lock on thee the door and leave thee to pass the night in the street." So he went up to the house of the wedding and seeing Ali looking on, said to himself, "This is he who took the purse, but he lodgeth with Ahmad al-Danaf." So he forewent him to the barrack and climbing up at the back, dropped down into the saloon, where he found everyone asleep. Presently there came a rap at the door, and Zurayk asked, "Who is there?" "Ali of Cairo," answered the knocker, and Zurayk said, "Hast thou brought the purse?" So Ali thought it was Hasan Shuman and replied, "I have brought it. Open the door." Quoth Zurayk, "Impossible that I open to thee till I see the purse, for thy chief and I have laid a wager about it." Said Ali, "Put out thy hand." So he put out his hand through the hole in the side door, and Ali laid the purse in it. Whereupon Zurayk took it and going forth as he had come in, returned to the wedding. Ali stood for a long while at the door, but none opened to him, and at last he gave a thundering knock that awoke all the men, and they said, "That is Ali of Cairo's peculiar rap." So the hall keeper opened to him, and Hasan Shuman said to him, "Hast thou brought the purse?" Replied Ali, "Enough of jesting, O Shuman. Didst thou not swear that thou wouldst not open to me till I showed thee the purse? And did I not give it to thee through the hole in the side door? And didst thou not say to me, I am sworn never to open the door till thou show me the purse?" Quoth Hasan, "By Allah, 'twas not I who took it, but Zurayk." Quoth Ali, "Needs must I get it again," and repaired to the house of the wedding, where he heard the buffoon say, "Bravo, O Abu Abdullah! Good luck to thee with thy son." Said Ali, "My luck is in ascendant," and going to the fishmonger's lodging, climbed over the back wall of the house and found his wife asleep. So he drugged her with bhang and clad himself in her clothes. Then he took the child in his arms and went round searching till he found a palm leaf basket containing buns, which Zurayk of his niggardliness had kept from the greater feast. Presently the fishmonger returned and knocked at the door, whereupon Ali imitated his wife's voice and asked, "Who is at the door, Abu Abdullah?" Answered Zurayk, and Ali said, "I swore that I would not open the door to thee except thou broughtest back the purse." Quoth the fishmonger, "I have brought it." Cried all, "Here with it into my hand before I open the door." And Zurayk answered, saying, "Let down the basket and take it therein." So Sharper Ali let down the basket and the other put the purse therein, whereupon Ali took it and drugged the child. Then he aroused the woman and, making off by the back way as he had entered, returned with the child and the purse and the basket of cakes to the barrack and showed them all to the 40, who praised his dexterity. Thereupon he gave them cakes, which they ate, and made over the boy to Hasan Shuman, saying, "This is Zurayk's child, hide it by thee." So he hid it and fetching a lamp, gave it to the hall keeper, who cooked it whole, wrapped in a cloth, and laid it out, shrouded as it were a dead body. Meanwhile Zurayk stood awhile waiting at the door, then gave a knock like thunder, and his wife said to him, "Hast thou brought the purse?" He replied, "Didst thou not take it up in the basket thou didst let down but now?" And she rejoined, "I let no basket down to thee, nor have I set eyes on the purse." Quoth he, "By Allah, the sharper had been beforehand with me and had taken the purse again." Then he searched the house and found the basket of cakes gone and the child missing, and cried out, saying, "Alas, my child!" Whereupon the woman beat her breast and said, I and thee to the Wazir, for none had killed my son save the sharper, and all because of thee. Cried Zurayk, I will answer for him. So he tied the handkerchief of truce about his neck and going to Ahmad al-Danaf's lodging, knocked at the door. The hall-keeper admitted him, and as he entered, Hasan Shuman asked him, What bringeth thee here? He answered, Do ye intercede with Ali the Cairene to restore me my child, and I will yield to him the purse of gold. Quoth Hasan, Allah requireth thee, O Ali. Why didst thou not tell me it was his child? Who had befallen him? Cried Zurayk, and Hasan replied, We gave him raisins to eat, and he choked and died, and this is he. Quoth Zurayk, Alas, my son, what shall I say to his mother? Then he rose and opening the shroud, saw it was a lamb barbecued, and said, Thou make sport of me, O Ali. Then they gave him the child, and Calamity Ahmad said to him, Thou didst hang up the purse, proclaiming that it should be the property of any sharpener who should be able to take it, and Ali had taken it. So this is the very property of our Cairene. Zurayk answered, I make him a present of it. But Ali said to him, Do thou accept it on account of thy niece Zainab? And Zurayk replied, I accept it. Then quoth the 40, We demand of thee Zainab in marriage for Ali of Cairo. But quoth he, I have no control over her, save of kindness. Hasan asked, Dost thou grant our suit? And he answered, Yes, I will grant her in marriage to him who can avail to her mahr or marriage settlement. And what is her dowry? Inquired Hasan, and Zurayk replied, She hath sworn that none shall mount her breast save the man who bringeth her the robe of Kamar, daughter of Azariah the Jew, and the rest of her gear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say, when it was 716th night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Zurayk replied to Shuman, She hath sworn that none shall ride astraddle upon her breast, save the man who bringeth her clothes of Kamar, daughter of Azariah the Jew, and her crown and girdle and pantoufle of gold. Ali cried, If I do not bring her the clothes this very night, I renounce my claim to her. Rejoined Zurayk, O Ali, thou art a dead man if thou play any of thy pranks on Kamar. Why so? Asked Ali, and the other answered, Her father, Jew Azariah, is a skillful, wily, perfidious magician who hath the Jinn at his service. He owneth without the city a castle, whose walls are one brick of gold and one of silver, and which is visible to the folk only whilst he is therein. Where he goes forth, it disappeareth. He brought his daughter this dress I speak of from an enchanted treasure, and every day he layeth in a charger of gold, and opening the windows of the palace, crieth out, Where are the shoppers of Cairo, the prigs of Al-Iraq, the master thieves of Ajamland? Whoso prevaileth to take this dress, 'tis his. So all the long-fingered ones essayed the adventure, but failed to take it, and he turned them by his magic into apes and asses. But Ali said, I will assuredly take it, and Zainab shall be displayed therein. So he went to the shop of the Jew and found him a man of stern and forbidding aspect, seated with scales and stone weights, and gold and silver, and nests of drawers, and so forth before him, and a she-mule tethered hard by. Presently he rose and shutting his shop, laid the gold and silver in 2 purses, which he placed in a pair of saddle bags, and set on the she-mule's back.
Then he mounted and rode till he reached the city outskirts, followed, without his knowledge, by Ali, when he took out some dust from a pocket purse and muttering over it, sprinkled it upon the air. No sooner had he done this than Sharper Ali saw a castle which had not its like, and the Jew mounted the steps upon his beast, which was a subject Jinni. After which he dismounted, and taking the saddlebags off her back, dismissed the she-mule, and she vanished. Then he entered the castle and sat down. Presently he arose and opening the lattices, took a wand of gold, which he set up in the open window, and hanging thereto a golden charger by chains of the same metal, laid it in the dress, while Ali watched him from behind the door. And presently he cried out, saying, "Where are the sharpers of Cairo? Where are the prigs of all Iraq, the master thieves of Ajamland? Whoso can take this dress by his slay, 'tis his." Then he pronounced certain magical words, and a tray of food spread itself before him. He ate and conjured a second time, whereupon the tray disappeared, and yet a third time, when a table of wine was placed between his hands, and he drank. Quoth Ali, "I know not how I am to take the dress, except if he be drunken." Then he stole up behind the Jew, whinger in grip, but the other turned and conjured, saying to his hand, "Hold with the sword," whereupon Ali's right arm was held, and abode halfway in the air, handing the hanger. He put out his left hand to the weapon, but it also stood fixed in the air, and so with his right foot, leaving him standing on one foot. Then the Jew dispelled the charm from him, and Ali became as before. Presently Azariah struck a table of sand, and found that the thief's name was Mercury Ali of Cairo. So he turned to him and said, "Come near. Who art thou, and what dost thou here?" He replied, "I am Ali of Cairo, of the band of Ahmad al-Danaf. I sought the hand of Zaynab, daughter of Dalilah the Wali, and she demanded thy daughter's dress to her dowry. So do thou give it to me and become a Moslem, and thou wouldst save thy life." Rejoined the Jew, "After my death, many have gone about to steal the dress, but failed to take it from me. Wherefore, an thou deign be advised, thou wilt be gone and save thyself, for they only seek the dress of thee, that thou may fall into destruction. And indeed, had I not seen by geomancy that thy fortune overrideth my fortunes, I had smitten thy neck." Ali rejoiced to hear that his luck overcame that of the Jew, and said to him, "There is no help for it, but I must have the dress, and thou must become a true believer." Asked the Jew, "Is this thy will and last word?" And Ali answered, "Yes." So the Jew took a cup, and filling it with water, conjured over it, and said to Ali, "Come forth from this shape of man into form of an ass." Then he sprinkled him with the water, and straightway he became a donkey, with hoofs and long ears, and fell to braying after the manner of Assinines. The Jew drew round him a circle which became a wall over against him, and drank on till the morning, when he said to Ali, "I will ride thee today, and give the she-mule a rest." So he locked up the dress, the charger, the rod, and the charms in a cupboard, and conjured over Ali, who followed him. Then he set the saddlebags on his back, and mounting, fared forth of the castle, whereupon it disappeared from sight, and rode into Baghdad, till he came to his shop, where he alighted and emptied the bags of gold and silver into trays before him. As for Ali, he was tied up by the shop door, where he stood in his asinine form, hearing and understanding all that passed, without being able to speak. And behold, up came a young merchant, from whom fortune had played the tyrant, and who could find no easier way of earning his livelihood than water carrying. So he brought his wife's bracelets to the Jew, and said to him, "Give me the price of these bracelets, that I may buy me an ass." Asked the Jew, "What wilt thou do with him?" And the other answered, "O master, I mean to fetch water from the river on his back, and earn by living thereby." quoth the Jew. "Take this ass of mine." So he sold him the bracelets and received the ass-shaped Ali of Cairo in part payment and carried him home. Quoth Ali to himself, "If the ass-man clap the panel on thee and load thee with water skins and go with thee half a score journeys a day, he will ruin thy health and thou wilt die." So when the water carrier's wife came to bring him his fodder, he butted her with his head, and she fell on her back. Whereupon he sprang on her and smitten her brow with his mouth, put out and displayed that which his begetter left him. She cried aloud, and the neighbours came to her assistance, and beat him and raised him off her breast. When her husband, the intended water carrier, came home, she said to him, "Now either divorce me or return the ass to his owner." He asked, "What had happened?" And she answered, "This is the devil in the guise of a donkey. He sprang upon me, and had not the neighbours beaten him off my bosom, he had done with me a foul thing." So he carried the ass back to the Jew, who said to him, "Wherefore hast thou brought him back?" And he replied, "He did a foul thing with my wife." So the Jew gave him his money again and went away. And Azariah said to Ali, "Hast thou recourse to knavery? Unlucky wretch that thou art, in order that—" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was 717th Night, she continued, It had reached me, O auspicious King, that when the water carrier brought back the ass, its Jew owner returned to him the monies and turning to Ali of Cairo said, "Hast thou recourse to knavery, unlucky wretch that thou art, in order that he may return thee to me? But since it pleaseth thee to be an ass, I will make thee a spectacle and a laughing stock to great and small." Then he mounted him and rode till he came without the city, when he brought out the ashes in powder and conjuring over it, sprinkled it upon the air, and immediately the castle appeared. He entered and taking the saddlebags off the ass's back, set up the rod and hung it to the charger wherein were the clothes, proclaiming aloud, "Where be the clever ones of all quarters who may avail to take this dress?" Then he conjured as before, and meat was set before him, and he ate, and then wine he drank. After which he took a cup of water and muttering certain words thereover, sprinkled it on the ass Ali, saying, "Quit this form and return to thy former shape." Ali straightway became a man once more, and Azariah said to him, "O Ali, take good advice and be content with my mischief. Thou hast no call to marry Zaynab, nor to take my daughter's dress, for this no easy matter for thee. So leave greed, and 'twill be better for thee. Else will I turn thee into a bear or an ape, or set on thee an Ifrit, who will cast thee behind the mountain Kaf." He replied, "I have engaged to take the dress, and needs must I have it, and thou must Islamicize, or I will slay thee." Rejoined the Jew, "O Ali, thou art like a walnut. Unless it be broken, it cannot be eaten." Then he took a cup of water and conjuring over it, sprinkled Ali with somewhat thereof, saying, "Take thy shape of bear." Whereupon he instantly became a bear, and the Jew put a collar about his neck, muzzled him, and chained him to a picket of iron. Then he sat down and ate, and drank now and then, throwing him a morsel of his oats, and emptying the dregs of the cup over him, till the morning, when he rose and laid by the tray and dress, and conjured over the bear, which followed him to the shop. There the Jew sat down and emptied the gold and silver into the trays before Ali, after binding him by the chain, and the bear there abode, seeing and comprehending, but not able to speak. Presently up came a man and a merchant, who accosted the Jew and said to him, "O master, wilt thou sell me yonder bear? I have a wife who is my cousin and is sick, and they have prescribed for her to eat bear's flesh and anoint herself with bear's grease." At this the Jew rejoiced and said to himself, I will sell him to this merchant, so he slaughter him, and we be at peace from him. And Ali also said in his mind, By Allah, this fellow meaneth to slaughter, but deliverance is with the Almighty. Then said the Jew, He is a present from me to thee. So the merchant took him and carried him into the butcher, to whom he said, Bring thy tools and accompany me. The butcher took his knives and followed the merchant to his house, where he bound the beast and fell to sharpening his blade. But when he went up to him to slaughter him, the bear escaped from his hands, and rising into the air disappeared from sight between heaven and earth. Nor did he cease flying till he alighted at the Jew's castle. Now the reason thereof was on this wise. When the Jew returned home, his daughter questioned him of Ali, and he told her what had happened. Whereupon she said, Summon a Jinni, and ask him of the youth, whether he be indeed mlcui Ali, or another who seeketh to put a cheat on thee. So Azariah called the Jinni by conjurations, and questioned him of Ali, and he replied, This is Ali of Cairo himself. The butcher had pinioned him, and whetted his knife to slaughter him. Quoth the Jew, Go snatch him, and bring him hither, ere the butcher cut his throat. So the Jinni flew off, and snatching Ali out of the butcher's hands, bore him to the palace, and set him down before the Jew, who took a cup of water, and conjuring over it, sprinkled him therewith, saying, Return on thine own shape. And he straightway became a man again as before. The Jew's daughter Kamar, seeing him to be a handsome young man, fell in love with him, and he fell in love with her. And she said to him, O unlucky one, why dost thou go about to take my dress, and forcing my father to deal thus with thee? Quoth he, I have engaged to get it for Zaynab and the coney catcher, that I may wed her therewith. And she said, Others than thou have played pranks with my father to get my dress, but could not win to it. Presently adding, So put away this thought from thee. But he answered, Needs must I have it, and thy father must become a Moslem, else I will slay him. And then said the Jew, See, O my daughter, how this unlucky fellow seeketh his own destruction. Adding, Now I will turn thee into a dog. So he took a cup graven with characters, and full of water, and conjuring over it, sprinkled some of it upon Ali, saying, Take thou form of dog. Whereupon he straightway became a dog, and the Jew and his daughters drank together till the morning, when the father laid up the dress and charger, and mounted his mule. Then he conjured over the dog which followed him as he rode towards the town, and all dogs barked at Ali as he passed, till he came to the shop of a broker, a seller of the second-hand goods, who rose and drove away the dogs, and Ali lay down before him. The Jew turned and looked for him, but finding him not, passed onwards. Presently the broker shut up his shop and went home, followed by the dog, which when his daughter saw enter the house, she veiled her face and said, O my papa, dost thou bring a strange man into me? He replied, O my daughter, this is a dog. Quoth she, Not so, 'tis Ali the Cairene, whom the Jew Azariah had enchanted. And she turned to the dog and said to him, Art thou Ali of Cairo? And he signed to her with his head, Yes. Then her father asked her, Why did the Jew enchant him? And she answered, Because of his daughter Kamar's dress, but I can release him. Said the broker, And thou canst indeed do him this good office. Now is the time. And she, If he will marry me, I will release him. And he signed to her with his head, Yes. So she took a cup of water, graven with certain signs, and conjuring over it, was about to sprinkle Ali therewith, when, lo and behold, she heard a great cry, and the cup fell from her hand. She turned and found that it was her father's handmaid who had cried out, and she said to her, "O my mistress, it's thus thou keepest the covenant between me and thee. None taught thee this art save I, and thou didst agree with me that thou wouldst do naught without consulting me, and that whoso married thee should marry me also, and that one night should be mine, and one night thine." And the broker's daughter said, "'Tis well." When the broker heard the maid's words, he asked his daughter, "Who taught the maid?" And she answered, "O my papa, inquire of herself." So he put the question, and she replied, "Know, O my lord, that when I was with Azariah the Jew, I used to spy upon him and listen to him, when he performed his gramarye. And when he went forth to his shop in Baghdad, I opened his books and read in them till I became skilled in the Kabbalah science. One day he was warm with wine and would have me lie with him, but I objected, saying, I may not grant thee this except thou become a Moslem. He refused, and I said to him, Now for the Sultan's market. So he sold me to thee, and I taught my young mistress, making it a condition with her that she should do naught without my counsel, and that whoso might wed her should wed me also, one night for me and one night for her. Then she took a cup of water, and conjuring over it, sprinkled the dog therewith, saying, Return thou to form of a man. And he straightway was restored to his former shape, whereupon the broker saluted him with the salam, and asked him the reason for his enchantment. So Ali told him all that had passed, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 27. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 28 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie Cingi. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 28. When it was the 718th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the broker, having saluted Ali of Cairo with a salam, asked him the reason of his enchantment and what had befallen him. And he answered by telling him all that had passed, when the broker said to him, Will not my daughter and handmaid suffice thee? But he answered, Needs must I have Zaynab also. Now suddenly there came a rap at the door, and the maid said, Who is at the door? The knocker replied, Kamar, daughter of Azariah the Jew. Say me, is Ali of Cairo with you? Replied the broker's daughter, O thou daughter of a dog, if he be with us, what wilt thou with him? Go down, O maid, and open to her. So the maid let her in, and when she looked upon Ali, and he upon her, he said, What bringeth thee hither, O dog's daughter? Quoth she, I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Mohammed is the apostle of God. And having thus Islamized, she asked him, Do men in the faith of Al-Islam give marriage portions to women, or do women dower men? Quoth he, Men endow women. Then, said she, I come and dower myself for thee, bringing thee, as my marriage portion, my dress, together with the rod and charger and chains and the head of my father, the enemy of thee and the foeman of Allah. And she threw down the Jew's head before him. Now the cause of her slaying her sire was as follows. On the night of his turning Ali into a dog, she saw in a dream a speaker who said to her, "Become a Moslemah." She did so, and as soon as she awoke next morning, she expounded al-Islam to her father, who refused to embrace the faith. So she drugged him with bhang and killed him. As for Ali, he took the gear and said to the broker, "Meet we tomorrow at the Caliph's divan, that I may take thy daughter and the handmaid to wife." Then he set out rejoicing to return to the barrack of the 40. On his way he met a sweetmeat seller, who was beating hand upon hand and saying, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Folk's labour hath waxed sinful, and man is active only in fraud." Then said he to Ali, "I conjure thee, by Allah, taste of this confection." So Ali took a piece and ate it, and fell down senseless, for there was bhang therein. Whereupon the sweetmeat seller seized the dress and the charger and the rest of the gear, and thrusting them into the box where he kept his sweetmeats, hoisted it up and made off. Presently he met a Kazi, who called to him, saying, "Come hither, O sweetmeat seller." So he went up to him, and setting down his sack, laid a tray of sweetmeats upon it, and asked, "What dost thou want?" "Halwa and rajees," answered the Kazi, and taking some in his hand, said, "Both of these are adulterated." Then he brought out sweetmeats from his breast pocket, and gave them to the sweetmeat seller, saying, "Look at this fashion, how excellent it is. Eat of it, and make the like of it." So he ate, and fell down senseless, for the sweetmeats were drugged with bhang. Whereupon the Kazi bundled him into the sack, and made off with him, charger and chest and all, to the barrack of the 40. Now the judge in question was Hasan Shuman, and the reason of this was as follows. When Ali had been gone some days in quest of the dress, and they heard no news of him, Calamity Ahmad said to his men, "O lads, go and seek for your brother Ali of Cairo." So they sallied forth in quest of him, and among the rest Hasan Shuman the pestilence, disguised in a Kazi's gear. He came upon the sweetmeat seller, and knowing him for Ahmad al-Lakit, suspected him of having played some trick upon Ali. So he drugged him, and did as we have seen. Meanwhile the other 40 fared about the streets and highways, making search in different directions, and amongst them Ali Kit Fal Jamal, who, espying a crowd, made towards the people, and found the Cairene Ali lying drugged and senseless in their midst. So he revived him, and he came to himself, and seeing the folk flocking around him, asked, "Where am I?" Answered Ali Camel Shoulder and his comrades, "We found thee lying here drugged, but know not who drugged thee." Quoth Ali, "'Twas a certain sweetmeat seller who drugged me, and took the gear from me, but where is he gone?" Quoth his comrades, "We have seen nothing of him, but come, rise, and go home with us." So they returned to the barrack, where they found Ahmad al-Danaf, who greeted Ali and inquired if he had brought the dress. He replied, "I was coming hither with it and other matters, including a Jew's head, when a sweetmeat seller met me and drugged me with bhang, and took them from me." Then he told him the whole tale, ending with, "If I come across that man of goodies again, I will requite him." Presently Hasan Shuman came out of a closet and said to him, "Hast thou gotten the gear, O Ali?" So he told him what had befallen him, and added, "If I know whither the rascal is gone, and where to find the knave, I would pay him out." "Knowest thou whither he went?" Answered Hasan, "I know where he is," and opening the door of the closet, showed him the sweetmeat seller within, drugged and senseless. Then he aroused him, and he opened his eyes, and finding himself in presence of Mercury Ali and Calamity Ahmad and the 40, started up and said, "Where am I, and who hath laid hands on me?" Replied Shuman, "'Twas I laid hands on thee." And Ali cried, "O perfidious wretch, wilt thou play thy pranks on me?" And he would have slain him, but Hasan said to him, "Hold thy hand, for this fellow is become thy kinsman." "How my kinsman?" quoth Ali, and quoth Hasan, "This is Ahmad al-Lakid, son of Zainab's sister." Then said Ali to the prisoner, "Why didst thou thus, O Lakit?" And he replied, "My grandmother, Dalilah the Wily, bade me do it, only because Zurayk the fishmonger foregathered with the old woman and said, 'Mercury Ali of Cairo is a sharper and a past master in knavery, and he will certainly slay the Jew and bring hither the dress.' So she sent for me and said to me, 'O Ahmad, dost thou know Ali of Cairo?' Answered I, 'Indeed I do, and 'twas I directed him to Ahmad al-Danaf's lodging when he first came to Baghdad.' Quoth she, 'Go and set thy nets for him, and if he have brought back the gear, put a cheat on him and take it from him.' So I went round about the highways of the city till I met a sweetmeat seller, and buying his clothes and stock in trade and gear for 10 dinars, did what was done." Thereupon quoth Ali, "Go back to thy grandmother and Zurayk, and tell them that I have brought the gear and the Jew's head, and tell them to meet me tomorrow at the Caliph's divan, there to receive Zainab's dowry." And Calamity Ahmad rejoiced in this and said, "We have not wasted our pains in rearing thee, O Ali." Next morning Ali took the dress, the charger, the rod, and the chains of gold, together with the head of Azariah the Jew mounted on a pike, and went up, accompanied by Ahmad al-Danaf and the 40, to the divan, where they kissed ground before the Caliph. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 719th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ali the Cairene went up to the Caliph's divan, accompanied by his uncle Ahmad al-Danaf and his lads, they kissed ground before the Caliph, who turned, and seeing a youth of the most valiant aspect, enquired of Calamity Ahmad concerning him, and he replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, this is Mercury Ali, the Egyptian captain of the brave boys of Cairo, and he is the first of my lads." And the Caliph loved him for the valour that shone from between his eyes, testifying for him and not against him. Then Ali rose, and casting the Jew's head down before him, said, "May thine every enemy be like this one, O Prince of True Believers." Quoth Ar-Rashid, "Whose head is this?" And quoth Ali, "'Tis the head of Azariah the Jew." "Who slew him?" asked the Caliph. So Ali related to him all that had passed, from first to last, and the Caliph said, "I had not thought thou wouldst kill him, for that he was a sorcerer." Ali replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, my Lord made me prevail to his slaughter." Then the Caliph sent the Chief of Police to the Jew's palace, where he found him lying headless, so he laid the body on a bier, and carried it to Ar-Rashid, who commanded to burn it. Whereat, behold, up came Kamar, and kissing the ground before the Caliph, informed him that she was the daughter of Jew Azariah, and that she had become a Moslemah. Then she renewed her profession of faith before the Commander of the Faithful, and said to him, "Be thou my intercessor with Sharper Ali, that he take me to wife." She also appointed him her guardian to consent to her marriage with the Cairene, to whom he gave the Jew's palace and all its contents, saying, "Ask a boon of me." Quoth Ali, "I beg of thee to let me stand on thy carpet and eat of thy table." And quoth the Caliph, "O Ali, hast thou any lads?" He replied, "I have 40 lads, but they are in Cairo." Rejoined the Caliph, "Send to Cairo, and fetch them hither." Presently adding, "But, O Ali, hast thou a barrack for them?" "No," answered Ali. And Hasan Shuman said, "I make him a present of my barrack with all that is therein, O Commander of the Faithful." However, the Caliph retorted, saying, "Thy lodging is thine own, O Hasan." And he bade his treasurer give the court architect 10,000 dinars, that he might build Ali a hall with 4 daïses and 40 sleeping closets for his lads. Then said he, "O Ali, hast thou any further wish that we may command its fulfilment?" And said Ali, "O King of the age, be thou my intercessor with Dalilah the Wily, that she give me her daughter Zainab to wife, and take the dress and gear of Azariah's girl, in lieu of dower." Dalilah accepted the Caliph's intercession, and accepted the charger and dress and what not, and they drew up the marriage contracts between Ali and Zainab and Kamar, the Jew's daughter and the broker's daughter and the handmaid. Moreover, the Caliph assigned him a solde with a table morning and evening, and stipends and allowances for fodder, all of the most liberal. Then Ali the Cairene fell to making ready for the wedding festivities, and after 30 days he sent a letter to his comrades in Cairo, wherein he gave them to know the favours and honours which the Caliph had bestowed upon him, and said, "I have married 4 maidens, and needs must ye come to the wedding." So after a reasonable time the 40 lads arrived, and they held high festival. He homed them in his barrack, and entreated them with the utmost regard, and presented them to the Caliph, who bestowed on them robes of honour and largesse. Then the tiring women displayed Zainab before Ali in the dress of the Jew's daughter, and he went in unto her, and found her a pearl unthridden, and a filly by all save himself unridden. Then he went in unto the 3 other maidens, and found them accomplished in beauty and loveliness. After this, it befell that Ali of Cairo was one night on guard by the Caliph, who said to him, "I wish thee, O Ali, to tell me all that hath befallen thee from first to last with Dalilah the wily, and Zainab the coney catcher, and Zurayk the fishmonger." So Ali related to him all his adventures, and the Commander of the Faithful bade record them and lay them up in the royal muniment rooms. So they wrote down all that had befallen him, and kept it in store with other histories for the people of Mohammed, the best of men. And Ali and his wives and comrades abode in all solace of life and its joyance, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of societies, and Allah, be He extolled and exalted, is all-knowing. And also men relate the tale of Ardashir and Hayat al-Nufus. There was once in the city of Shiraz a mighty king called Saif al-Azam Shah, who had grown old without being blessed with a son. So he summoned the physicists and physicians, and said to them, "I am now in years, and ye know my case and the state of the kingdom and its ordinance, and I fear for my subjects after me, for that up to this present I have not been vouchsafed a son." Thereupon they replied, "We will compound thee a somewhat of drugs, wherein shall be efficacy, if it please Almighty Allah." So they mixed him drugs, which he used, and knew his wife carnally, and she conceived by leave of the Most High Lord, who saith to a thing, Be, and it becometh. When her months were accomplished, she gave birth to a male child like the moon, whom his father named Ardashir. And he grew up and throve, and applied himself to the study of learning and letters, till he attained the age of 15. Now there was in Al Iraq a king called Abd al-Kadir, who had a daughter by name Hayat al-Nufus, and she was like the rising full moon. But she had a hatred for men, and the folk very hardly dared name mankind in her presence. The kings of the Khosrows had sought her in marriage of a sire, but when he spoke with her thereof, she said, "Never will I do this, and if thou force me thereto, I will slay myself." Now Prince Ardashir heard of her fame, and fell in love with her, and told his father, who, seeing his case, took pity on him, and promised him day by day that he should marry her. So he dispatched his wazir to demand her in wedlock. But King Abd al-Kadir refused, and when the minister returned to King Saif al-Azam and acquainted him with what had befallen his mission and the failure thereof, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and cried, "Shall the like of me send to one of the kings on a requisition, and he accomplish it not?" Then he bade a herald make proclamation to his troops, bidding them bring out the tents, and equip them for war with all diligence, though they should borrow money for the necessary expenses. And he said, "I will on no wise turn back till I have laid waste King Abd al-Kadir's dominions, and slain his men, and plundered his treasures, and blotted out his traces." When the report of this reached Ardashir, he rose from his carpet bed, and going in to his father, kissed ground between his hands, and said, O mighty king, trouble not thyself with aught of this thing. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 720th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when report of this reached the prince, he went in to his sire the king, and kissing ground between his hands, said, O mighty king, trouble not thy soul with aught of this thing, and levy not thy champions and armies, neither spend thy monies. Thou art stronger than he, and if thou loose upon him this thy host, thou wilt lay waste his cities and dominions, and spoil his good, and slay his strong men and himself. But when his daughter shall come to know what hath befallen her father and his people by reason of her, she will slay herself, and I shall die on her account, for I can never live after her, no, never. Asked the king, And what then thinkest thou to do, O my son? And the prince answered, I will don a merchant's habit, and cast about how I may win to the princess, and compass my desire of her. Quoth Sayf al-A'azam, Art thou determined upon this? And quoth the prince, Yes, O my sire. Whereupon the king called to his wazir and said to him, Do thou journey with my son, the core of my heart, and help him to win his will, and watch over him, and guide him with thy sound judgment, for thou standest to him even in my stead. I hear and obey, answered the minister. And the king gave his son 300,000 dinars in gold, and great store of jewels, and precious stones, and goldsmiths' ware, and stuffs, and other things of price. Then Prince Ardashir went in to his mother, and kissed the hands, and asked the blessing. She blessed him, and, forthright opening her treasures, brought out to him necklaces, and trinkets, and apparel, and all manner of other costly objects hoarded up from the time of the bygone kings, whose price might not be evened with coin. Moreover, he took with him of his Mamelukes and negro slaves and cattle all that he needed for the road, and clad himself and the wazir and the company in traders' gear. Then he farewelled his parents and kinsfolk and friends, and setting out, fared on over wolds and wastes all hours of the day and watches of the night. And whenas the way was longsome upon him, he improvised these couplets. My longing, bred of love, with mine unease forever grows, nor against all the wrongs of time one succourer arose. When players and the fishes show in the sky their eyes I watch, as worshipper within whose breast a pious burning glows. For star or morn I speer until at last when it is seen, I'm madded with my passion and my fancy's woes and throes. I swear by you that never from your love have I been loosed. Naught am I, save a watcher who of slumber nothing knows. Though hard appear my hope to win, though languor I increase, and after thee my patience fails, and ne'er a helper shows, yet will I wait till Allah shall be pleased to join our loves. I'll mortify the jealous, and I'll mock me of my foes. When he ended his verse, he swooned away, and the wazir sprinkled rose water on him, till the prince came to himself, when the minister said to him, O king's son, possess thy soul in patience, for the consequence of patience is consolation, and behold, thou art on the way to whatso thou wishest. And he ceased not to bespeak him fair and comfort him till his trouble subsided, and they continued their journey with all diligence. Presently the prince again became impatient of the length of the way, and bethought him of his beloved, and recited these couplets. Longsome is absence, restlessness increaseth and despite, and burn my vitals in the blaze my love and longings light. Grows my hair grey from pains and pangs which I am doomed bear, for pine, while tear floods stream from my eyes, and sore offend my sight. I swear, O hope of me, O end of every wish and will, by Him who made mankind and every branch with leafage dight, a passion load for thee, O my desire, I must endure, and boast I that to bear such load no lover hath the might. Question the night of me, and night thy soul shall satisfy. Mine eyelids never close in sleep throughout the livelong night. Then he wept with sore weeping, and plained of that he suffered for stress of love longing. But the Wazir comforted him, and spoke him fair, promising him the winning of his wish. After which they fared on again for a few days, when they drew near to the White City, the capital of King Abd al-Kadir, soon after sunrise. Then said the minister to the prince, Rejoice, O king's son, in all good, for see, yonder is the White City, that which thou seekest. Whereat the prince rejoiced with exceeding joy, and recited these couplets. My friends, a yearning heart distraught for him, longing abides, and with sore pains abrim. I mourn like childless mother, nor can find one to console me when the light grows dim. Yet when the breezes blow from off thy land, I feel the freshness shed on heart and limb, and rail mine eyes like water-laden clouds, while in a tear sea shed by heart I swim. Now when they enter the White City, they ask for the merchant's khan, a place of moneyed men, and when shown the hostelry, they hired 3 magazines, and on receiving the keys, they laid up therein all their goods and gear. They abode in the khan till they were rested, when the Wazir applied himself to devise a device for the prince. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28. Recording by Ali Cingi, Risca, South Wales, United Kingdom. Section 29 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ali Cingi. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 29. When it was the 721st night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prince and the minister alighted at the khan, and lodged the goods in the ground-floor magazines, and there settled their servants. Then they tarried a while, till they had rested, when the Wazir arose, and applied himself to devise a device for the prince, and said to him, I have bethought me of somewhat wherein methinks will be success for thee, so it please Almighty Allah. Quoth Ardashir, O thou Wazir of good counsel, do what cometh to thy mind, and may the Lord direct thy rede aright. Quoth the minister, I purpose to hire thee a shop in the market street of the stuff sellers, and set thee therein, for that all, great and small, have recourse to the bazaar, and, meseems, when the folk see thee with their own eyes sitting in the shop, their hearts will incline to thee, and thou wilt thus be enabled to attain thy desire. For thou art fair of favour, and souls incline to thee, and sight rejoiceth in thee. The other replied, Do what seemeth good to thee. So the Wazir forthright began to robe the prince and himself in their richest raiment, and putting a purse of 1,000 dinars in his breast pocket, went forth and walked about the city, whilst all who looked upon them marvelled at the beauty of the king's son, saying, Glory be to him who created this youth of vile water. Blessed be Allah, excellentest of creators. Great was the talk anent him, and some said, This is no mortal, this is naught save a noble angel, and others, Hath Rizwan, the doorkeeper of the Eden garden, left the gate of paradise unguarded, that this youth hath come forth? The people followed them to the stuff market, where they entered and stood, till there came up to them an old man of dignified presence and venerable appearance, who saluted them, and they returned his salam. Then the Shaykh said to them, O my lords, have ye any need that we may have the honour of accomplishing? And the Wazir asked him, Who art thou, O elder? He answered, I am the overseer of the market. Quoth the Wazir, Know then, O Shaykh, that this youth is my son, and I wish to hire him a shop in the bazaar, that he may sit therein and learn to sell and buy and take and give, and come to ken merchants' ways and habits. I hear and I obey, replied the overseer, and brought them without stay or delay the key of a shop, which he caused the brokers sweep and clean. And they did his bidding. Then the Wazir sent for a high mattress, stuffed with ostrich down, and set it up in the shop, spreading upon it a small prayer carpet, and a cushion fringed with broidery of red gold. Moreover, he brought pillows, and transported thither so much of the goods and stuffs that he had brought with him as filled the shop. Next morning the young prince came, and opening the shop, seated himself on the divan, and stationed 2 Mamelukes, clad in the richest of raiment, before him, and 2 black slaves of the goodliest of the Abyssinians in the lower part of the shop. The Wazir enjoined him to keep his secret from the folk, so the Bahi might find aid in the winning of his wishes. Then he left him, and charging him to acquaint him with what befell him in the shop, day by day returned to the Khan. The prince sat in the shop till night, as he were the moon at its fullest, whilst the folk, hearing tell of his comeliness, flocked to the place, without errand, to gaze on his beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, and glorify the Almighty who created and shaped him, till none could pass through that bazaar for the excessive crowding of the folk about him. The king's son turned right and left, abashed at the throng of people that stared at him, hoping to make acquaintance with someone about the court, of whom he might get news of the princess, but he found no way to this, wherefore his breast was straitened. Meanwhile the Wazir daily promised him the attainment of his desire, and the case so continued for a time, till one morning, as the youth sat in the shop, there came up an old woman of respectable semblance and dignified presence, clad in raiments of devotees, and followed by 2 slave girls like moons. She stopped before the shop, and having considered the prince a while, cried, Glory be to God, who fashioned that face and perfected that figure. Then she saluted him, and he returned her salam, and seated her by his side. Quoth she, Whence comest thou, O fair of favour? And quoth he, From the parts of Hind, O my mother, and I have come to this city to see the world and look about me. Honour to thee for a visitor. What goods and stuffs hast thou? Show me something handsome, fit for kings. If thou wish for handsome stuffs, I will show them to thee, for I have wares that beseem persons of every condition. O my son, I want somewhat costly of price and seemly to sight, brief, the best thou hast. Thou must needs tell me for whom thou seekest it, that I may show thee goods according to the rank of the requiter. Thou speakest sooth, O my son, said she. I want somewhat for my mistress, Hayat al-Nufus, daughter of Abd al-Kadir, lord of this land and king of this country. Now when Ardashir heard his mistress's name, his reason flew for joy, and his heart fluttered, and he gave no order to slave or servant, but, putting his hand behind him, pulled out a purse of 100 dinars, and offered it to the old woman, saying, This is for the washing of thy clothes. Then he again put forth his hand, and brought out of a wrapper a dress worth 10,000 dinars or more, and said to her, "This is of that which I have brought to your country." When the old woman saw it, it pleased her, and she asked, "What is the price of this dress, O perfect in qualities?" Answered he, "I will take no price for it." Whereupon she thanked him, and repeated the question, but he said, "By Allah, I will take no price for it. I make thee a present of it, and the princess will not accept it, and 'tis a guest gift from me to thee. Alhamdulillah, glory be to God, who hath brought us together, so that, if one day I have a want, I shall find in thee a helper to me in winning it." She marvelled at the goodliness of his speech, and the excess of his generosity, and the perfection of his courtesy, and said to him, "What is thy name, O my lord?" He replied, "My name is Ardashir." And she cried, "By Allah, this is a rare name! Therewith are kings' sons named, and thou art in a guise of the sons of the merchants." Quoth he, "Of the love my father bore me, he gave me this name, but a name signifieth naught." And quoth she in wonder, "O my son, take the price of thy goods." But he swore that he would not take aught. Then the old lady said to him, "O my dear one, truth, I would have thee know, is the greatest of all things, and thou hadst not dealt thus generously by me but for a special reason. So tell me thy case, and thy secret thought. Belike, thou hadst some wish to whose winning I may help thee." Thereupon he laid his hand in hers, and after exacting an oath of secrecy, told her the whole story of his passion for the princess, and his condition by reason thereof. The old woman shook her head, and said, "True, but, O my son, the wise say, in the current adage, 'An thou wouldest be obeyed, abstain from ordering what may not be made.' And thou, my son, thy name is Merchant, and though thou hadst the keys of the hidden hoards, yet wouldst thou be called naught but merchant. And thou wouldst rise to high rank, according to thy station, then seek the hand of a Kazi's daughter, or even an Emir's. But why, O my son, aspirest thou to none but the daughter of the king of the age and the time, and she a clean maid, who knoweth nothing of the things of the world, and hath never in her life seen anything but a palace wherein she dwelleth? Yet, for all her tender age, she is intelligent, shrewd, vivacious, penetrating, quick of wit, sharp of act, and rare of rede. Her father hath no other child, and she is dearer to him than his life and soul. Every morning he cometh to her, and giveth her good morrow, and all who dwell in the palace stand in dread of her. Think not, O my son, that any dare bespeak her with aught of these words, nor is there any way for me thereto. By Allah, O my son, my heart and vitals love thee, and were it in my power to give thee access to her, I would assuredly do it. But I will tell thee somewhat, wherein Allah may haply appoint the healing of the heart, and will risk life and goods for thee, till I win thy will for thee." He asked, "And what is that, O my mother?" And she answered, "Seek of me the daughter of a wazir or an emir, and I will grant thy request. But it may not be that one should mount from earth to heaven at one bound." When the prince heard this, he replied to her with courtesy and sense, "O my mother, thou art a woman of wit, and knowest how things go. Say me, doth a man, when his head irketh him, bind up his hand?" Quoth she, "No, by Allah, O my son." And quoth he, "Even so, my heart seeketh none but her, and naught slayeth me but love of her. By Allah, I am a dead man, and I find not one to counsel me aright and succour me. Allah upon thee, O my mother, take pity on my strangerhood and the streaming of my tears." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 722nd Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ardashir, the King's son, said to the old woman, Allah upon thee, O my mother, take pity on my strangerhood and the streaming of my tears. Replied she, By Allah, O my son, thy words rend my heart, but my hand hath no cunning wherewith to help thee. Quoth he, I beseech thee of thy favour, carry her a letter and kiss her hands for me. So she had compassion on him, and said, Write what thou wilt, and I will bear it to her. When he heard this, he was ready to fly for joy, and calling for inkcase and paper, wrote these couplets. O Hayat al-Nufus, be generous and incline to one who loving thee for parting's doomed to pine. I was in all delight, in gladsomest of life, but now I am distraught with sufferings condign. To wakefulness I cling through longsomeness of night, and with me sorrow chats through each sad eye of mine. Pity a lover sad, a sore afflicted wretch, whose eyelids ever ulcered are with tearful brine. And when the morning comes at last, the real morn, he finds him drunken and distraught with passion's wine. Then he folded the scroll, and kissing it, gave it to the old woman, after which he put his hand to a chest, and took out a second purse containing 100 dinars, which he presented to her, saying, Divide this among the slave girls. She refused it, and cried, By Allah, O my son, I am not with thee for aught of this. However, he thanked her, and answered, There is no help but that thou accept of it. So she took it, and kissing his hands, returned home, and going in to the princess, cried, O my lady, I have brought thee somewhat, the like whereof is not with the people of our city, and it cometh from a handsome young man, that whom there is not a goodlier on earth's face. She asked, O my nurse, and whence cometh the youth? And the old woman answered, From the parts of Hind, and he hath given me this dress of gold brocade, embroidered with pearls and gems, and worth the kingdom of Crossroads and Caesar. Thereupon she opened the dress, and the whole palace was illuminated by its brightness, because of the beauty of its fashion, and the wealth of unions and jewels wherewith it was broidered, and all who were present marvelled at it. The princess examined it, and judging it to be worth no less than the whole year's revenue of her father's kingdom, said to the old woman, O my nurse, cometh this dress from him or from another? Replied she, From him. And Hayat al-Nufus asked, Is this trader of our town, or a stranger? The old woman answered, He is a foreigner, O my lady, newly come hither, and by Allah he hath servants and slaves, and he is fair of face, symmetrical of form, well-mannered, open-handed, and open-hearted. Never saw I a goodlier than he, save thyself. The king's daughter rejoined, Indeed, this is an extraordinary thing, that a dress like this, which money cannot buy, should be in the hands of a merchant. What price did he set on it, O my nurse? Quoth she, By Allah, he will set no price on it, but gave me back the money thou sentest by me, and swore that he would take naught thereof, saying, 'Tis a gift from me to the king's daughter, for it beseemeth none but her, and if she will not accept it, I make thee a present of it. Cried the princess, By Allah, this is indeed marvellous generosity and wondrous munificence. But I fear the issue of his affair, lest, haply, he be brought to necessity. Why didst thou not ask him, O my nurse, if he had any desire, that we might fulfil it for him?" The nurse replied, "O my lady, I did ask him, and he said to me, I have indeed a desire, but he would not tell me what it was. However, he gave me this letter and said, 'Carry it to the princess.'" So Hayat al-Nufus took the letter and opened and read it to the end, whereupon she was so chafed and lost temper, and changing colour for anger, she cried out to the old woman, saying, "Woe to thee, O nurse! What is the name of this dog who durst write this language to a king's daughter? What affinity is there between me and this hound, that he should address me thus? By Almighty Allah, Lord of the world Zemzem and of the Hatim wall, but that I fear the Omnipotent, the Most High, I would send and bind the cursed hands behind him, and slit his nostrils, and shear off his nose and ears, and after, by way of example, crucify him on the gate of the bazaar wherein is his booth." When the old woman heard these words, she waxed yellow. Her side muscles quivered, and her tongue clave to her mouth. But she hardened her heart, and said, "Softly, O my lady, what is there in his letter to trouble thee thus? Is it aught but a memorial containing his complaint to thee of poverty or oppression, from which he hopeth to be relieved by thy favour?" Replied she, "No, by Allah, O my nurse, 'tis naught of this, but verses and shameful words. However, O my nurse, this dog must be in one of three cases. Either he is jinn mad, and hath no wit, or he seeketh his own slaughter, or else he is assisted to his wish of me by some one of exceeding puissance and a mighty sultan. Or hath he heard that I am one of the baggages of the city, who lie a night or two with whosoever seeketh them, that he writeth me immodest verses to debauch my reason by talking of such matters?" Rejoined the old woman, "By Allah, O my lady, thou sayest sooth. But reck not thou of yonder ignorant hound, for thou art seated in thy lofty, firm-builded, and unapproachable palace, to which the very birds cannot soar, neither the wind pass over it, and as for him, he is clean distraught. Wherefore do thou write him a letter, and chide him angrily, and spare him no manner of reproof, but threaten him with dreadful threats, and menace him with death, and say to him, 'Whence hast thou knowledge of me, that thou durst write me, O dog of a merchant? O thou who trudgest far and wide all thy days in wilds and wolds for the sake of gaining a dirham or a dinar? By Allah, except thou awake from thy sleep and put off thine intoxication, I will assuredly crucify thee on the gate of the market street wherein is thy shop." Quoth the princess, "I fear lest he presume, if I write to him." And quoth the nurse, "And pray, what is he, and what is his rank, that he should presume to us? Indeed, we write him but to the intent that his presumption may be cut off, and his fear magnified." And she ceased not craftily to persuade her, till she called for inkcase and paper, and wrote him these couplets: "O thou who claimest to be prey of love and ecstasy, thou who for passion spendest nights in grief and saddest gree, say, dost thou, haughty one, desire enjoyment of the moon? Did man e'er sue the moon for grace, whate'er his lunacy? I verily will counsel thee with rede the best to hear. Cut short this course, ere come thou nigh sore risk, nay death, to dree. If thou to this request return, surely on thee shall fall sore punishment for vile offence, a grievous penalty. Be reasonable then, be wise, hark back unto thy wits. Behold, in very truth I speak with best advice to thee. By him who did all things that be create from nothingness, who dressed the face of heaven with stars in brightest radiancy, if in the like of this thy speech thou dare to sin again, I'll surely have thee crucified upon a trunk of tree. Then she rolled up the letter and gave it to the old woman, who took it, and repairing to Ardashir's shop, delivered it to him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 723rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the old woman took that letter from Hayat al-Nufus, she fared forth till she found the youth who was sitting in his shop, and gave it to him, saying, Read thine answer, and know that when she perused thy paper, she was wroth with exceeding wrath. But I soothed her, and spake her fair, till she consented to write thee a reply. He took the letter joyfully, but when he had read it and understood its drift, he wept sore, whereat the old woman's heart ached, and she cried, O my son, Allah never caused thine eyes to weep, nor thy heart to mourn. What can be more gracious than that she should answer thy letter when thou hast done what thou didst? He replied, O my mother, what shall I do for a subtle device? Behold, she writeth to me, threatening me with death and crucifixion, and forbidding me from writing to her. And I, by Allah, see my death to be better than my life. But I beg thee of thy grace to carry her another letter from me. She said, Write, and I warrant I'll bring thee an answer. By Allah, I will assuredly venture my life to win for thee thy wish, though I die to pleasure thee. He thanked her, and kissing her hands, wrote these verses. Do you threaten me with death for my loving you so well? When death to me were rest, and all dying is by fate. And man's death is but a boon, when so longsome to him grows his life, and rejected he lives in lowest state. Then visit ye a lover, who hath ne'er a soul to aid, for on pious works of men heaven's blessing shall await. But an ye be resolved on this deed, then up and on, I'm in bonds to you, a bondsman confined within your gate. What path have I, whose patience without you is no more? How is this when a lover's heart in stress of love is strait? O my lady, show me ruth, who by passion am misused, for all who love the noble stand for evermore excused. He then folded the scroll and gave it to the old woman, together with 2 purses of 200 dinars, which she would have refused, but he conjured her by oath to accept of them. So she took them both, and said, Needs must I bring thee to thy desire, despite the noses of thy foes. Then she repaired to the palace, and gave the letter to Hayat al-Nufus, who said, What is this, O my nurse? Here are we in a correspondence, and thou coming and going. Indeed, I fear lest the matter get wind, and we be disgraced. Rejoined the old woman, How so, O my lady? Who dares speak such word? So she took the letter, and after reading and understanding it, she smote hand on hand, saying, Verily, this is a calamity which is falling upon us, and I know not whence this young man came to us. Quoth the old woman, O my lady, Allah upon thee, write him another letter, but be rough with him this time, and say to him, An thou write me another word after this, I will have thy head struck off. Quoth the princess, O my nurse, I am assured that the matter will not end on such wise. 'Twere better to break off this exchange of letters, and except the puppy take warning by my previous threats, I will strike off his head." The old woman said, "Then write him a letter and give him to know this condition." So Hayat al-Nufus called for pen case and paper and wrote these couplets. "O thou heedless of time and his sore despite! O thou heart whom hopes of my favours excite! Think, O prideful, wouldst win for thyself the skies? Wouldst attain to the moon shining clear and bright? I will burn thee with fire that shall ne'er be quenched, or will slay thee with scimitar sharp as bite. Leave it, friend, and 'scape the tormenting pains, such as stern hair partings from black to white. Take my warning, and fly from the road of love. Draw thee back from a course nor seemly nor right." Then she folded the scroll and gave it to the old woman, who was puzzled and perplexed by the matter. She carried it to Ardashir, and the prince read the letter and bowed his head to the earth, making as if he wrote with his finger and speaking not a word. Quoth the old woman, "How is it I see thee silent stay and not say thy say?" And quoth he, "O my mother, what shall I say, seeing that she doth but threaten me, and redoubleth in hard-heartedness and aversion?" Rejoined the nurse, "Write her a letter of what thou wilt. I will protect thee, nor let thy heart be cast down, for needs must I bring you twain together." He thanked her for her kindness, and kissing her hand, wrote these couplets. "A heart, by Allah, never soft to lover wight, who sighs for union only with his friends, his sprite, who with tear-ulcered eyelids evermore must bide, when falleth upon earth first darkness of the night. Be just, be generous, lend thy ruth, and deign give alms to love-molested lover, parted, forced to flight. He spends the length of longsome night without a doze, fire-brent and drenched in tear-flood flowing infinite. Ah, cut not off the longing of my fondest heart, now disappointed, wasted, fluttering for its blight." Then he folded the scroll and gave it to the old woman, together with 300 dinars, saying, "This is for the washing of thy hands." She thanked him and kissed his hands, after which she returned to the palace and gave the letter to the princess, who took it and read it, and throwing it from her fingers, sprang to her feet. Then she walked, shod as she was with patterns of gold, set with pearls and jewels, till she came to her sire's palace, whilst the vein of anger started out between her eyes, and none dared ask her of her case. When she reached the palace, she inquired for the king, and the slave girls and concubines replied to her, "O my lady, he is gone forth a-hunting and sporting." So she returned as she were a rending lioness, and bespake none for the space of 3 hours, when her brow cleared and her wrath cooled. As soon as the old woman saw that her irk and anger were past, she went up to her, and kissing ground between her hands, asked her, "O my lady, whither went those noble steps?" The princess answered, "To the palace of the king my sire." "And could no one do thine errand?" enquired the nurse. Replied the princess, "No, for I went to acquaint him of that which hath befallen me with yonder cur of a merchant, so he might lay hands on him and on all the merchants of his bazaar, and crucify them over the shops, nor suffer a single foreign merchant to tarry in our town." Quoth the old woman, "And was this thine only reason, O my lady, for going to thy sire?" And quoth Hayat al-Nufus, "Yes, but I found him absent a-hunting and sporting, and now I await his return." Cried the old nurse, "I take refuge with Allah, the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Praised be He! O my lady, thou art the most sensible of women, and how couldst thou think of telling the king these fond words, which it behoveth none to publish?" asked the princess, "and why so?" And the nurse answered, "Suppose thou had found the king in his palace, and told him all this tale, and he had sent after the merchants, and commanded to hang them over the shops, the folk would have seen them hanging, and asked the reason, and it would have been answered them, they sought to seduce the king's daughter." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 29. Recording by Ali Cingi, Risca, South Wales, United Kingdom.
Section 30 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 30. When it was the 724th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman said to the princess, Suppose thou had told this to the king, and he had ordered the merchants to be hanged. Would not folk have seen them, and have asked the cause of the execution, when the answer would have been, They sought to seduce the king's daughter? Then they would have dispread divers reports concerning thee, some saying, She abode with them 10 days, away from her palace, till they had taken their fill of her, and some in other guise. For woman's honour, O my lady, is like ordered milk, the least dust fouleth it, and like glass, which, if it be cracked, may not be mended. So beware of telling thy sire or any other of this matter, lest thy fair name be smirched, O mistress mine. For 'twill never profit thee to tell folk aught, no, never. Weigh what I say with thy keen wit, and if thou find it not just, do whatso thou wilt." The princess pondered her words, and seeing them to be altogether profitable and right, said, "Thou speakest sooth, O my nurse, but anger had blinded my judgment." Quoth the old woman, "Thy resolve to tell no one is pleasing to the Almighty, but something remaineth to be done. We must not let the shamelessness of yonder vile dog of a merchant pass without notice. Write him a letter, and say to him, O vilest of traders, but that I found the king my father absent, I had straightway commanded to hang thee and all thy neighbours. But thou shalt gain nothing by this, for I swear to thee, by Allah the Most High, that an thou return to the like of this talk, I will blot out the trace of thee from the face of the earth. And deal thou roughly with him in words, so shalt thou discourage him in this attempt, and arouse him from his heedlessness." "And will these words cause him to abstain from his offending?" asked the princess. And the old woman answered, "How should he not abstain? Besides, I will talk with him and tell him what hath passed." So the princess called for ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets: "To win our favours still thy hopes are bent, and still to win thy will art confident. Naught save his prideful aim shall slay a man, and he by us shall die of his intent. Thou art no lord of might, no chief of men, nabob or prince or soldan heaven sent. And were this deed of one who is our peer, he had returned with hair for fear white sprent. Yet will I deign once more to excuse thy sin, so from this time thou prove thee penitent." Then she gave the missive to the old woman, saying, O my nurse, do thou admonish this puppy, lest I be forced to cut off his head and sin on his account. Replied the old woman, By Allah, O my lady, I will not leave him a side to turn on. Then she returned to the youth, and when salams had been exchanged, she gave him the letter. He read it and shook his head, saying, Verily we are Allah's, and unto him shall we return, adding, O my mother, what shall I do? My fortitude faileth me, and my patience palleth upon me. She replied, O my son, be long-suffering. Peradventure after this Allah shall bring somewhat to pass. Write that which is in thy mind, and I will fetch thee an answer. And be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for needs must I bring about union between thee and her, Inshallah. He blessed her, and wrote to the princess a note containing these couplets. Since none will lend my love a helping hand, and I by passion's bale in death low lain, I bear a flaming fire within my heart, by day and night, nor place of rest attain. How cease to hope in thee, my wishes term, or with my longings to be glad and fain? The Lord of highest heaven to grant my prayer, pray I, whom love of lady fair hath slain. And as I'm clean o'erthrown by love and fear, to grant me speedy union deign, O deign. Then he folded the scroll and gave it to the old woman, bringing out the same time a purse of 400 dinars. She took the whole, and returning to the palace, sought the princess, to whom she gave the letter. But the king's daughter refused to take it, and cried, What is this? Replied the old woman, O my lady, this is only the answer to the letter that thou sentest to that merchant dog. Quoth Hayat al-Nufus, Didst thou forbid him as I told thee? And quoth she, Yes, and this is his reply. So the princess took the letter and read it to the end. Then she turned to the old woman and exclaimed, Where is the result of thy promise? O my lady, saith he not in his letter that he repenteth and will not again offend, excusing himself for the past? Not so, by Allah. On the contrary, he increaseth. O my lady, write him a letter, and thou shalt presently see what I will do with him. There needeth nor letter nor answer. I must have a letter that I may rebuke him roughly and cut off his hopes. Thou canst do that without a letter. I cannot do it without the letter. So Hayat al-Nufus called for pen case and paper, and wrote these verses. Long have I chid thee, but my chiding hindereth thee not. How often would my verse with writ, O hand, ensnare thee, ah! Then keep thy passion hidden deep and ever unrevealed, and if thou dare gainsay me, earth shall no more bear thee, ah! And if despite my warning thou dost to such words return, death's messenger shall go his rounds and dead declare thee, ah! Soon shall the world's fierce chilling blast o'erblow that course of thine, and birds of the wild with ravening bills and beaks shall tear thee, ah! Return to righteous course, perchance that same will profit thee. If bent on wilful aims and lewd, I fain forswear thee, ah! When she had made an end of her writing this, she cast the writ from her hand in wrath, and the old woman picked it up and went with it to Ardashir. When he read it to the last, he knew that she had not softened to him, but only redoubled in rage against him, and that he would never win to meet her. So he bethought himself to write her an answer, invoking Allah's help against her. Thereupon he indited these couplets. O Lord, by the 5 shaykhs I pray deliver me from love, which gars me bear such grief and misery. Thou knowest what I bear for passion's fiery flame, what stress of sickness for that merciless maid I dree. She hath no pity on the pangs to me decreed. How long and weekly white shall last her tyranny? I am distraught for her with passing agonies, and find no friend, O folk, to hear my plaint and plea. How long, when night hath drooped her pinions o'er the world, shall I lament in public as in privacy? For love of you I cannot find forgetfulness. And how forget when patience taketh wings to flee? O thou wild parting bird, say she is safe and sure from shift and change of time and the world's cruelty. Then he folded the scroll and gave it to the old woman, adding a purse of 500 dinars. And she took it and carried it to the princess, who read it to the end and learnt its purport. Then casting it from her hand, she cried, Tell me, O wicked old woman, the cause of all that hath befallen me from thee and from thy cunning and thine advocacy of him, so that thou hast made me write letter after letter, and thou ceasest not to carry messages going and coming between us twain, till thou hast brought about a correspondence and a connection. Thou leavest not to say, I will ensure thee against his mischief and cut off from thee his speech. But thou speakest not thus, save only to the true intent that I may continue to write thee letters, and thou to fetch and carry between us evening and morning, till thou ruin my repute. Woe to thee! Ho, eunuchs, seize her! Then Hayat al-Nufus commanded them to beat her, and they lashed her till her whole body flowed with blood, and she fainted away. Whereupon the king's daughter caused her slave women to drag her forth by the feet, and cast her without the palace, and bade one of them stand by her head till she recovered, and say to her, The princess hath sworn an oath that thou shalt never return to and re-enter the palace. The princess hath sworn an oath that thou shalt never return to and re-enter this palace, and she hath commanded to slay thee without mercy, and thou dare return hither. So when she came to herself, the damsel told her what the king's daughter said, and she answered, hearkening and obedience. Presently the slave girls fetched a basket and a porter, whom they caused to carry her to her own house. And they sent after her a physician, bidding him tend her assiduously till she recovered. He did what he was told to do, and as soon as she was whole, she mounted and rode to the shop of Ardashir, who was concerned with sore concern for her absence, and was longing for news of her. As soon as he saw her, he sprang up, and coming to meet her, saluted her. Then he noticed that she was weak and ailing. So he questioned her of her case, and she told him of all that had befallen her from her nursling. When he heard this, he found it grievous, and smote hand upon hand, saying, By Allah, O my mother, that this hath betided thee straiteneth my heart. But what, O my mother, is the reason of the princess's hatred to men? Replied the old woman, Thou must know, O my son, that she hath a beautiful garden, than which there is naught goodlier on earth's face, and it chanced that she lay there one night. In the joyance of sleep she dreamt a dream, and 'twas this, that she went down into the garden, where she saw a fowler set up his net and strew corn thereabout. After which he withdrew and sat down afar off to await what game should fall into it. Ere an hour had passed, the birds flocked to pick up the corn, and a male pigeon fell into the net and struggled in it, whereat all the others took fright and fled from him. His mate was amongst them, but she returned to him after the shortest delay, and coming up to the net, sought out the mesh wherein his foot was entangled, and ceased not to peck at it with her bill, till she severed it and released her husband, with whom she flew away. All this while the fowler sat dozing, and when he awoke he looked at the net and found it spoilt. So he mended it, and strewed fresh grain, then withdrew to a distance and sat down to watch it again. The birds soon returned and began to pick up the corn, and among the rest the pair of pigeons. Presently the she-pigeon fell into the net and struggled to get free, whereupon all the other birds flew away, and her mate, whom she had saved, fled with the rest, and did not return to her. Meantime, sleep had again overcome the fowler, and when he awoke after long slumbering, he saw the she-pigeon caught in the net. So he went up to her, and freeing her feet from the meshes, cut her throat. The princess, startled by the dream, awoke troubled and said, "Thus do men with women, for women have pity on men and throw away their lives for them when they are in difficulties. But if the Lord decree against a woman and she fall into calamity, her male deserteth her and rescueth her not, and wasted is that which she did with him of kindness. Allah curse her who putteth her trust in men, for they ill requite the fair offices which women do them." And from that day she conceived an hatred to men. Said the king's son, "O my mother, doth she never go out into the highways?" And the old woman replied, "Nay, O my son, but I will tell thee somewhat wherein, Allah willing, there shall be profit for thee. She hath a garden which is of the goodliest pleasances of the age, and every year, at the time of the opening of the fruits, she goeth thither, and taketh her pleasure therein only one day, nor layeth night but in her pavilion. She entereth the garden by the private wicket of the palace, which leadeth thereto. And thou must know that it wanteth now but a month to the time of her going forth. So take my advice, and hie thee this very day to the keeper of that garden, and make acquaintance with him, and gain his good graces. For he admitteth not one of Allah's creatures into the garth, because of its communication with the princess's palace. I will let thee know 2 days beforehand of the day fixed for her coming forth, when do thou repair to the garden, as of thy word, and make shift to night there. When the king's daughter cometh, be thou hidden in some place or other." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 725th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman charged the king's son, saying, I will let thee know 2 days beforehand of the king's daughter going down to the garden. Do thou hide thee in some place or other, and, when thou espiest her, come forth and show thyself to her. When she seeth thee, she will fall in love with thee, for thou art fair to look upon, and love covereth all things. So keep thine eyes cool and clear. And be of good cheer, O my son, for needs must I bring about union between thee and her." The young prince kissed her hand and thanked her, and gave her 3 pieces of Alexandrian silk and 3 of satin of various colours. And with each piece, linen for shifts and stuff for trousers, and a kerchief for the turban, and fine white cotton cloth of baalbak for the linings, so as to make her 6 complete suits, each handsomer than its sister. Moreover, he gave her a purse containing 600 gold pieces, and said to her, "This is for the tailoring." She took the whole and said to him, "O my son, art thou not pleased to acquaint me with thine abiding place? And I also will show thee the way to my lodging." "Yes," answered he, and sent a Mameluke with her to note her home and show her his own house. Then he rose, and bidding his slaves shut the shop, went back to the Wazir, to whom he related all that had passed between him and the old woman, from first to last. Quoth the minister, O my son, should the Princess Hayat-al-Nufus come out and look upon thee, and thou find no favour with her, what wilt thou do? Quoth Ardashir, there will be nothing left but to pass from words to deeds and risk my life with her. For I will snatch her up from amongst her attendants and set her behind me on a swift horse and make for the wildest of the wold. If I escape, I shall have won my wish, and if I perish, I shall be at rest from this hateful life. Rejoined the minister, O my son, dost thou think to do this thing and live? How shall we make our escape, seeing that our country is far distant? And how wilt thou deal thus with a king of the kings of the age, who hath under his hand 100,000 horse? Nor can we be sure but that he will dispatch some of his troops to cut off our way. Verily, there is no good in this project which no wise man would attempt. Asked Ardashir, and how then shall we do, O Wazir of good counsel? For unless I win her, I am a dead man without a chance. The minister answered, Wait till tomorrow, when we will visit this garden and note its condition, and see what betideth us with the caretaker. So when the morning morrowed, they took 1,000 dinars in a poke, and repairing to the garden, found it compassed about with high walls and strong, rich in trees and ruleful leas and goodly fruiteries. And indeed its flowers breathed perfume, and its birds warbled amid the bloom, as if it were a garden of the gardens of paradise. Within the door sat a sheikh, an old man on a stone bench, and they saluted him. When he saw them, and noted the fairness of their favour, he rose to his feet after returning their salute, and said, O my lords, perchance thee have a wish which we may have the honour of satisfying? Replied the Wazir, Know, O elder, that we are strangers, and the heat hath overcome us. Our lodging is afar off at the other end of the city. So we desire of thy courtesy that thou take these 2 dinars and buy us somewhat of provant, and open us meanwhile the door of this flower garden, and seat us in some shaded place, where there is cold water, that we may cool ourselves there, against thy return with the provision, when we will eat, and thou with us. And then, rested and refreshed, we shall wend our ways. So saying, he pulled out of his pouch a couple of dinars, and put them into the keeper's hand. Now this caretaker was a man aged 70, who had never in all his life possessed so much money. So when he saw the 2 dinars in his hand, he was like to fly for joy, and rising forthwith, opened the garden gate to the prince and the Wazir, and made them enter and sit down under a wide-spreading, fruit-laden, shade-affording tree, saying, Sit ye here, and go no further into the garden, for it hath a privy door communicating with the palace of the Princess Hayat-al-Nufus. They replied, We will not stir hence. Whereupon he went out to buy what they had ordered, and returned after a while with a porter bearing on his head a roasted lamb and bread. They ate and drank together, and talked a while, till presently the Wazir, looking about him in all corners right and left, caught sight of a lofty pavilion at the farther end of the garden. But it was old, and the plaster was peeled from its walls, and its buttresses were broken down. So he said to the garden, O Sheikh, is this garden thine own, or dost thou hire it? And he replied, I am neither owner nor tenant of the garden, only its caretaker. Asked the minister, And what is thy wage? Whereupon the old man answered, 1 dinar a month. And quoth the Wazir, Verily they wrong thee, especially an thou have a family." Quoth the elder, "By Allah, O my lord, I have 8 children, and I—" The Wazir broke in, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Thou makest me bear thy grief, my poor fellow. What wouldst thou say of him who should do thee a good turn on account of this family of thine?" Replied the old man, "O my lord, whatsoever good thou dost shall be garnered up for thee with God the Most High." Thereupon said the Wazir, "O Shaykh, thou knowest this garden of thine to be a goodly place, but the pavilion yonder is old and ruinous. Now I mean to repair it and stucco it anew and paint it handsomely, so that it will be the finest thing in the garth. And when the owner comes and finds the pavilion restored and beautified, he will not fail to question thee concerning it. Then thou dost say, 'O my lord, at great expense I set it in repair, for that I saw it in ruins, and none could make use of it, nor could anyone sit therein.' If he says, 'Whence hadst thou money for this?' reply, 'I spent of my own money upon the stucco, thereby thinking to whiten my face with thee, and hoping for thy bounties.' And needs must he recompense thee fairly over the extent of thine expenses. Tomorrow I will bring builders and plasterers and painters to repair this pavilion, and will give thee what I promised thee." Then he pulled out of his poke a purse of 500 dinars and gave it to the gardener, saying, "Take these gold pieces and expend them upon thy family, and let them pray for me and my son." Thereupon the Prince asked the Wazir, "What is the meaning of this?" And he answered, "Thou shalt presently see the issue thereof." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 726th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Wazir gave 500 ducats to the old gardener, saying, 'Take these gold pieces and expend them upon thy family, and let them pray for this my son,' the old man looked at the gold, and his wits fled. So he fell down at the Wazir's feet, kissing them and invoking blessings on him and his son. And when they went away, he said to them, 'I shall expect you tomorrow, for by Allah Almighty there must be no parting between us, night or day.' Next morning the Wazir went to the Prince's shop and sent for the syndic of the builders. Then he carried him and his men to the garth, where the gardener rejoiced in their sight. He gave them the price of rations and what was needful to the work, men for the restoration of the pavilion, and they repaired it and stuccoed it and decorated it. Then said the minister to the painters, 'Hark ye, my masters, listen to my words and apprehend my wish and my aim. Know that I have a garden like this, where I was sleeping one night among the nights, and saw in a dream a fowler set up nets and sprinkle corn thereabout. The birds flocked to pick up the grain, and a cock-bird fell into the net, whereupon the others took fright and flew away, and among the rest his mate. But after a while she returned alone and picked at the mesh that held his feet, till she set him free, and they flew away together. Now the fowler had fallen asleep, and when he awoke, he found the net empty. So he mended it, and strewing fresh grain sat down afar off, waiting for game to fall into that snare. Presently the birds assembled again to pick up the grains, and among the rest the 2 pigeons. By and by the hen bird fell into the net, when all the other birds took fright at her and flew away, and her husband flew with them and did not return. Whereupon the fowler came up, and taking the quarry, cut her throat. Now when her mate flew away with the others, a bird of raven seized him and slew him and ate his flesh and drank his blood. And I would have you portray me the presentment of this my dream, even as I have related it to you, in the liveliest colours, laying the fair scene in this rare garden, with its walls and trees and rills, and dwell especially on the fowler and the falcon. If ye do this I have set forth to you, and the work please me, I will give thee what shall gladden your hearts over and above your wage. The painters, hearing these words, applied themselves with all diligence to do what he required of them, and wrought it out in masterly style. And when they had made an end of the work, they showed it to the Wazir, who, seeing his so-called dream set forth as it was pleased, and thanked them and rewarded them munificently. Presently the prince came in, according to his custom, and entered the pavilion, unweeting what the Wazir had done. So when he saw the portraiture of the fowler and the birds and the net, and beheld the male pigeon in the clutches of the hawk which had slain him and was drinking his blood and eating his flesh, his understanding was confounded, and he returned to the minister and said, O Wazir of good counsel, I have seen this day a marvel which, were it graven with needle gravers on the eye corners, would be a warner to whoso will be warned. Asked the minister, And what is that, O my lord? And the prince answered, Did I not tell thee of the dream the princess had, and how it was the cause of her hatred for men? Yes, replied the Wazir. And Ardashir rejoined, By Allah, O minister, I have seen the whole dream portrayed in painting, as I had eyed it with mine own eyes. But I found therein a circumstance which was hidden from the princess, so that she saw it not, and 'tis upon this that I rely for the winning of my wish. Quoth the Wazir, And what is that, O my son? And quoth the prince, I saw that when the male bird flew away and, leaving his mate entangled in the net, failed to return and save her, a falcon pounced on him and, slaying him, ate his flesh and drank his blood. Would to heaven the princess had seen the whole of the dream and beheld the cause of his failure to return and rescue her. Replied the Wazir, By Allah, O auspicious king, this is indeed a rare thing and a wonderful. And the king's son ceased not to marvel at the picture and lament that the king's daughter had not beheld the dream to its end, saying to himself, Would she had seen it to the last, or might see the whole over again, though but in the imbroglio of sleep. Then quoth the Wazir to him, Thou saidst to me, Why wilt thou repair the pavilion? And I replied, Thou shalt presently see the issue thereof. And behold, now its issue thou seest. For it was I did this deed, and bade the painters portray the princess's dream thus, and paint the male bird in the pounces of the falcon, which eateth his flesh and drinketh his blood, so that when she cometh to the pavilion, she will behold her dream depicted, and see how the cock pigeon was slain, and excuse him, and turn from her hate for men. When the prince heard the Wazir's words, he kissed his hands and thanked him, saying, Verily, the like of thee is fit to be minister to the most mighty king. And by Allah, an I win my wish and return to my sire rejoicing, I will assuredly acquaint him with this, that he may redouble in honouring thee and advance thee in dignity and hearken to thine every word. So the Wazir kissed his hand, and they both went to the old gardener and said, Look at yonder pavilion and see how fine it is. And he replied, This is all of your happy thought. Then said they, O elder, when the owners of the palace questioned thee concerning the restoration of the pavilion, say thou, 'Twas I did it of my own monies, to the intent that there may betide thee fair favour and good fortune. He said, I hear and I obey. And the prince continued to pay him frequent visits. Such was the case with the prince and the wazir, but as regards Hayat al-Nufus, when she ceased to receive the prince's letters and messages, and when the old woman was absent from her, she rejoiced with joy exceeding and concluded that the young man had returned to his own country. One day there came to her a covered tray from her father. So she uncovered it, and finding therein fine fruits, asked her waiting women, "Is the season of these fruits come?" Answered they, "Yes." Thereupon she cried, "Would we might make ready to take our pleasure in the flower garden." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 31. When it was the 727th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the princess, after receiving the fruit from her sire, asked, 'Is the season of these fruits set in?' And they answered, 'Yes.' Thereupon she cried, 'Would we might make ready to take our pleasure in the flower garden?' 'O my lady,' they replied, 'thou sayest well, and by Allah, we also long for the garden.' So she inquired, 'How shall we do, seeing that every year it is none save my nurse who taketh us to walk in the garden, and who pointeth out to us the various trees and plants? And I have beaten her and forbidden her from me. Indeed, I repent me of what was done by me to her, for that, in any case, she is my nurse, and hath over me the right of fosterage. But here there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." When her handmaids heard this, they all sprang up, and kissing the ground between her hands, exclaimed, "Allah upon thee, O my lady, do thou pardon her and bid her to the presence." And quoth she, "By Allah, I am resolved upon this. But which of you will go to her? For I have prepared her a splendid robe of honour." Hereupon two damsels came forward, by name Bulbul and Siwad Alain, who were comely and graceful, and the principals among the princess's women and her favourites. And they said, "We will go to her, O king's daughter." And she said, "Do what seemeth good to you." So they went to the house of the nurse, and knocked at the door and entered. And she, recognizing the twain, received them with open arms and welcomed them. When they had sat a while with her, they said to her, "O nurse, the princess pardoneth thee and desireth to take thee back into favour." She replied, "This may never be, though I drink the cup of ruin. Hast thou forgotten how she put me to shame before those who love me and those who hate me, when my clothes were dyed with my blood, and I well nigh died for stress of beating? And after this they dragged me forth by the feet, like a dead dog, and cast me without the door? So by Allah, I will never return to her, nor fill my eyes with her sight." Quoth the two girls, "Disappoint not our pains in coming to thee, nor send us away unsuccessful. Where is thy courtesy uswards? Think but who is it that cometh in to visit thee? Canst thou wish for any higher of standing than we with the king's daughter?" She replied, "I take refuge with Allah. Well I wot that my station is less than yours. Were it not that the princess's favour exalted me above all her women, so that were I wroth with the greatest of them, she had died in her skin of fright. They rejoined, All is as it was, and naught is in any wise changed. Indeed, 'tis better than before, for the princess humbleth herself to thee, and seeketh a reconciliation without intermediary. Said the old woman, By Allah, were it not for your presence and intercession with me, I had never returned to her. No, not though she had commanded to slay me. They thanked her for this, and she rose, and dressing herself, accompanied them to the palace. Now when the king's daughter saw her, she sprang to her feet in honour, and the old woman said, Allah, Allah! O king's daughter, say me, whose was the fault, mine or thine? Hayat al-Nufus replied, The fault was mine, and 'tis thine to pardon and forgive. By Allah, O my nurse, thy rank is high with me, and thou hast over me the right of fosterage. But thou knowest that Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath allotted to his creatures 4 things: disposition, life, daily bread, and death, nor is it in man's power to avert that which is decreed. Verily, I was beside myself and could not recover my senses. But, O my nurse, I repent of what deed I did. With this, the crone's anger ceased from her, and she rose and kissed the ground before the princess, who called for a costly robe of honour and threw it over her, whereat she rejoiced with exceeding joy in the presence of the princess's slaves and women. When all ended thus happily, Hayat al-Nufus said to the old woman, O my nurse, how go the fruits and growths of our garth? And she replied, O my lady, I see excellent fruits in the town, but I will inquire of this matter and return thee an answer this very day. Then she withdrew, honoured with all honour, and betook herself to Ardashir, who received her with open arms and embraced her and rejoiced in her coming, for that he had expected her long and longingly. She told him all that had passed between herself and the princess, and how her mistress was minded to go down to the garden on such a day. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 728th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman betook herself to the prince, and told him all that had passed between herself and the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, and how her mistress was minded to go down into the garden on such a day, and said to him, Hast thou done as I bade thee with the warder of the garden, and hast thou made him taste of thy bounties? He replied, Yes, and the oldster is become my good friend. My way is his way, and he would well I had need of him. Then he told her all that had happened, and of the dream paintings which the Wazir had caused to be limned in the pavilion, especially of the fowler, the net, and the falcon, whereat she joyed with great joy and said, Allah upon thee, do thou set thy minister midmost thy heart, for this that he hath done pointeth to the keenness of his wit, and he hath helped thee to the winning thy wish. So rise forthright, O my son, and go to the hammam bath, and don thy daintiest dress, wherein may be our success. Then fare thou to the gardener, and make shift to pass the night in the garden. For though he should give the earth full of gold, none may win to pass into it whilst the king's daughter is therein. When thou hast entered, hide thee where no eye may espy thee, and keep concealed till thou hear me cry, O thou whose boons are hidden, save us from that we fear. Then come forth from thine ambush, and walk among the trees, and show thy beauty and loveliness which put the moons to shame, to the intent that Princess Hayat al-Nufus may see thee, and that her heart and soul may be filled with love of thee. So shalt thou attain to thy wish, and thy grief be gone. "To hear is to obey," replied the young prince, and gave her a purse of 1,000 dinars, which she took and went away. Thereupon Ardashir fared straight for the bath and washed, after which he arrayed himself in the richest of robes of the apparel of the kings of the Chosroes, and girt his middle with a girdle wherein were conjoined all manner precious stones, and donned a turban inwoven with red gold and purfled with pearls and gems. His cheeks shone rosy red, and his lips were scarlet. His eyelids like the gazelles wantoned, like a wine-struck white in his gait he swayed. Beauty and loveliness garbed him, and his shape shamed the bowing of the bow. Then he put in his pocket a purse containing 1,000 dinars, and repairing to the flower garden, knocked at the door. The gardener opened to him, and rejoicing with great joy, salaamed to him in most worshipful fashion. Then observing that his face was overcast, he asked him how he did. The king's son answered, "Know, O elder, that I am dear to my father, and he never laid his hand on me till this day, when words arose between us, and he abused me and smote me on the face and struck me with his staff and drave me away. Now I have no friend to turn to, and I fear the perfidy of fortune, for thou knowest that the wrath of parents is no light thing. Wherefore I come to thee, O uncle, seeing that to my father thou art known, and I desire of thy favour that thou suffer me abide in the garden till the end of the day, or pass the night there, till Allah grant good understanding between myself and my sire." When the old man heard these words, he was concerned anent what had occurred, and said, "O my lord, dost thou give me leave to go to thy sire, and be the means of reconciliation between thee and him?" Replied Ardashir, "O uncle, thou must know that my father is of impatient nature and irascible. So an thou proffer him reconciliation in his heat of temper, he will make thee no answer. But when a day or two shall have passed, his heat will soften. Then go thou in to him, and thereupon he will relent." "Hearkening and obedience," quoth the gardener. "But, O my lord, do thou come with me to my house, where thou shalt night with my children and my family, and none shall reproach this to us." Quoth Ardashir, "O uncle, I must be alone when I am angry." The old man said, "It irketh me that thou shouldst lie solitary in the garden, when I have a house." But Ardashir said, "O uncle, I have an aim in this, that the trouble of my mind may be dispelled from me, and I know that in this lies the means of regaining his favour and softening his heart to me." Rejoined the gardener, "I will fetch thee a carpet to sleep on, and a coverlet wherewith to cover thee." And the prince said, "There is no harm in that, O uncle." So the keeper rose and opened the garden to him, and brought him the carpet and coverlet, knowing not that the king's daughter was minded to visit the garth. On this wise it fared with the prince, but as regards the nurse, she returned to the princess and told her that the fruits were kindly ripe on the garden trees, whereupon she said, "O my nurse, go down with me tomorrow into the garden, that we may walk about in it and take our pleasure, Inshallah, and send meanwhile to the gardener to let him know what we purpose." So she sent to the gardener to say, "The princess will visit the parterre tomorrow, so leave neither water carriers nor tree tenders therein, nor let one of Allah's creatures enter the garth." When word came to him, he set his waterways and channels in order, and going to Ardashir said to him, "O my lord, the king's daughter is mistress of this garden, and I have only to crave thy pardon, for the place is thy place, and I live only in thy favours. Except that my tongue is under thy feet. I must tell thee that the Princess Hayat al-Nufus hath a mind to visit it tomorrow at the first of the day, and hath bidden me to leave none therein who might look upon her. So I would have thee of thy favour go forth of the garden this day, for the Queen will abide only in it till the time of mid-afternoon prayer, and after it shall be at thy service for se'nnights and fortnights, months and years. Ardashir asked, "O elder, haply we have caused thee some mishap." And the other answered, "By Allah, O my lord, naught hath betided me from thee but honour." Rejoined the Prince, "An it be so, nothing but all good shall befall thee through us, for I will hide in the garden, and none shall espy me till the King's daughter hath gone back to her palace." Said the gardener, "O my lord, an she espy the shadow of a man in the garden, or any of Allah's male creatures, she will strike off my head." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 729th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the gardener said to the Prince, 'And the King's daughter espy the shadow of a man in her garden, she will strike off my head,' the youth replied, 'Have no fear, I will on no wise let any see me. But doubtless today thou lackest of spending money for thy family.' Then he put his hand to his purse and pulled out 500 ducats, which he gave to him, saying, 'Take this gold and lay it out on thy family, that thy heart may be at ease concerning them.' When the Shaykh looked upon the gold, his life seemed a light thing to him, and he suffered the Prince to tarry where he was, charging him straitly not to show himself in the garden. Then he left him loitering about. Meanwhile, when the eunuchs went into the Princess at break of day, she bade open the private wicket leading from the palace to the parterres, and donned a royal robe embroidered with pearls and jewels and gems, over a shift of fine silk purfled with rubies. Under the whole was that which the tongue refuseth to explain, whereat was confounded the brain, and whose love would embrave the craven's strain. On her head she set a crown of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and she tripped in patterns of cloth of gold, embroidered with fresh pearls, and adorned with all manner precious stones. Then she put her hand upon the old woman's shoulder and commanded to go forth by the privy door. But the nurse looked at the garden, and seeing it full of eunuchs and handmaids walking about, eating the fruits and troubling the streams, and taking their ease of sport and pleasure in the water, said to the Princess, "O my lady, is this a garden or a madhouse?" Quoth the Princess, "What meaneth thy speech, O nurse?" And quoth the old woman, "Verily, the garden is full of slave girls and eunuchs, eating of the fruits, and troubling the streams, and scaring the birds, and hindering us from taking our ease, and sporting and laughing and what not else. And thou hast no need of them. Wert thou going forth of thy palace into the highway, this would be fitting, as an honour and award to thee. But now, O my lady, thou goest forth of the wicket into the garden, where none of Almighty Allah's creatures may look on thee." Rejoined the Princess, "By Allah, O nurse mine, thou sayest sooth, but how shall we do?" And the old woman said, "Bid the eunuchs send them all away, and keep only 2 of the slave girls, that we may make merry with them." So she dismissed them all, with the exception of 2 of her handmaids who were most in favour with her. But when the old woman saw that her heart was light, and that the season was pleasant to her, she said to her, "Now we can enjoy ourselves aright, so up and let us take our pleasance in the garden." The Princess put her hand upon her shoulder and went out by the private door. The 2 waiting women walked in front, and she followed them, laughing at them, and swaying gracefully to and fro in her ample robes, while the nurse forewent her, showing her the trees and feeding her with fruits. And so they fared on from place to place, till they came to the pavilion, which, when the King's daughter beheld and saw that it had been restored, she asked the old woman, "O my nurse, seest thou yonder pavilion? It hath been repaired and its walls whitened." She answered, "By Allah, O my lady, I heard say that the keeper of the garden had taken stuffs of a company of merchants, and sold them and bought bricks with lime and plaster and stones and so forth with the price. So I asked him what he had done with all this, and he said, I have repaired the pavilion which lay in ruins, presently adding, and when the merchants sought their due of me, I said to them, Wait till the princess visit the garden and see the repairs, and they satisfy her. Then I will take of her what she is pleased to bestow on me, and pay you what is due. Quoth I, What moved thee to do this thing? And quoth he, I saw the pavilion in ruins, the coins thrown down, and the stucco peeled from the walls, and none had the grace to repair it. So I borrowed the coin on my own account and restored the place. And I trust in the king's daughter to deal with me as befitteth her dignity. And I said, The princess is all goodness and generosity, and will no doubt requite thee. And he did all this, but in hopes of thy bounty. Replied the princess, By Allah, he hath dealt nobly in rebuilding it, and hath done the deed of generous men. Call me my purse-keeperess. The old woman accordingly fetched the purse-keeperess, whom the princess bade gave the gardener 2,000 dinars, whereupon the nurse sent to him, bidding him to the presence of the king's daughter. But when the messenger said to him, Obey the queen's order, the gardener felt feeble, and trembling in every joint, said in himself, Doubtless the princess hath seen the young man, and this day will be the most unlucky of days for me. So he went home and told his wife and children what had happened, and gave them his last charges and farewell to them, while they wept for and with him. Then he presented himself before the princess, with a face the colour of turmeric, and ready to fall flat at full length. The old woman remarked his plight, and hastened to forestall him, saying, O Sheikh, kiss the earth in thanksgiving to Almighty Allah, and be constant in prayer to him for the princess. I told her what thou didst in the manner of repairing the ruined pavilion, and she rejoiceth in this, and bestoweth on thee 2,000 dinars in requital of thy pains. So take them from the purse-keeperess, and kiss the earth before the king's daughter, and bless her, and wend thy way. Hearing these words, he took the gold, and kissed the ground before Hayat al-Nufus, calling down blessings on her. Then he returned to his house, and his family rejoiced in him, and blessed him who had been the prime cause of this business. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 32. When it was the 730th night, she pursued, It has reached me, O auspicious king, that when the caretaker took the 2,000 ducats from the princess and returned to the house, all his family rejoiced in him and blessed him who had been the prime cause of this business. Thus it fared with these, but as regards the old woman, she said to the princess, O my lady, this is indeed become a fine place. Never saw I a purer white than its plastering, nor properer than its painting. I wonder if he have also repaired it within. Else hath he made the outside white and left the inside black. Come, let us enter and inspect. So they went in, the nurse preceding, and found the interior painted and gilded in the goodliest way. The princess looked right and left till she came to the upper end of the estrade, when she fixed her eyes upon the wall and gazed long and earnestly thereat, whereupon the old woman knew that her glance lighted upon the presentment of her dream, and took the 2 waiting women away with her, that they might not divert her mind. When the king's daughter had made an end of examining the painting, she turned to the old woman, wondering, and beating hand on hand, and said to her, "O my nurse, come, see a wondrous thing, which were it graven with needle gravers on the eye corners, would be a warner to whoso will be warned." She replied, "And what is that, O my lady?" When the princess rejoined, "Go, look at the upper end of the estrade, and tell me what thou seest there." So she went up and considered the dream drawing, and then she came down wondering, and said, "By Allah, O my lady, here is depicted the garden, and the fowler, and his net, and the birds, and all thou sawest in thy dream. And verily, nothing but urgent need withheld the male pigeon from returning to free his mate after he had fled her. For I see him in the talons of a bird of raven, which hath slaughtered him, and is drinking his blood, and rending his flesh, and eating it. And this, O my lady, caused his tarrying to return and rescue her from the net. But, O my mistress, the wonder is how thy dream came to be thus depicted. For, wert thou minded to set it forth in painture, thou hadst not availed to portray it. By Allah, this is a marvel which should be recorded in histories. Surely, O my lady, the angels appointed to attend upon the sons of Adam knew that the cock-pigeon was wronged of us, because we blamed him for deserting his mate. So they embraced his cause, and made manifest his excuse. And now, for the first time, we see him in the hawk's pounces a dead bird." Quoth the princess, "O my nurse, verily fate and fortune had cause against this bird, and we did him wrong." Quoth the nurse, "O my mistress, foes shall meet before Allah the Most High. But, O my lady, verily the truth hath been made manifest, and the male pigeon's excuse certified to us. For had the hawk not seized him and drunk his blood and rent his flesh, he had not held aloof from his mate, but had returned to her, and set her free from the net. But against death there is no recourse, nor, O my lady, is there aught in the world more tenderly solicitous than the male for the female, among all creatures which Almighty Allah hath created. And especially 'tis thus with man, for he starveth himself to feed his wife, strippeth himself to clothe her, angereth his family to please her, and disobeyeth and denieth his parents to endow her. She knoweth his secrets, and concealeth them, and she cannot endure from him a single hour. An he be absent from her one night, her eyes sleep not, nor is there a dearer to her than he. She loveth him more than her parents, and they lie down to sleep in each other's arms, with his hand under her neck, and her hand under his neck. Even as saith the poet, I make my wrist her pillow, and I lay with her in litter. And I said to night be long, while the full moon showed glitter. Ah me, it was a night, Allah never made its like, whose first was sweetest sweet, and whose last bitterest bitter. Then he kisseth her, and she kisseth him, and I have heard of a certain king that, when his wife fell sick and died, he buried himself alive with her, submitting himself to death for the love of her and the strait companionship which was between them. Moreover, a certain king sickened and died, and when they were about to bury him, his wife said to her people, Let me bury myself alive with him, else will I slay myself, and my blood shall be on your hands. So when they saw that she would not be turned from this thing, they left her, and she cast herself into the grave with her dead husband, of the greatness of her love and tenderness for him. And the old woman ceased not to ply the princess with anecdotes of conjugal love between men and women, till there ceased that which was in her heart of hatred for the sex masculine. And when she felt that she had succeeded in renewing in her the natural inclination of woman to man, she said to her, "'Tis time to go and walk in the garden." So they fared forth from the pavilion and paced among the trees. Presently the prince chanced to turn, and his eyes fell on Hayat al-Nufus. And when he saw the symmetry of her shape, and the rosy clearness of her cheeks, and the blackness of her eyes, and her exceeding grace, and her passing loveliness, and her excelling beauty, and her prevailing elegance, and her abounding perfection, his reason was confounded, and he could not take his eyes off her. Passion annihilated his right judgment, and love overpassed all limits in him. His vitals were occupied with her service, and his heart was aflame with fire of rapine, so that he swooned away and fell to the ground. When he came to himself, she had passed from his sight and was hidden from him among the trees. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 731st night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Prince Ardashir, who lay hid in the garden, saw the princess and her nurse walking among the trees, he swooned away for very love-longing. When he came to himself, Hayat al-Nufus had passed from his sight and was hidden from him among the trees. So he sighed from his heart-core and improvised these couplets. Whenas mine eyes behold her loveliness, my heart is torn with love's own ecstasy. I wake o'erthrown, cast down on face of earth, nor can the princess my sore torment see. She turned and ravished this sad love-thralled sprite. Mercy, by Allah, ruth, nay, sympathy. O Lord, afford me union, deign thou soothe my soul, ere grave niche house this course of me. I'll kiss her 10 times 10 times, and times 10, for lover's wasted cheek the kisses be. The woman ceased not to lead the princess a-pleasuring about the garden, till they reached the place where the prince lay ambushed, when, behold, she said, O thou whose bounties are hidden, vouchsafe us assurance from that we fear. The king's son, hearing the signal, left his lurking place, and surprised by the summons, walked among the trees, swaying to and fro with a proud and graceful gait, and a shape that shamed the branches. His brow was crowned with pearly drops, and his cheeks, red as the afterglow, extolled be Allah the Almighty in that he hath created. When the king's daughter caught sight of him, she gazed a long while on him, and noticed his beauty and grace and loveliness, and his eyes that wantoned like the gazelles, and his shape that outvied the branches of the myrobalan, wherefore her wits were confounded, and her soul captivated, and her heart transfixed with the arrows of his glances. Then she said to the old woman, O my nurse, whence came yonder handsome youth? And the nurse asked, Where is he, O my lady? There he is, answered Hayat al-Nufus, near hand among the trees. The old woman turned right and left, as if she knew not of his presence, and cried, And pray, who can have taught this youth the way into the garden? Quoth Hayat al-Nufus, Who shall give us news of the young man? Glory be to him who created men. But say me, dost thou know him, O my nurse? Quoth the old woman, O my lady, he is the young merchant who wrote to thee by me. The princess, and indeed she was drowned in the sea of her desire and the fire of her passion and love-longing, broke out, O my nurse, how goodly is this youth! Indeed, he is fair of favour. Methinks there is not on the face of the earth a goodlier than he. Now when the old woman was assured that the love of him had gotten possession of the princess, she said to her, Did I not tell thee, O my lady, that he was a comely youth with a burning favour? Replied Hayat al-Nufus, O my nurse, king's daughters know not the ways of the world, nor the manners of those that be therein. For they company with none, neither give nor take they. O my nurse, how shall I do to bring about a meeting and present myself to him? And what shall I say to him? And what will he say to me? Said the old woman, What device is left me? Indeed, we were confounded in this matter by thy behaviour. And the princess said, O my nurse, know thou that if any ever died of passion, I shall do so. And behold, I look for nothing but death on the spot by reason of the fire of my love-longing. When the old woman heard her words, and saw the transport of her desire for him, she answered, O my lady, now as for his coming to thee, there is no way therein, and indeed thou art excused from going to him because of thy tender age. But rise with me, and follow me. I will accost him, so shalt thou not be put to shame. And in the twinkling of an eye affection shall ensue between you. The king's daughter cried, Go thou before me, for the decree of Allah may not be rejected. Accordingly, they went up to the place where Ardashir sat, as he were the full moon at its fullest. And the old woman said to him, See, O youth, who is present before thee. 'Tis the daughter of our king of the age, Hayat al-Nufus. Bethink thee of her rank, and appreciate the honour she doth thee in coming to thee, and rise out of respect to her, and stand before her. The prince sprang to his feet in an instant, and his eyes met her eyes, whereupon they both became as they were drunken without wine. Then the love of him and desire redoubled upon the princess, and she opened her arms, and he his, and they embraced. But love-longing and passion overcame them, and they swooned away and fell to the ground, and lay a long while without sense. The old woman, fearing scandalous exposure, carried them both into the pavilion, and sitting down at the doors, said to the two waiting women, Seize the occasion to take your pleasure in the garden, for the princess sleepeth. So they returned to their diversion. Presently the lovers revived from their swoon, and found themselves in the pavilion, whereat quoth the prince, Allah upon thee, O princess of fair ones, is this vision or sleep illusion? Then the twain embraced, and intoxicated themselves without wine, complaining to each other of the anguish of passion, and the prince improvised these couplets. Sun, riseth sheen from her brilliant brow, and her cheek shows the rosiest afterglow. And when both appear to the looker on, the skyline star ne'er for shame will show. And the levin flash from those smiling lips, morn breaks, and the rays dusk and gloom o'erthrow. And when with her graceful shape she sways, droops leafiest ban-tree for envy low. Me her sight suffices, naught crave I more, lord of men and morn, be her guard from foe. The full moon borrows a part of her charms, the sun would rival, but fails his low. Whence could Sol aspire to that bending grace? Whence should Luna see such wit and such mind gifts know? Who shall blame me for being all love to her? Twixt accord and discord, I doomed to woe. 'Tis she won my heart with those forms that bend. What shall lover's heart from such charms defend? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 732nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the prince had made an end of his verses, the princess strained him to her bosom and kissed him on the mouth and between the eyes, whereupon his soul returned to him, and he fell to complaining to her that he had endured for stress of love and tyranny of longing and excess of transport and distraction, and all he had suffered for the hardness of her heart. Hearing these words, she kissed his hands and feet, and bared her head, whereupon the gloom gathered and the full moons dawned therein. Then said she to him, O my beloved, and term of all my wishes, would the day of estrangement had never been, and Allah grant that it may never return between us. And they embraced and wept together, while she recited these couplets. O who shamest the moon and the sunny glow, thou whose slaughtering tyranny lays me low. With the sword of a look thou hast shorn my heart. How escape thy sword glance fatal of blow? Thus eke are thine eyebrows a bow that shot my bosom with shafts of fiercest low. From thy cheeks' rich crop cometh paradise. How then shall my heart the rich crop forego? Thy graceful shape is a blooming branch, and shall pluck the fruit who shall bear that bough. Perforce thou drawest me, robb'st my sleep. In thy love I strip me and shameless show. Allah lend thee the rays of most righteous light. Draw the farthest near and a tryst bestow. Then have ruth on the vitals thy love hath seared, and the heart that flies to thy side the moe. And when she ended her recitation, passion overcame her, and she was distraught for love and wept copious tears, rain-like streaming down. This burnt the prince's heart, and he in turn became troubled and distracted for love of her. So he drew nearer to her and kissed her hands, and wept with sore weeping, and they ceased not from lover reproaches and converse and versifying until the call to mid-afternoon prayer. Nor was there aught between them other than this. When they bethought them of parting, and she said to him, O light of mine eyes, and core of my heart, the time for severance has come between us twain. When shall we meet again? By Allah, replied he, and indeed her words shot him as with shafts, to mention of parting I am never fain. Then she went forth of the pavilion, and he turned, and saw her sighing sighs that would melt the rock, and weeping shower-like tears, whereupon he for love was sunken in the sea of desolation, and improvised these couplets. O my heart's desire, grows my misery from the stress of love, and what cure for me? By thy face like dawn when it lights the dark, and thy hair whose hue beareth night-tide's splee, and thy form like the branch which in grace inclines to Zephyr's breath blowing fain and free, by the glance of thine eyes like the fawn's soft gaze when she views pursuer of high degree, and thy waist downborne by the weight of hips, these so heavy and that lacking gravity, by the wine of thy lip dew, the sweetest of drink, fresh water and musk in its purity. O gazelle of the tribe, ease my soul of grief, and grant me thy phantom in sleep to see. Now when she heard his verses in praise of her, she turned back to him, and embracing him, with a heart on fire for the anguish of severance, fire which naught save kisses and embraces might quench, cried, Soothe the byword saith, patience is for a lover, and not the lack thereof. There is no help for it but I contrive a means for our reunion. Then she farewelled him, and fared forth, knowing not where she set her feet, for stress of her love. Nor did she stay her steps till she found herself in her own chamber. When she was gone, passion and love-longing redoubled upon the young prince, and the delight of sleep was forbidden him, and the princess in her turn tasted not food, and her patience failed, and she sickened for desire. As soon as dawned the day, she sent for the nurse, who came, and found her condition changed, and she cried, Question me not of my case, for all I suffer is due to thy handiwork. Where is the beloved of my heart? O my lady, when did he leave thee? Hath he been absent for thee more than this night? Can I endure absence from him an hour? Come, find some means to bring us together speedily, for my soul is like to flee my body. O my lady, have patience, till I contrive thee some subtle device, whereof none shall be ware. By the great God, except thou bring him to me this very day, I will tell the king that thou hast corrupted me, and he will cut off thy head. I conjure thee by Allah, have patience with me, for this is a dangerous matter. And the nurse humbled herself to her, till she granted her 3 days' delay, saying, O my nurse, the 3 days shall be 3 years to me, and if the 4th day pass and thou bring him not, I will go about to slay thee. So the old woman left her, and returned to her lodging, where she abode till the morning of the 4th day, when she summoned the tire-women of the town, and sought of them fine dyes and rouge for the painting of a virgin girl, and adorning, and they brought her cosmetics of the best. Then she sent for the prince, and opening her chest, brought out a bundle containing a suit of woman's apparel, worth 5,000 dinars, and a head-kerchief fringed with all manner gems. Then she said to him, O my son, hast thou a mind to foregather with Hayat al-Nufus? And he replied, Yes. So she took a pair of tweezers, and pulled out the hairs of his face, and penciled his eyes with kohl. Then she stripped him, and painted him with henna, from his nails to his shoulders, and from his insteps to his thighs, and tattooed him about the body, till he was like red roses upon alabaster slabs. After a little she washed him and dried him, and bringing out a shift and a pair of petticoat trousers, made him put them on. Then she clad him in the royal suit aforesaid, and binding the kerchief about his head, veiled him and taught him how to walk, saying, Advance thy left and draw back thy right. He did her bidding, and forewent her, as he were a houri faring abroad from paradise. Then she said to him, Fortify thy heart, for thou art going to the king's palace, where there will without fail be guards and eunuchs at the gate. And if thou be startled at them, and show doubt or dread, they will suspect thee and examine thee, and we shall both get into grievous trouble, and haply lose our lives. Wherefore, an thou feel thyself unable to this, tell me. He answered, In very sooth this thing hath no terrors for me. So be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Then she went out, preceding him, till the twain came to the palace gate, which was full of eunuchs. She turned and looked at him, as much as to say, Art thou troubled or no? And finding him all unchanged, went on. The chief eunuch glanced at the nurse, and knew her, but seeing a damsel following her, whose charms confoundeth the reason, he said in his mind, As for the old woman, she is the nurse, but as for the girl who is with her, there is none in our land resembleth her in favour, or approacheth her in fairness, save the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, who is secluded and never goes out. Would I knew how she came into the streets, and would heaven I wot whether or no 'twas by leave of the king. Then he rose to learn somewhat concerning her, and well nigh 30 castratos followed him, which, when the old woman saw, her reason fled for fear, and she said, Verily, we are Allah's, and to him we shall return. Without recourse we are dead folk this time. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 33. When it was the 733rd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old nurse saw the head of the eunuchry and his assistants making for her, she was in exceeding fear and cried, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are God's, and unto him we shall return. Without recourse we be dead folk this time. When the head eunuch heard her speak thus, fear gat hold upon him, by reason of that which he knew of the princess's violence, and that her father was ruled by her, and he said to himself, Belike the king hath commanded the nurse to carry his daughter forth, upon some occasion of hers, whereof she would have none know, and if I oppose her, she will be wroth with me, and will say, This eunuch fellow stopped me, that he might pry into my affairs. So she will do her best to kill me, and I have no call to meddle in this matter. So saying, he turned back, and with him the 30 assistants who drove the people from the door of the palace. Whereupon the nurse entered and saluted the eunuchs with her head, whilst all the 30 stood to do her honour and returned her salam. She led in the prince, and he ceased not following her from door to door, and the protector protected him, so that they passed all the guards, till they came to the 7th door. It was that of the great pavilion, wherein was the king's throne, and it communicated with the chambers of his women and the saloons of the harem, as well as with his daughter's pavilion. So the old woman halted and said, Here we are, O my son, and glory be to him who hath brought us thus far in safety. But, O my son, we cannot foregather with the princess except by night, for night enveileth the fearful. He replied, True, but what is to be done? Quoth she, Hide thee in this black hole, showing him behind the door a dark and deep cistern with a cover thereto. So he entered the cistern, and she went away and left him there till ended day, when she returned and carried him into the palace, till they came to the door of Hayat al-Nufus's apartment. The old woman knocked, and a little maid came out and said, "Who is at the door?" Said the nurse, "'Tis I." Whereupon the maid returned and craved permission of her lady, who said, "Open to her, and let her come in with any who may accompany her." So they entered, and the nurse, casting a glance around, perceived that the princess had made ready the sitting chamber, and ranged the lamps in row, and lighted candles of wax in chandeliers of gold and silver, and spread the divans and estrades with carpets and cushions. Moreover, she had set on trays of food and fruits and confections, and she had perfumed the place with musk and aloes wood and ambergris. She was seated among the lamps and the tapers, and the light of her face outshone the lustre of them all. When she saw the old woman, she said to her, "O nurse, where is the beloved of my heart?" And the other replied, "O my lady, I cannot find him, nor have mine eyes espied him. But I have brought thee his own sister, and here she is." Cried the princess, "Art thou Jinn mad? What need have I of his sister? Say me, an a man's head irk him, doth he bind up his hand?" The old woman answered, "No, by Allah, O my lady, but look on her, and if she pleases thee, let her be with thee." Then she uncovered the prince's face, whereupon Hayat al-Nufus knew him, and running to him, pressed him to her bosom, and he pressed her to his breast. Then they both fell down in a swoon, and lay without sense a long while. The old woman sprinkled rose water upon them until they came to themselves, when she kissed them on the mouth more than 1,000 times, and improvised these couplets. Sought me this heart's dear love at gloom of night. I rose in honour till he sat forthright, and said, "O aim of mine, O sole desire, in such night visit hast of guards no fright?" Replied he, "Yes, I feared much, but love robbed me of all my wits and reft my sprite." We clipped with kisses, and a while clung we, for here 'twas safe, nor feared we watchman wight. Then rose we parting without doubtful deed, and shook out skirts where none a stain could sight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 734th Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when her lover visited Hayat al-Nufus in her palace, the twain embraced, and she improvised some happy couplets beseeming the occasion. And when she had ended her extempore lines, she said, Is it indeed true that I see thee in my abode, and that thou art my cup-mate and my familiar? Then passion grew on her, and love was grievous to her, so that her reason was well nigh fled for joy, and she improvised these couplets. With all my soul I'll ransom him who came to me in gloom of night, whilst I had waited long to see his figure loom. And naught aroused me save his weeping voice of tender tone, and whispered I, Fair fall thy foot, and welcome and well come. His cheek I kissed 1,000 times, and yet 1,000 more, then clipped and clung about his breast, enveiled in darkling room, and cried, Now verily I've won the aim of every wish, so praise and prayers to Allah for this grace now best become. Then slept we even as we would the goodliest of nights, till morning came to end our night and light up earth with bloom. As soon as it was day, she made him enter a place in her apartment, unknown to any, and he abode there till nightfall, when she brought him out, and they sat in converse and carouse. Presently he said to her, I wish to return to my own country and tell my father what hath passed between us, that he may equip his wazir to demand thee in marriage of thy sire. She replied, O my love, I fear, an thou return to thy country and kingdom, thou wilt be distracted from me and forget the love of me, or that thy father will not further thy wishes in this matter, and I shall die. Meseems the better rede were that thou abide with me, and in my hand grasp, I looking on thy face, and thou on mine, till I devise some plan whereby we may escape together some night and flee to thy country. For I have cut off my hopes from my own people, and I despair of them." He rejoined, "I hear and obey." And they fell again to their carousal and conversing. He tarried with her thus for some time, till, one night, the wine was pleasant to them, and they lay not down, nor did they sleep till break of day. Now it chanced that one of the kings sent her father a present, and among other things a necklace of union jewels, 29 grains, to whose price a king's treasures might not suffice. Quoth Abd al-Kadir, "This riviere beseemeth none but my daughter Hayat al-Nufus." And turning to an eunuch, whose jaw teeth the princess had knocked out for reasons best known to herself, he called to him and said, "Carry the necklace to thy lady, and say to her, One of the kings hath sent thy father this as a present, and its price may not be paid with money. Put it on thy neck." The slave took the necklace, saying in himself, "Allah Almighty make it the last thing she will put on in this world, for that she deprived me of the benefit of my grinder teeth." And repairing to the princess's apartment, found the door locked and the old woman asleep before the threshold. He shook her, and she awoke in a fright and asked, "What dost thou want?" To which he answered, "The king hath sent me on an errand to his daughter." Quoth the nurse, "The key is not here. Go away whilst I fetch it." But quoth he, "I cannot go back to the king without having done his commandment." So she went away as if to fetch the key, but fear overtook her, and she sought safety in flight. Then the eunuch awaited her a while. Then finding she did not return, he feared that the king would be angry at his delay. So he rattled at the door and shook it, whereupon the bolt gave way and the leaf opened. He entered and passed on till he came to the 7th door, and walking into the princess's chamber, found the place splendidly furnished, and saw candles and flagons there. At this spectacle he marvelled, and going up close to the bed, which was curtained by a hanging of silk, embroidered with a network of jewels, drew back the curtain from before the princess, and saw her sleeping with her arms about the neck of a young man handsomer than herself, whereat he magnified Allah Almighty, who had created such a youth of vile water, and said, "How goodly be this fashion for one who hateth men! How came she by this fellow? Methinks 'twas on his account that she knocked out my back teeth." Then he drew the curtain and made for the door. But the king's daughter awoke in a fright, and seeing the eunuch, whose name was Kafur, called to him. He made her no answer, so she came down from the bed on the estrade, and catching hold of his skirt, laid it on her head and kissed his feet, saying, "Veil what Allah veileth." Quoth he, "May Allah not veil thee, nor him who would veil thee. Thou didst knock out my grinders, and saidst to me, Let none make mention to me aught of men and their ways." So saying, he disengaged himself from her grasp, and running out, locked the door on them, and set another eunuch to guard it. Then he went in to the king, who said to him, "Hast thou given the necklace to Hayat al-Nufus?" The eunuch replied, "By Allah, thou deservest altogether a better fate." And the king asked, "What hath happened? Tell me quickly." Whereto he answered, "I will not tell thee, save in private and between our eyes." But the king retorted, saying, "Tell me at once and in public." Cried the eunuch, "Then grant me immunity." So the king threw him the kerchief of immunity, and he said, "O king, I went into the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, and found her asleep in a carpeted chamber, and on her bosom was a young man. So I locked the door upon the two and came back to thee." When the king heard these words, he started up, and taking a sword in his hand, cried out to the race of the eunuchs, saying, "Take thy lads and go to the princess's chamber, and bring me her and him who is with her, as they twain lie on the bed. but cover them both up." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 735th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the King commanded the head eunuch to take his lads and to fetch and set before him Hayat al-Nufus and him who was with her, the chief and his men entered the princess's apartment, where he found her standing up, dissolved in railing tears, and the prince by her side. So he said to them, "Lie down on the bed, as thou wast, and let him do likewise." The king's daughter feared for her lover, and said to him, "This is no time for resistance." So they both lay down, and the eunuchs covered them up and carried the twain into the king's presence. Thereupon Abd al-Kadir pulled off the coverings, and the princess sprang to her feet. He looked at her and would have smitten her neck, but the prince threw himself on the father's breast, saying, "The fault was not hers, but mine only. Kill me before thou killest her." The king made at him to cut him down, but Hayat al-Nufus cast herself on her father and said, "Kill me, not him, for he is the son of a great king, lord of all the land in its length and breadth." When the king heard this, he turned to the chief wazir, who was a gathering place of all that is evil, and said to him, "What sayst thou of this matter, O minister?" Quoth his wazir, "What I say is that all who find themselves in such case as this have need of lying, and there is nothing for it but to cut off both their heads, after torturing them with all manner of tortures." Hereupon the king called his sworder of vengeance, who came with his lads, and said to him, "Take this gallows bird and strike off his head, and after do the like with this harlot, and burn their bodies, and consult me not about them a second time." So the headsman put his hand to her back to take her. But the king cried out at him and cast at him somewhat he hent in hand, which he had well nigh killed him, saying, "O dog, how durst thou show ruth to those with whom I am wroth? Put thy hand to her hair and drag her along by it, so that she may fall on her face." Accordingly, he haled her by her hair and the prince in like manner to the place of blood, where he tore off a piece of his skirt and therewith bound the prince's eyes, putting the princess last, in the hope that someone would intercede for her. Then, having made ready the prince, he swung his sharp sword 3 times, whilst all the troops wept and prayed Allah to send them deliverance by some intercessor, and raised his hand to cut off Ardashir's head, when behold, there arose a cloud of dust that spread and flew till it veiled the view. Now the cause thereof was that when the young prince had delayed beyond measure, the king, his sire, had levied a mighty host and had marched with it in person to get tidings of his son. Such was his case. But as regards King Abd al-Kadir, when he saw this, he said, "O wights, what is the meaning of yonder dust that dimmeth sights?" The Grand Wazir sprang up and went out to reconnoitre, and found behind the cloud men like locusts, of whom no count could be made, nor aught avail of aid, filling the hills and plains and valleys. So he returned with the report to the king, who said to him, "Go down and learn for us what may be this host and the cause of its marching upon our country. Ask also of their commander and salute him for me and inquire the reason of his coming. An he come in quest of aught, we will aid him. And if he have a blood feud with one of the kings, we will ride with him. Or if he desire a gift, we will handsell him. For this is indeed a numerous host and a power uttermost, and we fear for our land from its mischief." So the minister went forth and walked among the tents and troopers and bodyguards, and ceased not faring on from the first of the day till near sundown, when he came to the warders with gilded swords in tents star-studded. Passing these, he made his way through emirs and wazirs and nabobs and chamberlains to the pavilion of the Sultan, and found him a mighty king. When the king's officers saw him, they cried out to him, saying, "Kiss ground! Kiss ground!" He did so, and would have risen, but they cried out at him a second and a third time. So he kissed the earth again, and raised his head, and would have stood up, but fell down at full length for excess of awe. When at last he was set between the hands of the king, he said to him, "Allah prolong thy days, and increase thy sovereignty, and exalt thy rank, O thou auspicious king. And furthermore, of a truth, King Abd al-Kadir saluteth thee, and kisseth the earth before thee, and asketh on what weighty business thou art come. An thou seek to avenge thee for blood on any king, he will take horse in thy service. Or, an thou come in quest of aught, wherein it is in his power to help thee, he standeth up at thy service on account thereof." So Ardashir's father replied to the Wazir, saying, "O messenger, return to thy lord, and tell him that the most mighty king, Sayf al-Azam Shah, lord of Shiraz, had a son who hath been long absent from him, and news of him have not come, and all traces of him have been cut off. An he be in this city, he will take him and depart from you. But if aught have befallen him, or any mischief have ensued to him from you, his father will lay waste your land, and make spoil of your goods, and slay your men and seize your women. Return therefore to thy lord in haste, and tell him this, ere evil befall him." Answered the minister, "To hear is to obey," and turned to go away, when the chamberlains cried out to him, saying, "Kiss ground! Kiss ground!" So he kissed the ground a score of times, and rose not till his life breath was in his nostrils. Then he left the king's high court and returned to the city, full of anxious thought concerning the affair of this king and the multitude of his troops. And going in to King Abd al-Kadir, pale with fear and trembling in his side muscles, acquainted him with that had befallen him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 34. When it was the 736th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir returned from the court of the great king, pale with fear, and with side muscles quivering for dread exceeding, and acquainted his lord with what had befallen him. Hereat disquietude and terror for himself and for his people laid hold upon him, and he said to the minister, O Wazir, and who is this king's son? Replied the other, 'Tis even he whom thou badest put to death, but praised be Allah who hastened not his slaughter, else had his father wasted our lands and spoiled our good. Quoth the king, See now thy corrupt judgment, and that thou didst counsel us to slay him? Where is the young man, the son of yonder magnanimous king? And quoth the Wazir, O mighty king, thou didst command him be put to death. When the king heard this, he was clean distraught, and cried out from his heart's core and in most of head, saying, Woe to you! Fetch me the headsman forthright, lest death fall on him. So they fetched the sworder, and he said, O king of the age, I have smitten off his head even as thou badest me. Cried Abd al-Kadir, O dog, an this be true, I will assuredly send thee after him. The headsman replied, O king, thou didst command me to slay him without consulting thee a second time. Said the king, I was in my wrath, but speak the true, ere thou lose thy life. And said the sworder, O king, he is yet in the chains of life. At this Abd al-Kadir rejoiced, and his heart was set at rest. Then he called for Ardashir, and when he came, he stood up to receive him, and kissed his mouth, saying, O my son, I ask pardon of Allah Almighty for the wrong I have done thee, and say thou not aught that may lower my credit with thy sire, the great king. The prince asked, O king of the age, and where is my father? And the other answered, He is come hither on thine account. Thereupon quoth Ardashir, By thy worship, I will not stir from before thee till I have cleared my honor and the honor of thy daughter from that which thou laidest to our charge, for she is a pure virgin. Send for the midwives, and let them examine her before thee. And they find her maidenhead gone, I give thee leave to shed my blood. And if they find her a clean maid, her innocence of dishonor and mine also will be made manifest. So he summoned the midwives, who examined the princess, and found her a pure virgin, and so told the king, seeking largesse of him. He gave them what they sought, putting off his royal robes to bestow on them. And in like manner he was bountiful to all who were in the harem. And they brought forth the scent cups and perfumed all the lords of estate and grandees, and not one but rejoiced with exceeding joy. Then the king threw his arms about Ardashir's neck, and entreated him with all worship and honor, bidding his chief eunuchs bear him to the bath. When he came out, he cast over his shoulders a costly robe, and crowned him with a coronet of jewels. He also girt him with a girdle of silk, purfled with red gold, and set with pearls and gems, and mounted him on one of his noblest mares, with selle and trappings of gold inlaid with pearls and jewels. Then he bade his grandees and captains mount on his service, and escort him to his father's presence, and charged him tell his sire that King Abd al-Kadir was at his disposal, hearkening to and obeying him in whatso he should bid or forbid. I will not fail of this, answered Ardashir, and farewelling him, repaired to his father, who, at sight of him, was transported for delight, and springing up, advanced to meet him, and embraced him, whilst joy and gladness spread among all the host of the great king. Then came the wazirs and chamberlains and captains and guards, and kissed the ground before the prince, and rejoiced in his coming. And it was a great day with them for enjoyment, for the king's son gave leave to those of King Abd al-Kadir's officers, who had accompanied him and others of the townsfolk, to view the ordinance of his father's host, without let or stay, so they might know the multitude of the great king's troops, and the might of his empire. And all who had seen him selling stuffs in the linen draper's bazaar marveled how his soul could have consented thereto, considering the nobility of his spirit and the loftiness of his dignity. But it was his love and inclination to the king's daughter that to this had constrained him. Meanwhile, news of the multitude of her lover's troops came to Hayat al-Nufus, who was still jailed by her sire's commandment, till they knew what he should order respecting her, whether pardon and release, or death and burning. And she looked down from the terrace roof of the palace, and turning towards the mountains, saw even these covered with armed men. When she beheld all those warriors, and knew that they were the army of Ardashir's father, she feared lest he should be diverted from her by his sire, and forget her, and depart from her, whereupon her father would slay her. So she called a handmaid that was with her in her apartment by way of service, and said to her, Go to Ardashir, son of the great king, and fear not. When thou comest into his presence, kiss the ground before him, and tell him what thou art, and say to him, My lady saluteth thee, and would have thee to know that she is a prisoner in her father's palace, awaiting his sentence, whether he be minded to pardon her or put her to death. And she beseecheth thee not to forget her or forsake her, for today thou art all-powerful, and in whatso thou commandest no man dare cross thee. Wherefore, an it seem good to thee to rescue her from her sire, and take her with thee, it were of thy bounty. For indeed she endureth all these trials for thy sake. But, and this seem not good to thee, for that thy desire of her is at an end, still speak to thy sire, so haply he may intercede for her with her father, and he depart not, till he have made him set her free, and taken surety from and made covenant with him, that he will not go about to put her to death, nor work her aught of harm. This is her last word to thee. May Allah not desolate her of thee. And so the peace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 737th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the bondmaid sent by Hayat al-Nufus made her way to Ardashir, and delivered him her lady's message, which when he heard, he wept with sore weeping, and said to her, Know that Hayat al-Nufus is my mistress, and that I am her slave, and the captive of her love. I have not forgotten what was between us, nor the bitterness of the parting day. So do thou say to her, after thou hast kissed her feet, that I will speak with my father of her, and he shall send his wazir, who sought her aforetime in marriage for me, to demand her hand once more of her sire, for he dare not refuse. So if he send to her to consult her, let her make no opposition, for I will not return to my country without her. Then the handmaid returned to Hayat al-Nufus, and, kissing her hands, delivered to her the message, which when she heard, she wept for very joy, and returned thanks to Almighty Allah. Such was her case. But as regards Ardashir, he was alone with his father that night, and the great king questioned him of his case, whereupon he told him all that had befallen him, first and last. Then quoth the king, What wilt thou have me do for thee, O my son? An thou desire Al-Qadir's ruined, I will lay waste his lands, and spoil his hoards, and dishonor his house. Replied Ardashir, I do not desire that, O my father, for he hath done nothing to me deserving thereof. But I wish for union with her, wherefore I beseech thee of thy favor to make ready a present for her father, but let it be a magnificent gift, and send it to him by thy minister, the man of just judgment. Quoth the king, I hear and consent. And sending for the treasures he had laid up from time past, brought out all manner precious things, and showed them to his son, who was pleased with them. Then he called his wazir, and bade him bear the present with him to King Abd al-Qadir, and demand his daughter in marriage for Ardashir, saying, Accept the present, and return him a reply. Now from the time of Ardashir's departure, King Abd al-Qadir had been troubled, and ceased not to be heavy at heart, fearing the laying waste of his reign, and the spoiling of his realm, when behold the wazir came in to him, and saluting him, kissed ground before him. He rose up standing, and received him with honor. But the minister made haste to fall at his feet, and kissing them, cried, Pardon, O king of the age! The like of thee should not rise to the like of me, for I am the least of servant slaves. Know, O king, that Prince Ardashir hath acquainted his father with some of the favors and kindnesses thou hast done him. Wherefore he thanketh thee, and sendeth thee in company of thy servant, who standeth before thee, a present, saluting thee, and wishing thee especial blessings and prosperities. Abd al-Qadir could not believe what he had heard of the excess of his fear, till the wazir laid the present before him, when he saw it to be such gift as no money could purchase, nor could one of the kings of the earth avail to the like thereof. Wherefore he's belittled in his own eyes, and springing to his feet, praised Almighty Allah, and glorified him, and thanked the prince. Then the ministers said to him, O noble king, give ear to my word, and know that the great king sendeth to thee, desiring thine alliance, and I to come thee seeking and craving the hand of thy daughter, the chaste dame and a treasured gem, Hayat al-Nufus, in wedlock for his son Ardashir. Wherefore, if thou consent to this proposal, and accept of him, do thou agree with me for her marriage portion." Abd al-Qadir, hearing these words, replied, "I hear and obey. For my part I make no objection, and nothing can be more pleasurable to me. But the girl is of full age and reason, and her affair is in her own hand. So be assured that I will refer it to her, and she shall choose for herself." Then he turned to the chief eunuch, and bade him go and acquaint the princess with this event. So he repaired to the harem, and kissing the princess' hands, acquainted her with the great king's offer, adding, "What sayest thou in answer?" "I hear and obey," replied she. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 738th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the chief eunuch of the harem, having informed the princess how she had been demanded in marriage by the great king, and having heard her reply, 'I hear and obey,' returned therewith to the king, and gave him this answer, whereat he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and calling for a costly robe of honor, threw it over the wazir's shoulders. Furthermore, he ordered him 10,000 dinars, and bade him carry the answer to the great king, and crave leave for him to pay him a visit. "Hearing and obeying," answered the minister, and returning to his master, delivered him the reply and Abd al-Qadir's message, and repeated all their talk, whereat he rejoiced greatly, and Ardashir was transported for delight, and his breast broadened, and he was a most happy man. King Saif al-Azam also gave King Abd al-Qadir leave to come forth to visit him. So, on the morrow, he took horse and rode to the camp of the great king. He came to meet him, and saluting him, seated him in the place of honor, and gave him welcome. And they two sat whilst Ardashir stood before them. Then arose an orator of the king Abd al-Qadir's court, and pronounced an eloquent discourse, giving the prince joy of the attainment of his desire, and of his marriage with the princess, a queen among kings' daughters. When he sat down, the great king caused bring a chest full of pearls and gems, together with 50,000 dinars, and said to King Abd al-Qadir, "I am my son's deputy in all that concerneth this matter." So Abd al-Qadir acknowledged receipt of the marriage portion, and amongst the rest 50,000 dinars for the nuptial festivities. After which they fetched the qazis and the witnesses, who wrote out the contract of marriage between the prince and princess, and it was a notable day, wherein all lovers made merry, and all haters and enviers were mortified. They spread the marriage feasts and banquets, and lastly Ardashir went in unto the princess, and found her a jewel which had been hidden, an union pearl unthridden, and a filly that none but he had ridden. So he notified this to his sire. Then King Saif al-Azam asked his son, "Hast thou any wish thou wouldst have fulfilled ere we depart?" And he answered, "Yes, O king. Know that I would fain take my wreak of the wazir, who entreated us on evil, wise, and the eunuch who forged a lie against us." So the king sent forthright to Abd al-Qadir, demanding of him the minister and the castrado, whereupon he dispatched them both to him, and commanded to hang them over the city gate. After this they abode a little while, and then sought of Abd al-Qadir leave for his daughter to equip her for departure. So he equipped her, and mounted her in a taktrawan, a travelling litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems and drawn by noble steeds. She carried with her all her waiting women and eunuchs, as well as the nurse, who had returned after her flight, and resumed her office. Then King Saif al-Azam and his son mounted, and Abd al-Qadir mounted also, with all the lords of his land, to take leave of his son-in-law and daughter. And it was a great day to be reckoned of the goodliest of days. After they had gone some distance, the great king conjured Abd al-Qadir to turn back. So he farewelled him and his son, after he had strained him to his breast, and kissed him between the eyes, and thanked him for his grace and favors, and commended his daughter to his care. Then he went in to the princess, and embraced her, and she kissed his hands, and they wept in the standing place of parting. After this he returned to his capital, and Ardashir and his company fared on, till they reached Shiraz, where they celebrated the marriage festivities anew. And they abode in all comfort and solace and joyance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and severer of societies, the depopulator of palaces and the garnerer of graveyards. And men also relate the tale of Julnar the Seaborn, and her son King Badar Basim of Persia. There was once in days of yore, and in ages and times long before, in Ajam land, a king Shahraman hight, whose abiding place was Khorasan. He owned 100 concubines, but by none of them had he been blessed with boon of child, male or female, all the days of his life. One day, among the days, he bethought him of this, and fell lamenting for that the most part of his existence was past, and he had not been vouchsafed a son to inherit the kingdom after him, even as he had inherited from his fathers and forebears, by reason whereof there betided him sore cark and care, and chagrin exceeding. As he sat thus, one of his Mamelukes came in to him and said, O my lord, at the door is a slave girl with her merchant, and fairer than she eye hath never seen. Quoth the king, Hither to me with merchant and maid. And both came in to him. Now when Shahraman beheld the girl, he saw that she was like a Rudanian lance, and she was wrapped in a veil of gold-purfled silk. The merchant uncovered her face, whereupon the place was illuminated by her beauty, and her 7 tresses hung down to her anklets like horses' tails. She had nature-cold eyes, heavy hips and thighs, and waist of slenderest guise. Her sight healed all maladies, and quenched the fire of sighs. For she was even as the poet cries, I love her madly, for she is perfect fair, complete in gravity and gracious way, nor over tall nor over short, the while too full for trousers are those hips that sway. Her shape is midmost twixt o'er small and tall, nor long to blame nor little to gainsay. O'er fall her anklets tresses black as night, yet in her face resplends eternal day. The king, seeing her, marveled at her beauty and loveliness, her symmetry and perfect grace, and said to the merchant, O Sheikh, how much for this maiden? Replied the merchant, O my lord, I bought her for 2,000 dinars of the merchant who owned her before myself, since when I have travelled with her 3 years, and she hath cost me, up to the time of my coming hither, other 3,000 gold pieces. But she is a gift from me to thee. The king robed him with a splendid robe of honor, and ordered him 10,000 ducats, whereupon he kissed his hands, thanking him for his bounty and beneficence, and went his ways. And then the king committed the damsel to the tirewomen, saying, Amend ye the case of this maiden, and adorn her, and furnish her a bower, and set her therein. And he bade his chamberlains carry her everything she needed, and shut all the doors upon her. Now his capital wherein he dwelt was called the White City, and was seated on the sea shore. And so they lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 34. Recording by Terry Torres.
Section 35 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 35. When it was the 739th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king, after taking the maiden, committed her to the tirewomen, bidding them amend her case, and set her in a bower, and ordered his chamberlains to shut all the doors upon her when they had lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main. Then Shahriman went in to her, but she spake not to him, neither took any note of him. Quoth he, 'Twould seem she hath been with folk who have not taught her manners. Then he looked at the damsel and saw her surpassing beauty, and loveliness, and symmetry, and perfect grace, with a face like the rondure of the moon at its full, or the sun shining in the sheeny sky. So he marvelled at her charms of favour and figure, and he praised Allah the Creator, magnified be His might. After which he walked up to her, and sat him down by her side. Then he pressed her to his bosom, and seating her on his thighs, sucked the dew of her lips, which he found sweeter than honey. Presently he called for trays, spread with richest viands of all kinds, and ate and fed her by mouthfuls, till she had enough. Yet she spoke not one word. The king began to talk to her, and asked her of her name, but she abode still silent, and uttered not a syllable, nor made him any answer, neither ceased to hang down her head groundwards. And it was the excess of her beauty and loveliness, and the amorous grace that saved her from the royal wrath. Quoth he to himself, Glory be to God, the Creator of this girl! How charming she is, save that she speaketh not, but perfection belongeth only to Allah the Most High. And he asked the slave girls whether she had spoken, and they said, From the time of her coming until now, she hath not uttered a word, nor have we heard her address us. Then he summoned some of his women and concubines, and bade them sing to her and make merry with her, so haply she might speak. Accordingly, they played before her all manner instruments of music, and sports and what not, and sang, till the whole company was moved to mirth, except the damsel, who looked at them in silence, but neither laughed nor spoke. The king's breast was straitened. Thereupon he dismissed the women, and abode alone with that damsel. After which he doffed his clothes, and disrobing her with his own hand, looked upon her body and saw it as it were a silvern ingot. So he loved her with exceeding love, and falling upon her, took her maidenhead and found her a pure virgin, whereat he rejoiced with excessive joy and said to himself, By Allah, 'tis a wonder that a girl so fair of form and face should have been left by the merchants a clean maid as she is. Then he devoted himself altogether to her, heeding none other and forsaking all his concubines and favourites, and tarried with her a whole year as it were a single day. Still she spoke not till one morning he said to her, and indeed the love of her and longing waxed upon him, O desire of souls, verily passion for thee is great with me, and I have forsaken for thy sake all my slave girls and concubines and women and favourites, and I have made thee my portion of the world and had patience with thee a whole year. And now I beseech Almighty Allah of His favour to soften thy heart to me, so thou mayst speak to me, or an thou be dumb, tell me by a sign, that I may give up hope of thy speech. I pray the Lord, extolled be He, to vouchsafe me by thee a son child, who shall inherit the kingdom after me, for I am old and lone and have none to be my heir. Wherefore Allah upon thee, and thou love me, return me a reply." The damsel bowed her head awhile in thought, and presently raising it, smiled in his face, whereat it seemed to him as if lightning filled the chamber. Then she said, "O magnanimous liege lord and valorous lion, Allah hath answered thy prayer, for I am with child by thee, and the time of my delivery is near at hand, though I know not if the unborn babe be male or female. But had I not conceived by thee, I had not spoken to thee one word." When the King heard her speech, his face shone with joy and gladness, and he kissed her head and hands for excess of delight, saying, "Alhamdolillah, laud to Lord, who hath vouchsafed me the things I desired, first thy speech, and secondly thy tidings that thou art with child by me." Then he rose up and went forth from her, and seating himself on the throne of his kingship in an ecstasy of happiness, bade his Wazir distribute to the poor and needy and widows and others 100,000 dinars by way of thank offering to Allah Most High and alms on his own account. The minister did as bidden by the King who, returning to the damsel, sat with her and embraced and pressed her to his breast, saying, "O my lady, my queen, whose slave I am, prithee what was the cause of this thy silence? Thou hast been with me a whole year, night and day, waking and sleeping, yet hast not spoken to me till this day." She replied, "Hearken, O King of the age, and know that I am a wretched exile, broken hearted and far parted from my mother and my family and my brother." When the King heard her words, he knew her desire and said, "As for thy saying that thou art wretched, there is for such speech no ground, inasmuch as my kingdom and good and all I possess are at thy service, and I also am become thy bondman. But as for thy saying, I am parted from my mother and brother and family, tell me where they are, and I will send and fetch them to thee." Thereupon she answered, "Know then, O auspicious King, that I am called Julnar the Sea-born, and that my father was of the kings of the main. He died and left us his reign, but while we were yet unsettled, behold, one of the other kings arose against us and took the realm from our hands. I have a brother called Salih, and my mother also is a woman of the sea, but I fell out with my brother the pious, and swore that I would throw myself into the hands of a man of the folk of the land. So I came forth of the sea and sat down on the edge of an island in the moonshine, where a passer-by found me and carrying me to his house, besought me of love liesse, but I smote him on the head, so that he all but died. Whereupon he carried me forth and sold me to the merchant from whom thou hadst me, and this was a good man and a virtuous, pious, loyal, and generous. Were it not that thy heart loved me, and thou promotedst me over all thy concubines, I had not remained with thee a single hour, but had cast myself from this window into the sea, and gone to my mother and family. But I was ashamed to fare them words, being with child by thee, for they would have deemed evilly of me, and would not have credited me, even although I swore to them, and I told them that a king had bought me with his gold, and made me his portion of the world, and preferred me over all his wives, and everything that his right hand possessed. This then is my story and the peace." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 740th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Julnar the Sea-born, answering the question of King Shahriman, told him her past from first to last, the King thanked her and kissed her between the eyes, saying, "By Allah, O my lady and light of mine eyes, I cannot bear to be parted from thee one hour, and given thou leave me, I shall die forthright. What then is to be done?" Replied she, "O my lord, the time of my delivery is at hand, and my family needs must be present, that they may tend me, For the women of the land know not the manner of childbearing of the women of the sea, nor do the daughters of the ocean know the manner of the daughters of the earth. And when my people come, I shall be reconciled to them, and they will be reconciled to me. Quoth the king, How do the people of the sea walk therein without being wedded? And quoth she, O King of the age, we walk in the waters with our eyes open, as do ye on the ground, by the blessing of the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon Davidson, on whom be peace. But, O King, when my kith and kin come, I will tell them how thou boughtest me with thy gold, and hast entreated me with kindness and benevolence. It behoveth that thou confirm my words to them, and that they witness thine estate with their own eyes, and they learn that thou art a king, son of a king. He rejoined, O my lady, do what seemeth good to thee, and what pleaseth thee, and I will consent to thee in all thou wouldst do. The damsel continued, Yes, we walk in the sea, and see what is therein, and behold the sun, moon, stars, and sky, as it were on the surface of earth, and this irketh us not. Know also that there be many peoples in the main, and various forms and creatures of all kinds that are on the land, and that all that is on the land, compared with that which is in the main, is but a very small matter. And the king marvelled at her words. Then she pulled out from her bosom 2 bits of Cormoran line aloes, and kindling fire in a chafing dish, chose somewhat of them, and threw it in. Then she whistled a loud whistle, and spake words none understood. Thereupon arose a great smoke, and she said to the king who was looking on, O my lord, arise, and hide thyself in a closet, that I may show thee my brother and mother and family, whilst they see thee not. For I desire to bring them hither, and thou shalt presently espy a wondrous thing, and shalt marvel at the several creatures and strange shapes which Almighty Allah hath created. So he arose without stay or delay, and entering a closet, fell a watching what she should do. She continued her fumigations and conjurations till the sea foamed and frothed turbid, and there rose from it a handsome young man of a bright favour, as he were the moon at its full, with brow flower white, cheeks of ruddy light, and teeth like the marguerite. He was the likest of all creatures to his sister, and the tongue of the case spoke in his praise these 2 couplets. The full moon groweth perfect once a month, but thy face each day we see perfected. And the full moon dwelleth in single sign, but to thee all hearts be a dwelling stead. After him there came forth of the sea an ancient dame with hair speckled grey, and 5 maidens, as they were moons, bearing a likeness to the damsel hight Julnar. The king looked upon them as they all walked upon the face of the water, till they drew near the window, and saw Julnar, whereupon they knew her, and went in to her. She rose to them and met them with joy and gladness, and they embraced her and wept with sore weeping. Then said they to her, O Julnar, how couldst thou leave us 4 years, and we unknowing of thine abiding place? By Allah, the world hath been straitened upon us for stress of severance from thee, and we have had no delight of food or drink, no, not for 1 day, but have wept with sore weeping night and day for the excess of our longing after thee. Then she fell to kissing the hands of the youth her brother, and her mother and cousins, and they sat with her awhile, questioning her of her case, and of what had betided her, as well as of her present estate. No, replied she, that when I left you, I issued from the sea, and sat down on the shore of an island, where a man found me and sold me to a merchant, who brought me to the city, and sold me for 10,000 dinars to the king of the country, who entreated me with honour, and forsook all his concubines and women and favourites for my sake, and was distracted by me from all he had and all that was in his city. Quoth her brother, Praised be Allah, who hath reunited us with thee. But now, O my sister, 'tis my purpose that thou arise and go with us to our country and people. When the king heard these words, his wits fled him, for fear lest the damsel accept her brother's words, and he himself avail not to stay her, albeit he loved her passionately, and he became distracted with fear of losing her. But Julnar answered, by Allah, O my brother, the mortal who bought me is lord of this city, and he is a mighty king and a wise man, good and generous with extreme generosity. Moreover, he is a personage of great worth and wealth, and hath neither son nor daughter. He hath entreated me with honour and done me all manner of favour and kindness. Nor from the day of his buying me to this time have I heard from him an ill word to hurt my heart. But he hath never ceased to use me courteously, doing nothing save with my counsel, and I am in the best of case with him, and in the perfection of fair fortune. Furthermore, were I to leave him, he would perish, for he cannot endure to be parted from me an hour, and if I left him, I also should die, for the excess of the love I bear him, by reason of his great goodness to me during the time of my sojourn with him. For were my father alive, my estate with him would not be like my estate with this great and glorious and puissant potentate. And verily ye see me with child by him, and praise be to Allah, who hath made me a daughter of the kings of the sea, and my husband the mightiest of the kings of the land. And Allah, in very sooth, he hath compensated me for whatso I lost. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 741st Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Julnar the Sea-born told her brother all her tale, adding, Allah hath not cut me off, but hath compensated me for whatso I lost. Now this king hath no issue, male or female, so I pray the Almighty to vouchsafe me a son who shall inherit of this mighty sovereign that which the Lord hath bestowed upon him of lands and palaces and possessions. Now when her brother and the daughters of her uncle heard this her speech, their eyes were cooled thereby, and they said, O Julnar, thou knowest thy value with us, and thou wottest the affection we bear thee, and thou art certified that thou art to us the dearest of all creatures, and thou art assured that we seek but ease for thee, without travail or trouble. Wherefore, an thou be in unease, arise and go with us to our land and our folk. But an thou be at thine ease here, in honour and happiness, this is our wish and our will, for we desire naught save thy welfare in any case. Quoth she, by Allah, I am here in the utmost ease and solace and honour and grace. When the King heard what she said, he joyed with the heart set at rest, and thanked her silently for this. The love of her redoubled on him and entered his heart core, and he knew that she loved him as he loved her, and that she desired to abide with him, that she might see his child by her. Then Julnar bade her women lay the tables and set on all sorts of viands, which had been cooked in kitchen under her own eyes, and fruits and sweetmeats, whereof she ate, she and her kinsfolk. But presently they said to her, O Julnar, thy lord is a stranger to us, and we have entered his house, without his leave or weeting. Thou hast extolled to us his excellence, and eke thou hast set before us of his victual, whereof we have eaten. Yet have we not companied with him, nor seen him, neither hath he seen us, nor come to our presence and eaten with us, so there might be between us bread and salt. And they all left eating and were wroth with her, and fire issued from their mouths as from cressets, which when the King saw, his wits fled for excess of fear of them. But Julnar arose and soothed them, and going to the closet where was the King her lord, said to him, O my lord, hast thou seen and heard how I praised thee and extolled thee to my people, and hast thou noted what they said to me of their desire to carry me away with them? Quoth he, I both heard and saw. May the Almighty abundantly requite thee for me. By Allah, I knew not the full measure of thy fondness until this blessed hour, and now I doubt not of thy love to me. Quoth she, O my lord, is the reward of kindness aught but kindness? Verily, thou hast dealt generously with me, and hast entreated me with worship, and I have seen that thou lovest me with the utmost love, and thou hast done me all manner of honour and kindness, and preferred me above all thou lovest and desirest. So how should my heart be content to leave thee and depart from thee? And how should I do thus after all thy goodness to me? But now I desire of thy courtesy that thou come and salute my family, so thou may see them and they thee, and pure love and friendship may be between you. For know, O King of the age, that my brother and mother and cousins love thee with exceeding love, by reason of my praises of thee to them, and they say, we will not depart from thee nor go to our homes till we have foregathered with the king and saluted him. For indeed they desire to see thee and make acquaintance with thee. The king replied, To hear is to obey, for this is my very own wish. So saying, he rose and went in to them, and saluted them with the goodliest salutation. And they sprang up to him and received him with the utmost worship, after which he sat down in the palace and ate with them, and he entertained them thus for the space of 30 days. Then, being desirous of returning home, they took leave of the king and queen and departed with due permission to their own land, after he had done them all possible honour. A while after this, Julnar completed the days of her pregnancy, and the time of her delivery being come, she bore a boy, as he were the moon at its full, whereat the utmost joy betided the king, for that he had never in his life been vouchsafed son or daughter. So they held high festival and decorated the city 7 days in the extreme of joy and jollity. And on the 7th day came Queen Julnar's mother, Farisha hight, and brother and cousins, whenas they knew of her delivery. And Shahrazad perceived the light of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 35. Recording by Pam Castille.
Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 36. When it was the 742nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Julnar was brought to bed, and was visited by her people, the king received them with joy at their coming, and said to them, I said that I would not give my son a name till you should come and name him of your knowledge. So they named him Badr Basim, and all agreed upon his name. Then they showed the child to his uncle Saleh, who took him in his arms, and arising began to walk about the chamber with him in all directions, right and left. Presently he carried him forth of the palace, and going down to the salt sea, fared on with him, till he was hidden from the king's sight. Now when Shahriman saw him take his son and disappear with him in the depth of the sea, he gave the child up for lost, and fell to weeping and wailing. But Julnar said to him, O king of the age, fear not, neither grieve for thy son, for I love my child more than thou, and he is with my brother. So reck thou not of the sea, neither fear for him drowning. Had my brother known that aught of harm would betide the little one, he had not done this deed. And he will presently bring thee thy son safe, Inshallah, an it please the Almighty. Nor was an hour past before the sea became turbid and troubled, and King Saleh came forth, and flew from the sea till he came up to them, with the child lying quiet, and showing a face like the moon on a night of fullness. Then looking at the king, he said, "Haply thou fearedst harm for thy son, whenas I plunged into the sea with him." Replied the father, "Yes, O my lord, I did indeed fear for him, and thought he would never be saved therefrom." Rejoined Saleh, "O king of the land, we pencilled his eyes with an eye powder we know of, and recited over him the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon, David's son, on whom be peace. For this is what we used to do with children newly born among us. And now thou needst not fear for him drowning or suffocation in all the oceans of the world if he should go down into them. For even as you walk on the land, so we walk in the sea." Then he pulled out of his pocket a casket graven and sealed, and breaking open the seals, emptied it, whereupon there fell from it strings of all manner, jacinths and other jewels, besides 300 bugles of emerald, and other 300 hollow gems as big as ostrich eggs, whose light dimmed that of sun and moon. Quoth Saleh, "O king of the age, these jewels and jacinths are a present from me to thee. We never yet brought thee a gift, for that we knew not Julnar's abiding place, neither had we of her any tidings or trace. But now that we see thee to be united with her, and we are all become one thing, we have brought thee this present. And every little while we will bring thee the like thereof, Inshallah. For that these jewels and jacinths are more plentiful with us than pebbles on the beach, and we know the good and the bad of them, and their whereabouts, and the way to them, and they are easy to us." When the king saw the jewels, his wits were bewildered, and his sense was astounded, and he said, "By Allah, one single gem of these jewels is worth my realm." Then he thanked for his bounty Saleh the Sea-born, and looking towards Queen Julnar said, "I am abashed before thy brother, for he hath dealt munificently by me, and bestowed on me this splendid gift, which the folk of the land were unable to present." So she thanked her brother for his deed, and he said, "O king of the age, thou hast the prior claim on us, and it behoves us to thank thee, for thou hast entreated our sister with kindness, and we have entered thy dwelling and eaten of thy victual, and the poet saith, "Had I wept before she did in my passion for Sa'da, I had healed my soul before repentance came. But she wept before I did, her tears drew mine, and I said, the merit belongs to the precedent." "And," resumed Saleh the Pious, "if we stood on our faces in thy service, O king of the age, 1,000 years, yet we had not the might to requite thee, and this were but a scantling of thy due." The king thanked him with heartiest thanks, and the merman and merwomen abode with him 40 days' space, at the end of which Saleh arose and kissed the ground before his brother-in-law, who asked, "What wantest thou, O Saleh?" He answered, "O king of the age, indeed thou hast done us overabundant favours, and we crave of thy bounties that thou deal charitably with us, and grant us permission to depart, for we yearn after our people and country, and our kinsfolk and our homes. So we will never forsake thy service, nor that of my sister and my nephew. And by Allah, O king of the age, 'tis not pleasant to my heart to part from thee. But how shall we do, seeing that we have been reared in the sea, and that the sojourn of the shore liketh us not?" When the king heard these words, he rose to his feet and farewelled Saleh the Sea-born, and his mother and his cousins, and all wept together because of parting. And presently they said to him, "Anon we will be with thee again, nor will we forsake thee, but will visit thee every few days." Then they flew off, and descending into the sea, disappeared from sight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 743rd Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the relations of Julnar the Sea-born farewelled the King and her, weeping together because of parting. Then they flew off, and descending into the depths, disappeared from sight. After this, King Shahriman showed more kindness to Julnar and honoured her with increase of honour, and the little one grew up and flourished, whilst his maternal uncle and grandam and cousins visited the king every few days and abode with him a month or 2 months at a time. The boy ceased not to increase in beauty and loveliness with increase of years, till he attained the age of 15, and was unique in his perfection and symmetry. He learnt writing and Quran reading, history, syntax, and lexicography, archery, spear play, and horsemanship, and what not else behoveth the sons of kings. Nor was there one of the children of the folk of the city, men or women, but would talk of the youth's charms. For he was of surpassing beauty and perfection, even such an one as is praised in the saying of the poet, The whiskers write upon his cheek, with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, as 'twere with jet upon an apple, line for line. Death harbours in his languid eye, and slays with every glance, and in his cheek is drunkenness, and not in any wine. And in that of another, upsprings from the table of his lovely cheeks a growth like broidery my wonder is, as 'twere a lamp that burns through night hung up beneath the gloom in chains of ambergris. And indeed the king loved him with exceeding love, and summoning his wazir and emirs and the chief officers of state and grandees of his realm, required of them a binding oath that they would make Badr Basim king over them after his sire, and they sware the oath gladly, for the sovereign was liberal to the lieges, pleasant in parley, and a very compend of goodness, saying naught but that wherein was advantage for the people. On the morrow Shahriman mounted with all his troops and emirs and lords, and went forth into the city and returned. When they drew near the palace, the king dismounted to wait upon his son, who abode on horseback, and he and all the emirs and grandees bore the saddle-cloth of honour before him, each and every of them bearing it in his turn, till they came to the vestibule of the palace, where the prince alighted, and his father and the emirs embraced him and seated him on the throne of kingship, whilst they, including his sire, stood before him. Then Badr Basim judged the people, deposing the unjust and promoting the just, and continuing so doing till near upon noon, when he descended from the throne and went in to his mother Julnar the Sea-born, with the crown upon his head, as he were the moon. When she saw him, with the king standing before him, she rose, and kissing him, gave him joy of the sultanate, and wished him and his sire length of life and victory over their foes. He sat with her, and rested till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when he took horse and repaired, with the emirs before him, to the Maidan plain, where he played at arms with his father and his lords till nightfall, when he returned to the palace preceded by all the folk. He rode forth thus every day to the tilting ground, returning to sit and judge the people and do justice between earl and churl, and thus he continued doing a whole year, and at the end of which he began to ride out a hunting and a chasing, and to go round about in the cities and countries under his rule, proclaiming security and satisfaction, and doing after the fashion of kings. And he was unique among the people of his day for glory and valour and just dealing among the subjects. And it chanced one day the old king fell sick, and his fluttering heart forbode him of translation to the mansion of eternity. His sickness grew upon him till he was nigh upon death, when he called his son, and commended his mother and subjects to his care, and caused all the emirs and grandees once more to swear allegiance to the prince, and assured himself of them by strongest oaths, after which he lingered a few days and departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah. His son and widow and all the emirs and wazirs and lords mourned over him, and they built him a tomb and buried him therein. They ceased not ceremoniously to mourn him for a whole month, till Saleh and his mother and cousins arrived, and condoled with their grieving for the king, and said, O Julnar, though the king be dead, yet hath he left this noble and peerless youth, and not dead is whoso leaveth the like of him, the rending lion and the shining moon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 744th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Saleh, brother of Julnar, and her mother and cousins said to her, Albeit the king be dead, yet hath he left behind him as successor this noble and peerless youth, the rending lion and the shining moon. Thereupon the grandees and notables of the empire went in to King Badr Basim and said to him, O king, there is no harm in mourning for the late sovereign, but over mourning beseemeth none save women. Wherefore occupy thou not thy heart and our hearts with the mourning for thy sire, insomuch as he hath left thee behind him, and whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Then they comforted him, and diverted him, and lastly carried him to the bath. When he came out of the hammam, he donned a rich robe, purfled with gold, and embroidered with jewels and jacinths, and setting the royal crown upon his head, sat down on his throne of kingship, and ordered the affairs of the folk, doing equal justice between strong and weak, and exacting from the prince the dues of the pauper, wherefore the people loved him with exceeding love. Thus he continued doing for a full year, whilst every now and then his kinsfolk of the sea visited him, and his life was pleasant, and his eye was cooled. Now it came to pass that his uncle Saleh went in one night of the nights to Julnar and saluted her, whereupon she rose, and embracing him, seated him by her side, and asked him, O my brother, how art thou, and my mother, and my cousins? He answered, O my sister, they are well, and glad, and in good case, lacking naught save a sight of thy face. Then she set somewhat of food before him, and he ate. After which talk ensued between the twain, and they spake of King Badr Basim, and his beauty and loveliness, his symmetry and skill in cavalrys, and cleverness and good breeding. Now Badr was propped upon his elbow hard by them, and hearing his mother and uncle speak of him, he feigned sleep, and listened to their talk. Presently Saleh said to his sister, Thy son is now 17 years old, and is unmarried, and I fear lest mishap befall him, and he have no son. Wherefore it is my desire to marry him to a princess of the princesses of the sea, who shall be a match for him in beauty and loveliness. Quoth Julnar, Name them to me, for I know them all. So Saleh proceeded to enumerate them to her one by one. But to each she said, I like not this one for my son. I will not marry him but to one who is his equal in beauty and loveliness and wit and piety and good breeding and magnanimity and dominion and rank and lineage. Quoth Saleh, I know none other of the daughters of the kings of the sea, for I have numbered to thee more than 100 girls, and not one of them pleaseth thee. But see, O my sister, whether thy son be asleep or no. So she felt Badr, and finding on him the signs of slumber, said to Saleh, He is asleep. What hast thou to say, and what is thine object in making sure his sleeping? Replied he, O my sister, know that I have bethought me of a mermaid of the mermaids who befitteth thy son. But I fear to name her, lest he be awake, and his heart be taken with her love, and maybe we shall be unable to win her. So should he, and we, and the grandees of the realm be wearied in vain, and trouble betide us through this. For, as saith the poet, Love at first sight is a spurt of spray, but a spreading sea when it gaineth sway. When she heard these words, she cried, Tell me the condition of this girl and her name, for I know all the damsels of the sea, kings' daughters and others, and if I judge her worthy of him, I will demand her in marriage for him of her father, though I spend on her whatso my hand possesseth. So recount to me all anent her, and fear naught, for my son sleepeth. Quoth Saleh, I fear lest he be awake. And the poet saith, I loved him soon as his praise I heard, for ear oft loveth, ere eye survey. But Julnar said, Speak out, and be brief, and fear not, O my brother. So he said, By Allah, O my sister, none is worthy of thy son, save the Princess Jawharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, for that she is like unto him in beauty and loveliness, and brilliancy and perfection. Nor is there found in sea or on land a sweeter or pleasanter of gifts than she. For she is prime in comeliness, and seemly head of face, and symmetrical shape of perfect grace. Her cheek is ruddy dight, her brow flower white, her teeth gem bright, her eyes blackest black, and whitest white, her hips of heavy weight, her waist slight, and her favour exquisite. When she turneth, she shameth the wild cattle and the gazelles, and when she walketh, she breedeth envy in the willow branch. When she unveileth her face, outshineth the sun and moon, and all those who look upon her she enslaveth soon. Sweet-lipped and soft-sided indeed is she. Now when Julnar heard what Saleh said, she replied, Thou sayest sooth, O my brother. By Allah, I have seen her many and many a time, and she was my companion when we were little ones. But now we have no knowledge of each other for constraint of distance, nor have I set eyes on her for 18 years. By Allah, none is worthy of my son but she. Now Badr heard all they said, and mastered what had passed. First and last of these praises bestowed on Jawharah, daughter of the king Al-Samandal. So he fell in love with her on hearsay, pretending sleep the while. Wherefore fire was kindled in his heart on her account full sore, and he was drowned in a sea without bottom or shore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 37 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 37. When it was the 745th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Badr Basim heard the words of his uncle Saleh and his mother Julna praising the daughter of King Al Samandal, a flame of fire built in his heart full sore, and he was drowned in a sea which hath nor bottom nor shore. Then Saleh, looking at his sister, exclaimed, By Allah, O my sister, there is no greater fool among the kings of the sea than her father, nor one more violent of temper than he. So name thou not the girl to thy son till we demand her in marriage of her father. If he favour us with his assent, we will praise Allah Almighty, and if he refuse us and will not give her to thy son to wife, we will say no more about it, and seek another match. Answered Julna, Right is thy rede. And they parleyed no more. But Badr passed the night with a heart on fire with passion for Princess Jahura. However, he concealed his case, and spake not of her to his mother or his uncle, albeit he was on coals of fire for love of her. Now, when it was morning, the king and his uncle went to the Hammam bath and washed, after which they came forth and drank wine, and the servants set food before them, whereof they and Julna ate their sufficiency, and washed their hands. Then Saleh rose and said to his nephew and sister, With your leave, I would fain go to my mother and my folk, for I have been with you some days, and their hearts are troubled with awaiting me. But Badr Basim said to him, Tarry with us this day. And he consented. Then quoth the king, Come, O my uncle, let us go forth to the garden. So they sallied forth and promenaded about the pastures, and took their solace awhile. After which King Badr lay down under a shady tree, thinking to rest and sleep. But he remembered his uncle's description of the maiden and her beauty and loveliness, and shed railing tears, reciting these two couplets. Were it said to me, while the flame is burning within me, and the fire blazing in my heart and bowels, wouldst thou rathest that thou shouldst behold them, or a draught of pure water? I would answer, them. Then he sighed, and wept, and lamented, reciting these verses also. Who shall save me from the love of a lovely gazelle, brighter browed than the sunshine, my Bobinel? My heart, erst free from her love, now burns with fire for the maid of Al Samandal. When Saleh heard what his nephew said, he smote hand upon hand and said, There is no God but the God. Muhammad is the apostle of God, and there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. Adding, O my son, heardest thou what passed between me and thy mother respecting Princess Jahura? Replied Badr Basim, Yes, O my uncle, and I fell in love with her by hearsay through what I heard you say. Indeed, my heart cleaveth to her, and I cannot live without her. Rejoined his uncle, O king, let us return to thy mother, and tell her how the case standeth, and crave her leave that I may take thee with me, and seek the princess in marriage of her sire. After which we will farewell her, and I and thou will return. Indeed, I fear to take thee and go without her leave, lest she be wroth with me. And verily, the right would be on her side, for I should be the cause of her separation from us. Moreover, the city would be left without a king, and there would be none to govern the citizens and look to their affairs. So should the realm be disordered against thee, and the kingship depart from thy hands. But Badr Basim, hearing these words, cried, O my uncle, if I return to my mother and consult her on such a matter, she will not suffer me to do this. Wherefore I will not return to my mother, nor consult her." And he wept before him, and presently added, "I will go with thee, and tell her not, and after will return." When Salih heard what his nephew said, he was confused anent his case, and said, "I crave help of the Almighty in any event." Then, seeing that Badr Basim was resolved to go with him, whether his mother would let him or no, he drew from his finger a seal ring, whereon were graven certain of the names of Allah the Most High, and gave it to him, saying, "Put this on thy finger, and thou shalt be safe from drowning and other perils, and from the mischief of sea beasts and great fishes." So King Badr Basim took the ring and set it on his finger. Then they dove into the deep, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 746th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Badr Basim and his uncle, after diving into the deep, fared on till they came to Salih's palace, where they found Badr Basim's grandmother, the mother of his mother, seated with her kinsfolk, and going in to them kissed their hands. When the old queen saw Badr, she rose to him, and embracing him, kissed him between the eyes, and said to him, "A blessed coming, O my son! How didst thou leave thy mother Julnar?" He replied, "She is well in health and fortune, and saluteth thee and her uncle's daughters." Then Salih related to his mother what had occurred between him and his sister, and how King Badr Basim had fallen in love with the Princess Jauhra, daughter of Al Samandal by report, and told her the whole tale from beginning to end, adding, "He hath not come save to demand her in wedlock of her sire." Which when the old queen heard, she was wroth against her son with exceeding wrath, and sore troubled and concerned, and said, "O Salih, O my son, in very sooth thou didst wrong to name the princess before thy nephew, knowing as thou dost her father is stupid and violent, little of wit and tyrannical of temper, grudging his daughter to every suitor, for the monarchs of the main have sought her hand, but he rejected them all. Nay, he would none of them, saying, You are no match for her in beauty or in loveliness or in aught else. Wherefore we fear to demand her in wedlock of him, lest he reject us, even as he hath rejected others. And we are a folk of high spirit, and should return broken-hearted." Hearing these words, Salih answered, "O my mother, what is to do? For King Badr Basim saith, There is no help but that I seek her in marriage of her sire, though I expend my whole kingdom, and he avoucheth that an he take her not to wife, he will die of love for her and longing." And Salih continued, "He is handsomer and goodlier than she. His father was king of all the Persians, whose king he now is, and none is worthy of Jauhra save Badr Basim. Wherefore I purpose to carry her father a gift of jacinths and jewels befitting his dignity, and demand her of him in marriage. And he object to us that he is a king. Behold, our man also is a king, and the son of a king. Or if he object to us her beauty, behold, our man is more beautiful than she. Or again, if he object to us the vastness of his dominion, behold, our man's dominion is vaster than hers and her father's, and numbereth more troops and guards, for that his kingdom is greater than that of Al Salmandal. Needs must I do my endeavour to further the desire of my sister's son, though it relieve me of my life, because I was the cause of whatso hath betided, and even as I plunged him into the ocean of her love, so will I go about to marry him to her, and may Almighty Allah help me thereto." Rejoined his mother, Do as thou wilt, but beware of giving her father rough words whenas thou speakest with him, for thou knowest his stupidity and violence, and I fear lest he do thee a mischief, for he knoweth not respect for any." And Saleh answered, "Hearkening and obedience." Then he sprang up, and taking 2 bags full of gems, such as rubies and bugles of emerald, noble ores, and all manner of jewels, gave them to his servants to carry, and set out with his nephew for the palace of Al-Samandal. When they came thither, he sought audience of the king, and being admitted to his presence, kissed ground before him, and saluted him with the goodliest salam. The king rose to him, and honouring him with the utmost honour, bade him be seated. So he sat down, and presently the king said to him, "A blessed coming, indeed. Thou hast desolated us, O Saleh, but what bringeth thee to us? Tell me thine errand, that we may fulfil it to thee." Whereupon Saleh arose, and kissing the ground a second time, said, "O King of the Age, my errand is to Allah and the magnanimous liege lord and the valiant lion, the report of whose good qualities the caravans far and near have dispread, and whose renown for benefits and beneficence and clemency and graciousness and liberality to all climes and countries hath sped." Thereupon he opened the 2 bags and displayed their contents before Al-Samandal, said to him, "O King of the Age, haply wilt thou accept my gift, and by showing favour to me heal my heart." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 747th Night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Saleh offered his gift to the king, saying, 'My aim and the end is that the sovereign show favour to me and heal my heart by accepting my present,' King Samandal asked, 'With what object dost thou gift me with this gift? Tell me thy tale and acquaint me with thy requirement, and its accomplishment be in my power, I will straightway accomplish it to thee and spare thee toil and trouble. And if I be unable thereunto, Allah compelleth not any soul aught beyond its power.'" So Saleh rose, and kissing ground 3 times, said, "O King of the Age, that which I desire thou art indeed able to do, and it is in thy power, and thou art master thereof. And I impose not on the king a difficulty, nor am I jinn demented, that I should crave of the king a thing whereto he availeth not. For one of the sages saith, 'And thou wouldst be complied with, ask that which can be readily supplied.' Whereupon that of which I am come in quest, the king, whom Allah preserve, is able to grant." The king replied, "Ask what thou wouldst have, and state thy case and seek thy need." Then saith Saleh, "O King of the Age, know that I come as a suitor, seeking the unique pearl and the hoardest jewel, the Princess Jauharah, daughter of our lord the king. Wherefore, O king, disappoint thou not thy suitor." Now when the king heard this, he laughed till he fell backwards in mockery of him, and said, "O Saleh, I had thought thee a man of worth and a youth of sense, seeking naught save what was reasonable, and speaking not save advisedly. What then hath befallen thy reason, and urged thee to this monstrous matter and mighty hazard, that thou seekest in marriage daughters of kings, lords of cities and climates? Say me, art thou of a rank to aspire to this great eminence, and hath thy wit failed thee to this extreme pass, that thou affrontest me with this demand?" Replied Saleh, "Allah amend the king! I seek her not for myself. albeit that I did, and I am her match, and more than her match, for thou knowest that my father was king of kings of the sea, for all thou art this day our king. But I seek her for King Badr Basim, lord of the land of the Persians, and son of King Shahriman, whose puissance thou knowest. And thou object that thou art a mighty great king. King Badr is greater. And if thou object thy daughter's beauty, King Badr is more beautiful than she, and fairer of form, and more excellent of rank and lineage. And he is the champion of the people of his day. Wherefore, if thou grant my request, O King of the age, thou wilt have set the thing in its stead. But if thou deal arrogantly with us, thou wilt not use us justly, nor travel with us the road which is straight. Moreover, O King, thou knowest that the Princess Jahura, the daughter of our lord the king, must needs be wedded and bedded, for the sage saith, a girl's lot is either in grace of marriage or the grave. Wherefore, an thou mean to marry her, my sister's son is worthier of her than any other man. Now, when King Al-Samandal heard Saleh's words, he was wroth with exceeding wrath. His reason well nigh fled, and his soul was like to depart his body for rage, and he cried, O dog! Shall the like of thee dare to bespeak me thus, and name my daughter in the assemblies, saying that the son of thy sister Julnar is a match for her? Who art thou, and who is this sister of thine, and who is her son, and who was his father, that thou durst say to me such say, and address me with such address? What are you all in comparison to my daughter but dogs? And he cried out to his pages, saying, Take yonder gallows bird's head. So they drew their swords and made for Saleh, but he fled, and for the palace gate sped. And reaching the entrance, he found of his cousins and kinfolk and servants more than 1,000 horse, armed cap a pie in iron, and close-knitted mail coats, hending in hand spears, and naked swords glittering white. And these, when they saw Saleh come running out of the palace, they having been sent by his mother to his succour, questioned him, and he told them what was to do. Whereupon they knew that the king was a fool, and violent-tempered to boot. So they dismounted, and bearing their blades, went in to the King Al-Samandal, whom they found seated upon the throne of his kingship, unaware of their coming, and enraged against Saleh with furious rage. And they beheld his eunuchs, and pages, and officers unprepared. When the king saw them enter, drawn brand in hand, he cried out to his people, saying, Woe is you! Take me the heads off these hounds! But ere an hour had sped, Al-Samandal's party were put to the rout, and relied upon flight, and Saleh and his kinsfolk seized upon the king and pinioned him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 38 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 38. When it was the 748th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Saleh and his kinfolk pinioned the king, Princess Jauharah awoke, and knew that her father was a captive and his guards slain. So she fled forth the palace to a certain island, and climbing up into a high tree, hid herself in its summit. Now, when the two parties came to blows, some of King Al-Samandal's pages fled, and Badr Basim, meeting them, questioned them of their case, and they told him what had happened. But when he heard that the king was a prisoner, Badr feared for himself, and fled, saying in his heart, "Verily, all this turmoil is on my account, and none is wanted but I." So he sought safety in flight, security to sight, knowing not whither he went. But destiny from eternity foreordained drave him to the very island where the princess had taken refuge. And he came to the very tree whereon she sat, and threw himself down like a dead man, thinking to lie and repose himself, and knowing not there is no rest for the pursued, for none knoweth what fate hideth for him in the future. And as he lay down, he raised his eyes to the tree, and they met the eyes of the princess. So he looked at her, and seeing her to be like the moon rising in the east, cried, "Glory to him who fashioned yonder perfect form, him who is the creator of all things, and who over all things is almighty. Glory to the great God, the maker, the shaper, and fashioner. By Allah, if my presentiments be true, this is Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal. Methinks that when she heard of our coming to blows with her father, she fled to this island, and, happening upon this tree, hid herself on its head. But if this be not the princess herself, 'tis one yet goodlier than she." Then he bethought himself of her case, and said in himself, "I will arise and lay hands on her, and question her of her condition, and if she be indeed the she, I will demand her in wedlock of herself, and so win my wish." So he stood up and said to her, "O end of all desire, who art thou, and what brought thee hither?" She looked at Badr Basim, and seeing him to be as the full moon when it shineth from under the black cloud, slender of shape and sweet of smile, answered, "O fair of fashion, I am Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, and I took refuge in this place because Salih and his host came to blows with my sire and slew his troops, and took him prisoner with some of his men, wherefore I fled, fearing for my very life," presently adding, "and I weet not what fortune hath done with my father." When King Badr Basim heard these words, he marvelled with exceeding marvel at this strange chance, and thought, "Doubtless I have won my wish by the capture of her sire." Then he looked at Jauharah and said to her, "Come down, O my lady, for I am slain for love of thee, and thine eyes have captivated me. On my account and thine are all these broils and battles. For thou must know that I am King Badr Basim, lord of the Persians, and Salih is my mother's brother, and it is he who came to thy sire to demand thee of him in marriage. As for me, I have quitted my kingdom for thy sake, and our meeting here is the rarest coincidence. So come down to me, and let us twain fare for thy father's palace, that I may beseech Uncle Salih to release him, and I may make thee my lawful wife." When Jauharah heard his words, she said in herself, "'Twas on this miserable gallows bird's account, then, that all this hath befallen, and that my father hath fallen prisoner, and his chamberlains and suite have been slain, and I have been departed from my palace, a miserable exile, and have fled for refuge to this island. But an I devise not against him some device to defend myself from him, he will possess himself of me, and take his will of me, for he is in love, and for aught that he doeth a lover is not blamed." Then she beguiled him with winning words and soft speeches, while he knew not the perfidy against him she purposed, and she asked him, "O my lord and light of my eyes, say me, art thou indeed King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar?" And he replied, "Yes, O my lady." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 749th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, asked the youth, Art thou in very sooth King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar? And he answered, Yes, O my lady. Then she, May Allah cut off my father and gar his kingdom cease from him, and heal not his heart, neither avert him from strangerhood. If he could desire a comelier than thou, or aught goodlier than these fair qualities of thine, by Allah, he is of little wit and judgment. Presently adding, But, O King of the age, punish him not for that he hath done, more by token that an thou love me a span, verily I love thee a cubit. Indeed, I have fallen into the net of thy love, and become of a number of thy slain. The love that was with thee hath transferred itself to me, and there is left thereof with thee but a tithe of that which is with me. So saying, she came down from the tree, and drawing near him, strained him to her bosom, and fell to kissing him. Whereat passion and desire for her redoubled on him, and doubting not but she loved him, he trusted in her, and returned her kisses and caresses. Presently he said to her, By Allah, O princess, my uncle Salih set forth to me not a 40th part of thy charms, no, not a quarter carat of the 24. Then Jauharah pressed him to her bosom, and pronounced some unintelligible words, then spat on his face, saying, Quit this form of man, and take shape of bird, the handsomest of birds, white of robe, with red bill and legs. Hardly had she spoken, when King Badr Basim found himself transformed into a bird, the handsomest of birds, who shook himself and stood looking at her. Now Jauharah had with her one of her slave girls by the name Marsinah, so she called her and said to her, By Allah, but I fear for the life of my father, who is his uncle's prisoner. I would kill him. Allah never requite him with good. How unlucky was his coming to us, for all this trouble is due to his hard-headedness. But do thou, O slave girl, bear him to the thirsty island, and leave him there to die of thirst. So Marsinah carried him to the island in question, and would have returned and left him there, but she said in herself, By Allah, the lord of such beauty and loveliness deserveth not to die of thirst. So she went forth from that island, and brought him to another, abounding in trees, and fruit and rills, and setting him down there, returned to her mistress, and told her, I have left him on the thirsty island. Such was the case with Badr Basim. But as regards King Saleh, he sought for Jauharah after capturing the king and killing his folk, but finding her not, returned to his palace and said to his mother, Where is my sister's son, King Badr Basim? By Allah, O my son, replied she, I know nothing of him, for when it reached him that you and King Al-Samandal had come to blows, and that strife and slaughter had betided between you, he was affrighted and fled. When Saleh heard this, he grieved for his nephew and said, O my mother, by Allah, we have dealt negligently by King Badr, and I fear lest he perish, or lest one of King Al-Samandal's soldiers or his daughter Jauharah fall in with him. So should we come to shame with his mother, and no good betide us from her, for that I took him without her leave. Then he dispatched guards and scouts throughout the sea and elsewhere to seek for Badr, but they could learn no tidings of him. So they returned and told King Saleh, wherefore cark and care redoubled on him, and his breast was straitened for King Badr Basim. So far concerning nephew and uncle. But as for Julnar, the sea-born, after their departure she abode in expectation of them, but her son returned not, and she heard no report of them. So when many days of fruitless waiting had gone by, she arose, and going down into the sea repaired to her mother, who, sighting her, rose to her and kissed her and embraced her, as did the mermaids her cousins. Then she questioned her mother of King Badr Basim, and she answered, saying, O my daughter, of a truth he came hither with his uncle, who took jacinths and jewels, and carrying them to King Alsamandal, demanded his daughter in marriage for thy son. But he consented not, and was violent against thy brother in words. Now I had sent Saleh nigh upon 1,000 horse, and a battle befell between him and King Alsamandal. But Allah aided thy brother against him, and he slew his guards and troops, and took himself prisoner. Meanwhile tidings of this reached thy son, and it would seem as if he feared for himself, wherefore he fled forth from us without our will, and returned not to us, nor have we heard any news of him." Then Julnar inquired for King Saleh, and his mother said, "He is seated on the throne of his kingship in the stead of King Alsamandal, and hath sent in all directions to seek thy son and Princess Jauharah." When Julnar heard the maternal words, she mourned for her son with sad mourning, and was highly incensed against her brother Saleh, for that he had taken him and gone down with him into the sea without her leave. And she said, "O my mother, I fear for our realm, as I came to thee without letting any know, and I dread tarrying with thee, lest the state fall into disorder and the kingdom pass from our hands. Wherefore I deem it best to return and govern the reign till it please Allah to order our son's affair for us. But look ye, forget him not, neither neglect his case, for should he come to any harm, it would infallibly kill me, since I see not the world save in him, and delight but in his life." She replied, "With love and gladness, O my daughter. Ask not what we suffer by reason of his loss and absence." Then she sent to seek for her grandson, whilst Julnar returned to her kingdom weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted, and indeed the gladness of the world was straitened upon her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 750th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Queen Julnar returned from her mother to her own realm, her breast was straitened, and she was in ill case. So it fared with her. But as regards King Badr Basim, after Prince Jauharah had ensorcelled him, and had sent him with her handmaid to the thirsty island, saying, 'Leave him there to die of thirst,' and Marsinah had set him down in a green islet, he abode days and nights in the semblance of a bird, eating of its fruits and drinking of its waters, and knowing not whither to go nor how to fly, till one day there came a certain fowler to the island, to catch somewhat wherewithal to get his living. He espied King Badr Basim in his form of a white-robed bird, with red bill and legs, captivating the sight and bewildering the thought, and looked thereat, said in himself, 'Verily yonder is a beautiful bird. Never saw I its like in fairness or form.' So he cast his net over Badr, and taking him, carried him to the town, mentally resolved to sell him for a high price. On his way one of the townfolk accosted him and said, 'For how much this fowl, O fowler?' Quoth the fowler, 'What wilt thou do with him an thou buy him?' Answered the other, 'I will cut his throat and eat him.' Whereupon said the birder, 'Who could have the heart to kill this bird and eat him? Verily I mean to present him to our king, who will give me more than thou wouldst give me, and will not kill him, but will divert himself by gazing upon his beauty and grace. For in all my life, since I have been a fowler, I never saw his like among land game or waterfowl. The utmost thou wouldst give me for him, however much thou covet him, would be a dirham, and by Allah Almighty I would not sell him.' Then he carried the bird up to the king's palace, and when the king saw it, its beauty and grace pleased him, and the red colour of its beak and legs. So he sent a eunuch to buy it, who accosted the fowler and said to him, 'Wilt thou sell this bird?' Answered he, 'Nay, 'tis a gift from me to the king.' So the eunuch carried the bird to the king, and told him what the man had said, and he took it and gave the fowler 10 dinars, whereupon he kissed the ground and fared forth. Then the eunuch carried the bird to the palace, and placing him in a fine cage, hung him up, after setting meat and drink by him. When the king came down from the divan, he said to the eunuch, "Where is the bird? Bring it to me, that I may look upon it, for by Allah it is beautiful." So the eunuch brought the cage and set it between the hands of the king, who looked, and seeing the food untouched, said, "By Allah, I wis not what it will eat, that I may nourish it." Then he called for food, and they laid the tables, and the king ate. Now when the bird saw the flesh and meat and fruits and sweetmeats, he ate of all that was upon the trays before the king, whereat the sovereign and all the bystanders marvelled, and the king said to his attendants, eunuchs, and Mamelukes, "In all my life I never saw a bird eat as doth this bird." Then he sent a eunuch to fetch his wife, that she might enjoy looking upon the bird, and he went in to summon her, and said, "O my lady, the king desireth thy presence, that thou mayst divert thyself with the sight of a bird he hath bought. When we set on the food, it flew down from its cage, and perching on the table, ate of all that was on thereon. So arise, O my lady, and solace thee with the sight, for it is goodly of aspect, and it is a wonder of the wonders of the age." Hearing these words, she came in haste, but when she noted the bird, she veiled her face and turned to fare away. The king rose up, and looking at her, asked, "Why dost thou veil thy face, when there is none in presence save the women and eunuchs who wait on thee and thy husband?" Answered she, "O king, this bird is not a bird, but a man like thyself." He rejoined, "Thou liest. This is too much of a jest. How should he be other than a bird?" Then she, "O king, by Allah, I do not jest with thee, nor do I tell thee aught but the truth, for verily this bird is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, lord of the land of the Persians, and his mother is Julnar the Seaborn." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 38. Recording by Ravi Shankar.
Section 39 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 39. When it was the 751st night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king's wife said to the king, 'Verily, this is no bird, but a man like thyself. He is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, and his mother is Julnar the Seaborn.' Quoth the king, 'And how came he in this shape?' And quoth she, 'Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, hath enchanted him,' and told him all that had passed with King Badr Basim from first to last. The king marvelled exceedingly at his wife's words, and conjured her on his life to free Badr from his enchantment, for she was the notablest enchantress of her age, and not leave him in torment, saying, 'May Almighty Allah cut off Jauharah's hand, for a foul witch as she is. How little is her faith, and how great her craft and perfidy.' Said the queen, 'Do thou say to him, O Badr Basim, enter yonder closet.' So the king bade him enter the closet, and he went in obediently. Then the queen veiled her face, and taking in her hand a cup of water, entered the closet, where she pronounced over the water certain incomprehensible words ending with, 'By the virtue of these mighty names and holy verses, and by the majesty of Allah Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, the quickener of the dead, and appointer of the means of daily bread, and the terms determined, quit this thy form wherein thou art, and return to the shape in which the Lord created thee.' Hardly had she made an end of her words, when the bird trembled once and became a man, and the king saw before him a handsome youth, than whom on earth's face was none goodlier. But when King Badr Basim found himself thus restored to his own form, he cried, There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. Glory be to the Creator of all creatures, and provider of their provision, and ordainer of their life terms preordained. Then he kissed the king's hand and wished him long life, and the king kissed his head and said to him, O Badr Basim, tell me thy history from commencement to conclusion. So he told him his whole tale, concealing naught, and the king marvelled thereat and said to him, O Badr Basim, Allah hath saved thee from the spell, but what hath thy judgment decided, and what thinkest thou to do? Replied he, O King of the age, I desire thy bounty that thou equip me a ship with a company of thy servants, and all that is needful. For 'tis long since I have been absent, and I dread lest the kingdom depart from me, and I misdoubt me my mother is dead of grief for my loss, and this doubt is the stronger for that she knoweth not what is come of me, nor whether I am alive or dead. Wherefore I beseech thee, O King, to crown thy favours to me by granting me what I seek." The King, after beholding the beauty and grace of Badr Basim and listening to his sweet speech, said, "I hear and obey." So he fitted him out a ship, to which he transported all that was needful, and which he manned with a company of his servants, and Badr Basim set sail in it, after having taken leave of the King. They sailed over the sea 10 successive days with a favouring wind, but on the 11th day the ocean became troubled with exceeding trouble. The ship rose and fell, and the sailors were powerless to govern her. So they drifted at the mercy of the waves, till the craft neared a rock in mid-sea, which fell upon her and broke her up, and all on board were drowned, save King Badr Basim, who got astride one of the planks of the vessel, after having been nigh upon destruction. The plank ceased not to be borne by the set of the sea, whilst he knew not whither he went, and had no means of directing its motion, as the wind and waves wrought for 3 whole days. But on the 4th the plank grounded with him on the seashore, where he sighted a white city, as it were a dove passing white, builded upon a tongue of land that jutted out into the deep, and it was goodly of ordinance, with high towers and lofty walls against which the waves beat. When Badr Basim saw this, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, for he was well nigh dead of hunger and thirst, and dismounting from the plank, would have gone up the beach to the city, but there came down to him mules and asses and horses, in number as the sea sends, and fell to striking at him and staying him from landing. So he swam round to the back of the city, where he waded to shore, and entering the place, found none therein, and marvelled at this, saying, "Would I knew to whom cloth this city belong, wherein is no lord nor any liege, and whence came these mules and asses and horses that hindered me from landing?" And he mused over his case. Then he walked on at hazard till he espied an old man, a grocer. So he saluted him, and the other returned his salam, and seeing him to be a handsome young man, said to him, "O youth, whence comest thou, and what brought thee to this city?" Badr told him his story, at which the old man marvelled and said, "O my son, didst thou see any on thy way?" He replied, "Indeed, O my father, I wondered in good sooth to sight a city void of folk." Quoth the Shaykh, "My son, come up into the shop, lest thou perish." So Badr Basim went up into the shop and sat down, whereupon the old man set before him somewhat of food, saying, "O my son, enter the inner shop. Glory be to him who hath preserved thee from yonder she Sathanas." King Badr Basim was sore affrighted at the grocer's words, but he ate his fill and washed his hands, then glanced at his host and said to him, "O my lord, what is the meaning of these words? Verily, thou hast made me fearful of this city and its folk." Replied the old man, "Know, O my son, that this is the city of the magicians, and its queen is as she were she Satan, a sorceress and a mighty enchantress, passing crafty and perfidious exceedingly. All thou sawest of horses and mules and asses were once sons of Adam like thee and me. They were also strangers, for whoever entereth this city, being a young man like thyself, this miscreant witch taketh him and hometh him for 40 days, after which she enchanteth him, and he becometh a mule or a horse or an ass of those animals thou sawest on the seashore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 752nd Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the old grocer related to King Badr Basim the history of the enchantress, ending with, All these people hath she spelled, and when it was thy intent to land, they feared lest thou be transmute like themselves. So they counselled thee by signs that said, Land not, of their solicitude for thee, fearing that haply she should do with thee like as she had done with them. She possessed herself of this city and seized it from its citizens by sorcery, and her name is Queen Lab, which being interpreted meaneth in Arabic, Almanac of the Sun. When Badr Basim heard what the old man said, he was affrighted with sore affright and trembled like reed in wind, saying in himself, Hardly do I feel me free from the affliction wherein I was by reason of sorcery, when destiny casteth me into yet sorrier case. And he fell a musing over his condition and that which had betided him. When the Shaykh looked at him and saw the violence of his terror, he said to him, O my son, come, sit at the threshold of the shop and look upon yonder creatures and upon their dress and complexion and that wherein they are by reason of gramarye, and dread not, for the Queen and all in the city love and tender me and will not vex my heart or trouble my mind. So King Badr Basim came out and sat at the shop door, looking out upon the folk, and there passed by him a world of creatures without number. But when the people saw him, they accosted the grocer and said to him, O elder, is this thy captive and thy prey gotten in these days? The old man replied, He is my brother's son. I heard that his father was dead, so I sent for him and brought him here that I might quench with him the fire of my homesickness. Quoth they, Verily, he is a comely youth, but we fear for him from Queen Lab, lest she turn on thee with treachery and take him from thee, for she loveth handsome young men. Quoth the Shaykh, The Queen will not gainsay my commandment, for she loveth and tendereth me, and when she shall know that he is my brother's son, she will not molest him or afflict me in him, neither trouble my heart on his account. Then King Badr Basim abode some months with the grocer, eating and drinking, and the old man loved him with exceeding love. One day, as he sat in the shop according to his custom, behold, there came up 1,000 eunuchs with drawn swords and clad in various kinds of raiment and girt with jewelled girdles. All rode Arabian steeds and bore in baldric Indian blades. They saluted the grocer as they passed his shop and were followed by 1,000 damsels like moons, clad in various raiments of silks and satins, fringed with gold and embroidered with jewels of sorts, and spears were slung to their shoulders. In their midst rode a damsel mounted on a Rabite mare, saddled with a saddle of gold set with various kinds of jewels and jacinths, and they reached in a body the Shaykh's shop. The damsels saluted him and passed on, till, lo and behold, up came Queen Lab in great state, and seeing King Badr Basim sitting in the shop, as he were the moon at its full, was amazed at his beauty and loveliness, and became passionately enamoured of him and distraught with desire of him. So she alighted and sitting down by King Badr Basim said to the old man, Whence hadst thou this handsome one? And the Shaykh replied, He is my brother's son, and is lately come to me. Quoth Lab, Let him be with me this night, that I may talk with him. And quoth the old man, Wilt thou take him from me and not enchant him? Said she, Yes, and said he, Swear to me. So she swore to him that she would not do him any hurt or ensorcel him, and bidding bring him a fine horse, saddled and bridled with a golden bridle, and decked with trappings all of gold set with jewels, gave the old man 1,000 dinars, saying, Use this. Then she took Badr Basim and carried him off, as he were the full moon on its 14th night, whilst all the folk, seeing his beauty, were grieved for him and said, By Allah, verily, this youth deserveth not to be bewitched by yonder sorceress, the accursed. Now King Badr Basim heard all they said, but was silent, committing his case to Allah Almighty, till they came to and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 753rd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Badr Basim ceased not faring with Queen Lab and her suite till they came to her palace gate, where the emirs and eunuchs and lords of the realm took foot, and she bade the chamberlains dismiss her officers and grandees, who kissed ground and went away, whilst she entered the palace with Badr Basim and her eunuchs and women. Here he found a place whose like he had never seen at all, for it was builded of gold, and in its midst was a great basin brimful of water, midmost a vast flower garden. He looked at the garden and saw it abounding in birds of various kinds and colours, warbling in all manner tongues, and voices pleasurable and plaintive. And everywhere he beheld great state and dominion, and said, Glory be to God, who of his bounty and long suffering provideth those who serve other than himself. The Queen sat down at a latticed window overlooking the garden on a couch of ivory, whereon was a high bed, and King Badr Basim seated himself by her side. She kissed him and pressing him to her breast, bade her women bring a tray of food. So they brought a tray of red gold, inlaid with pearls and jewels, and spread with all manner of viands, and he and she ate till they were satisfied, and washed their hands, after which the waiting women set on flagons of gold and silver and glass, together with all kinds of flowers and dishes of dried fruits. Then the Queen summoned the singing women, and there came 10 maidens, as they were moons, bending all manner of musical instruments. Queen Lab crowned a cup, and drinking it off, filled another and passed it to King Badr Basim, who took and drank, and they ceased not to drink till they had their sufficiency. Then she bade the damsels sing, and they sang all manner modes, till it seemed to Badr Basim as if the palace danced with him for joy. His sense was ecstasied and his breast broadened, and he forgot his strangerhood and said in himself, Verily, this Queen is young and beautiful, and I will never leave her, for her kingdom is vaster than my kingdom, and she is fairer than Princess Jalhara. So he ceased not to drink with her till eventide came, when they lighted the lamps and waxen candles and diffused censer perfumes, nor did they leave drinking till they were both drunken, and the singing women sang the while. Then Queen Lab, being in liquor, rose from her seat and lay down on a bed, and dismissing her women called to Badr Basim to come and sleep by her side. So he lay with her in all delight of life till the morning. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 39. Recording by Pam Castille. Section 40 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 40. When it was the 754th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Queen awoke, she repaired to the Hammam bath in the palace, King Badr Basim being with her, and they bathed and were purified, after which she clad him in the finest of raiment and called for the service of wine. So the waiting women brought the drinking gear, and they drank. Presently the Queen arose and taking Badr Basim by the hand, sat down with him on chairs and bade bring food, whereof they ate and washed their hands. Then the damsels fetched the drinking gear and fruits and flowers and confections, and they ceased not to eat and drink whilst the singing girls sang various airs till the evening. They gave not over eating and drinking and merrymaking for a space of 40 days, when the Queen said to him, O Badr Basim, say me whether is the more pleasant, this place or the shop of thine uncle the grocer? He replied, By Allah, O Queen, this is the pleasanter, for my uncle is but a beggarly man who vendeth pot herbs. She laughed at his words, and the twain lay together in the pleasantest of case till the morning, when King Badr Basim awoke from sleep and found not Queen Lab by his side. So he said, Would heaven I knew where can she have gone? And indeed he was troubled at her absence and perplexed about the case, for she stayed away from him a great while and did not return. So he donned his dress and went seeking her, but not finding her, and he said to himself, Haply she is gone to the flower garden. Thereupon he went out into the garden and came to a running rill, beside which he saw a white she-bird, and on the stream bank a tree full of birds of various colours, and he stood and watched the birds without their seeing him. And behold, a black bird flew down upon that white she-bird, and fell to billing her pigeon fashion. Then he leapt on her and trod her 3 consecutive times, after which the bird changed and became a woman. Badr looked at her, and lo, it was Queen Lab. So he knew that the black bird was a man transmewed, and that she was enamoured of him, and had transformed herself into a bird that he might enjoy her, wherefore jealousy got hold upon him, and he was wroth with the Queen because of the black bird. Then he returned to his place and lay down on the carpet bed, and after an hour or so she came back to him and fell to kissing him and jesting with him. But being sore incensed against her, he answered her not a word. She saw what was to do with him, and was assured that he had witnessed what befell her when she was a white bird, and was trodden by the black bird. Yet she discovered naught to him but concealed what ailed her. When he had done her need, he said to her, O Queen, I would have thee give me leave to go to my uncle's shop, for I long after him, and have not seen him these 40 days. She replied, Go to him, but tarry not from me, for I cannot brook to be parted from thee, nor can I endure without thee an hour. He said, I hear and I obey, and mounting, rode to the shop of the Shaykh, the grocer, who welcomed him and rose to him and embracing him, said to him, How hast thou fared with yonder idolatress? He replied, I was well in health and happiness till this last night, and told him what had passed in the garden with the black bird. Now when the old man heard his words, he said, Beware of her, for know that the birds upon the tree were all young men and strangers, whom she loved and enchanted and turned into birds. That black bird thou sawest was one of her Mamelukes, whom she loved with exceeding love, till he cast his eyes upon one of her women, wherefore she changed him into a black bird. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 755th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Badr Basim acquainted the old grocer with all the doings of Queen Lab and what he had seen of her proceedings, the Shaykh gave him to know that all the birds upon the tree were young men and strangers whom she had enchanted, and that the black bird was one of her Mamelukes whom she had transmewed, and, continued the Shaykh, whenas she lusteth after him, she transformeth herself into a she-bird, that he may enjoy her, for she still loveth him with passionate love. When she found that thou knewest of her case, she plotted evil against thee, for she loveth thee not wholly. But no harm shall betide thee from her, so long as I protect thee. Therefore fear nothing, for I am a Moslem. by name Abdallah, and there is none in my day more magical than I. Yet do I not make use of gramarye save upon constraint. Many a time have I put to naught the sorceries of yonder accursed, and delivered folk from her, and I care not for her, because she can do me no hurt. Nay, she feareth me with exceeding fear, as do all in the city who, like her, are magicians and serve the fire, not the omnipotent sire. So tomorrow come thou to me, and tell me what she doth with thee, for this very night she will cast about to destroy thee, and I will tell thee how thou shalt do with her, that thou mayest save thyself from her malice." Then King Badr Basim farewelled the Shaykh and returned to the Queen, whom he found awaiting him. When she saw him, she rose and seating him and welcoming him, brought him meat and drink, and the two ate till they had enough and washed their hands. After which she called for wine, and they drank till the night was well nigh half spent, when she plied him with cup after cup, till he was drunken and lost sense and wit. When she saw him thus, she said to him, "I conjure thee by Allah and by whatso thou worshippest, if I ask thee a question, wilt thou inform me rightly and answer me truly?" And he, being drunken, answered, "Yes, O my lady." Quoth she, "O my lord and light of mine eyes, when thou awokest last night and foundest me not, thou soughtest me, till thou sawest me in the garden under the guise of a white she-bird, and also thou sawest the blackbird leap on me and tread me. Now I will tell the truth of this matter. That black bird was one of my Mamelukes, whom I loved with exceeding love. But one day he cast his eyes upon a certain of my slave girls, wherefore jealousy gat hold upon me, and I transformed him by my spells into a blackbird, and her I slew. But now I cannot endure without him a single hour. So whenever I lust after him, I change myself into a she-bird and go to him, that he may leap me and enjoy me, even as thou hast seen. Art thou not therefore incensed against me because of this? Albeit by the virtue of fire and light, shade and heat, I love thee more than ever and have made thee my portion of the world?" He answered, being drunken, "Thy conjecture of the cause of my rage is correct, and it had no reason other than this." With this she embraced him and kissed him and made great show of love to him. Then she lay down to sleep, and he by her side. Presently, about midnight, she rose from the carpet bed, and King Badr Basim was awake, but he feigned sleep and watched stealthily to see what she would do. She took out of a red bag a something red, which she planted amiddlemost the chamber, and it became a stream, running like the sea. After which she took a handful of barley and strewing it on the ground, watered it with water from the river, whereupon it became wheat in the ear, and she gathered it and ground it into flour. Then she set it aside and returning to bed, lay down by Badr Basim till morning, when he arose and washed his face and asked her leave to visit the Shaykh his uncle. She gave him permission and he repaired to Abdallah and told him what had passed. The old man laughed and said, "By Allah, this miscreant witch plotteth mischief against thee, but reck thou not of her ever." Then he gave him a pound of parched corn and said to him, "Take this with thee and know that, when she seeth it, she will ask thee, 'What is this, and what wilt thou do with it?' Do thou answer, 'Abundance of good things is good, and eat of it.' Then will she bring forth to thee parched grain of her own and say to thee, 'Eat of this sawik,' and do thou feign to her that thou eatest thereof, but eat of this instead, and beware and have a care lest thou eat of hers even a grain, for an thou eat so much as a grain thereof, her spells will have power over thee, and she will enchant thee and say to thee, 'Leave this form of a man,' whereupon thou wilt quit thine own shape for what shape she will. But an thou eat naught thereof, her enchantments will be null and void, and no harm will betide thee therefrom. Whereat she will be shamed with shame exceeding, and say to thee, 'I did but jest with thee.' Then she will make a show of love and fondness to thee, but this will all be but hypocrisy in her and craft. And do thou also make a show of love to her and say to her, O my lady and light of mine eyes, eat of this parched barley, and see how delicious it is. And if she eat thereof, though it be but a grain, take water in thy hand, and throw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form, for what form soever thou wilt have her take. Then leave her and come to me, and I will counsel thee what to do. So Badr Basim took leave of him, and returning to the palace, went in to the Queen, who said to him, Welcome and well come, and good cheer to thee. And she rose and kissed him, saying, Thou hast tarried long from me, O my lord. He replied, I have been with my uncle, and he gave me to eat of this sawik. Quoth she, We have better than that. Then she laid his parched sawik in one plate, and hers in another, and said to him, Eat of this, for 'tis better than thine. So he feigned to eat of it, and when she thought he had done so, she took water in her hand and sprinkled him therewith, saying, Quit this form, O thou gallows bird, thou miserable, and take that of a mule one-eyed and foul of favour. But he changed not, which when she saw, she arose and went up to him and kissed him between the eyes, saying, O my beloved, I did but jest with thee. Bear me no malice because of this. Quoth he, O my lady, I bear thee no whit of malice, nay, I am assured that thou lovest me, but eat of this my parched barley. So she ate a mouthful of Abdallah's sawik, but no sooner had it settled in her stomach than she was convulsed, and King Badr Basim took water in his palm and threw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form, and take that of a dapple mule. No sooner had he spoken than she found herself changed into a she-mule, whereupon the tears rolled down her cheeks, and she fell to rubbing her muzzle against his feet. Then he would have bridled her, but she would not take the bit. So he left her, and going to the grocer, told him what had passed. Abdallah brought out for him a bridle and bade him rein her forthwith. So he took it to the palace, and when she saw him, she came up to him, and he set the bit in her mouth, and mounting her, rode forth to find the Shaykh. But when the old man saw her, he rose and said to her, Almighty Allah confound thee, O accursed woman! Then quoth he to Badr, O my son, there is no more tarrying for thee in this city. So ride her and fare with her whither thou wilt, and beware lest thou commit the bridle to any. King Badr thanked him and farewelling him, fared on 3 days without ceasing, till he drew near another city, and there met him an old man, grey-headed and comely, who said to him, Whence comest thou, O my son? Badr replied, From the city of this witch. And the old man said, Thou art my guest tonight. He consented and went with him. But by the way, behold, they met an old woman, who wept when she saw the mule, and said, There is no God but the God. Verily, this mule resembleth my son's she-mule, which is dead, and my heart acheth for her. So Allah upon thee, O my lord, do thou sell her to me. He replied, By Allah, O my mother, I cannot sell her. But she cried, Allah upon thee, do not refuse my request, for my son will surely be a dead man except I buy him this mule. And she importuned him till he exclaimed, I will not sell her save for 1,000 dinars, saying in himself, Whence should this old woman get 1,000 gold pieces? Thereupon she brought out from her girdle a purse containing 1,000 ducats, which when King Badr Basim saw, he said, O my mother, I did but jest with thee. I cannot sell her. But the old man looked at him and said, O my son, in this city none may lie, for whoso lieth they put to death. So King Badr Basim lighted down from the mule, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 756th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Badr Basim dismounted from and delivered the mule to the old woman, she drew the bit from her mouth, and taking water in her hand, sprinkled the mule therewith, saying, O my daughter, quit this shape for that form wherein thou wast aforetime. Upon this she was straightway restored to her original semblance, and the two women embraced and kissed each other. So King Badr Basim knew that the old woman was Queen Lab's mother, and that he had been tricked and would have fled, when lo! the old woman whistled a loud whistle, and her call was obeyed by an Ifrit, as he were a great mountain, whereat Badr was affrighted and stood still. Then the old woman mounted on the Ifrit's back, taking her daughter behind her, and King Badr Basim before her, and the Ifrit flew off with them. Nor was it a full hour ere they were in the palace of Queen Lab, who sat down on the throne of kingship and said to Badr, "Gallows bird that thou art, now am I come hither and have attained to that I desired, and soon will I show thee how I will do with thee and with yonder old man the grocer. How many favours have I shown him, yet he cloth me frowardness, for thou hast not attained thine end but by means of him." Then she took water and sprinkled him therewith, saying, "Quit the shape wherein thou art for the form of a foul-favoured fowl, the foulest of all fowls." And she set him in a cage and cut off from him meat and drink. But one of her women, seeing this cruelty, took compassion on him and gave him food and water without her knowledge. One day the damsel took her mistress at unawares, and going forth the palace, repaired to the old grocer, to whom she told the whole case, saying, "Queen Lab is minded to make an end of thy brother's son." The Shaykh thanked her and said, "There is no help but that I take the city from her and make thee queen thereof in her stead." Then he whistled a loud whistle, and there came forth to him an Ifrit with 4 wings, to whom he said, "Take up this damsel and carry her to the city of Julnar the Sea-born, and her mother Farashah, for they twain are the most powerful magicians on face of earth." And he said to the damsel, "When thou comest thither, tell them that King Badr Basim is Queen Lab's captive." Then the Ifrit took up his load and flying off with her, in a little while set her down upon the terrace roof of Queen Julnar's palace. So she descended and going in to the Queen, kissed the earth and told her what had passed to her son, first and last. Whereupon Julnar rose to her and entreated her with honour and thanked her. Then she let beat the drums in the city and acquainted her lieges and the lords of her realm with the good news that King Badr Basim was found, after which she and her mother Farashah and her brother Salih assembled all the tribes of the Jinn and the troops of the main, for the kings of the Jinn obeyed them since the taking of King Al-Samandal. Presently they all flew up into the air and lighting down on the city of the sorceress, sacked the town and the palace and slew all the unbelievers therein in the twinkling of an eye. Then said Julnar to the damsel, "Where is my son?" And the slave girl brought her the cage and signing to the bird within, cried, "This is thy son." So Julnar took him forth from the cage and sprinkled him with water, saying, "Quit this shape for the form wherein thou wast aforetime." Nor had she made an end of her speech ere he shook and became a man as before. Whereupon his mother, seeing him restored to human shape, embraced him, and he wept with sore weeping. On likewise did his uncle Salih and his grandmother and the daughters of his uncle, and fell to kissing his hands and feet. Then Julnar sent for Shaykh Abdallah and thanking him for his kind dealing with her son, married him to the damsel whom he had dispatched to her with news of him, and made him king of the city. Moreover, she summoned those who survived of the citizens, and they were Moslems, and made them swear fealty to him and take the oath of loyalty, whereto they replied, hearkening and obedience. Then she and her company farewelled him and returned to their own capital. The townsfolk came out to meet them, with drums beating, and decorated the place 3 days, and held high festival of the greatness of their joy for the return of their King Badr Basim. After this Badr said to his mother, "O my mother, naught remains but that I marry and we be all united." She replied, "Right is thy rede, O my son, but wait till we ask who befitteth thee among the daughters of the kings." And his grandmother Farashah and the daughters of both his uncles said, "O Badr Basim, we will help thee to win thy wish forthright." Then each of them arose and fared forth questing in the lands, whilst Julnar sent out her waiting women on the necks of Ifrits, bidding them leave not a city nor a king's palace without noting all the handsome girls that were therein. But when King Badr Basim saw the trouble they were taking in this matter, he said to Julnar, "O my mother, leave this thing, for none will content me save Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal, for that she is indeed a jewel, according to her name." Replied Julnar, "I know that which thou seekest," and bade forthright bring Al Samandal the King. As soon as he was present, she sent for Badr Basim and acquainted him with the King's coming, whereupon he went in to him. Now when Al Samandal was aware of his presence, he rose to him and saluted him and bade him welcome, and King Badr Basim demanded of him his daughter Jauharah in marriage. Quoth he, "She is thine handmaid and at thy service and disposition," and dispatched some of his suite bidding them seek her abode, and after telling her that her sire was in the hands of King Badr Basim, to bring her forthright. So they flew up into the air and disappeared, and they returned after a while with the Princess who, as soon as she saw her father, went up to him and threw her arms round his neck. Then looking at her, he said, "O my daughter, know that I have given thee in wedlock to this magnanimous sovereign and valiant lion, King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar the Sea-born, for that he is the goodliest of the folk of his day and most powerful and the most exalted of them in degree and the noblest in rank. He befitteth none but thee and thou none but him." Answered she, "I may not gainsay thee, O my sire, do as thou wilt, for indeed chagrin and despite are at an end, and I am one of his handmaids." So they summoned the Kazi and the witnesses who drew up the marriage contract between King Badr Basim and the Princess Jauharah. And the citizens decorated the city and beat the drums of rejoicing, and they released all who were in the jails, whilst the King clothed the widows and orphans and bestowed robes of honour upon the lords of the realm and emirs and grandees. And they made bride feast and held high festival night and morn 10 days, at the end of which time they displayed the bride in 9 different dresses before King Badr Basim, who bestowed an honourable robe upon King Al Samandal and sent him back to his country and people and kinsfolk. And they ceased not from living the most delectable of life and the most solaceful of days, eating and drinking and enjoying every luxury, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and this is the end of their story. May Allah have mercy on them all. Moreover, O auspicious King, a tale is also told anent King Mohammed bin Sabaik and the merchant Hasan. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, a king of the kings of the Persians, by name Mohammed bin Sabaik, who ruled over Khorasan land and used every year to go on razzia into the countries of the miscreants in Hind and Sind and China and the lands of Maywar Anar beyond the Oxus and other regions of the barbarians and what not else. He was a just king, a valiant and a generous, and loved table talk and tales and verses and anecdotes and histories and entertaining stories and legends of the ancients. Whoso knew a rare recital and related it to him in such fashion as to please him, he would bestow on him a sumptuous robe of honour and clothe him from head to foot and give him 1,000 dinars and mount him on a horse saddled and bridled, besides other great gifts, and the man would take all this and wend his way. Now it chanced that one day there came an old man before him and related to him a rare story, which pleased the King and made him marvel. So he ordered him a magnificent present, amongst other things 1,000 dinars of Khorasan and a horse with its housings and trappings. After this, the fruit of the King's munificence was blazed abroad in all countries, and there heard of him a man, Hasan the merchant hight, who was a generous, open-handed and learned, a scholar and an accomplished poet. Now the King had an envious Wazir, a multum in parvo of ill, loving no man, rich nor poor, and whoso came before the King and he gave him aught, he envied him and said, "Verily, this fashion annihilateth wealth and ruineth the land, and such is the custom of the King." But this was naught save envy and despite in that minister. Presently the King heard talk of Hasan the merchant, and sending for him, said to him as soon as he came into the presence, "O merchant Hasan, this Wazir of mine vexeth and thwarteth me concerning the money I give to poets and boon companions and story tellers and glee men, and I would have thee tell me a goodly history and a rare story, such as I have never before heard. An it please me, I will give thee lands galore, with their forts, in free tenure, in addition to thy fiefs and untaxed lands, besides which I will put my whole kingdom in thy hands, and make thee my chief Wazir. So shalt thou sit on my right hand and rule my subjects. But an thou bring me not that which I bid thee, I will take all that is thy hand and banish thee my realm." Replied Hasan, "Hearkening and obedience to our lord the King. But thy slave beseecheth thee to have patience with him a year, then will he tell thee a tale, such as thou hast never in thy life heard, neither hath other than thou heard its like, not to say a better than it." Quoth the King, "I grant thee a whole year's delay." And he called for a costly robe of honour, wherein he robed Hasan, saying, "Keep thy house and mount not horse, neither go nor come for a year's time, till thou bring me that I seek of thee. An thou bring it, especial favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayst count upon that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 40. Recording by Pam Castille.
Section number 41 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 41. When it was the 757th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Mohammed son of Sabaik said to Hasan the merchant, An thou bring me that I seek of thee, a special favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayest now rejoice in that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee." Hasan kissed ground before the King and went out from the presence. Then he chose 5 of the best of his Mamelukes, who could all write and read, and were learned, intelligent, accomplished, and he gave each of them 5,000 dinars, saying, "I reared you not save for the like of this day. So do ye help me to further the King's desire and deliver me from his hand." Quoth they, "What wilt thou have us do? Our lives be thy ransom." Quoth he, "I wish you to go each to a different country and seek out diligently the learned and erudite and literate and the tellers of wondrous stories and marvellous histories, and do your endeavour to procure me the story of Saif al-Muluk. If ye find it with any one, pay him what price soever he asketh for it, although he demand 1,000 dinars. Give him what ye may, and promise him the rest, and bring me the story. For whoso happeneth upon it, and bringeth it to me, I will bestow on him a costly robe of honour and largesse galore, and there shall be to me none more worshipped than he." Then he said to one of them, "Hie thou to Al-Hind and Al-Sind, and all their provinces and dependencies." To another, "Hie thou to the home of the Persians, and to China and her climates." To the third, "Hie thou to the land of Khorasan with its districts." To the fourth, "Hie thou to Mauritania, and all its regions, districts, provinces, and quarters." And to the fifth, "Hie thou to Syria and Egypt and their outliers." Moreover, he chose them at an auspicious day, and said to them, "Fare ye forth this day, and be diligent in the accomplishment of my need, and be not slothful, though the case cost you your lives." So they farewelled him, and departed, each taking the direction prescribed to him. Now 4 of them were absent 4 months, and searched, but found nothing. So they returned and told their master, whose breast was straitened, that they had ransacked towns and cities and countries for the thing he sought, but had happened upon naught thereof. Meanwhile the fifth servant journeyed till he came to the land of Syria, and entered Damascus, which he found a pleasant city and a secure, abounding in trees and rills, leas and fruiteries, and birds chanting the praises of Allah the One, the all-powerful of sway, creator of night and day. Here he tarried some time, asking for his master's desire, but none answered him. Wherefore he was on the point of departing thence to another place, when he met a young man running and stumbling over his skirts. So he asked of him, Wherefore runnest thou in such eagerness, and whither dost thou press? And he answered, There is an elder here, a man of learning, who every day at this time taketh his seat on a stool, and relateth tales and stories and delectable anecdotes, whereof never heard any the like. And I am running to get a place near him, and I fear I shall find no room, because of the much folk. Quoth the Mameluke, Take me with thee. And quoth the youth, Make haste in thy walking. So he shut his door, and hastened with him to the place of recitation, where he saw an old man of bright favour seated on a stool, holding forth to the folk. He sat down near him, and addressed himself to hear his story, till the going down of the sun, when the old man made an end of his tale, and the people, having heard it all, dispersed from about him. Whereupon the Mameluke accosted him, and saluted him, and he returned his salam, and greeted him with the utmost worship and courtesy. Then said the messenger to him, O my lord Sheikh, thou art a comely and reverend man, and thy discourse is goodly, but I would fain ask of thee somewhat. Replied the old man, Ask of what thou wilt. Then said the Mameluke, Hast thou heard the story of Saif al-Muluk and Badi al-Jamal? Rejoined the elder, And who told thee of this story, and informed thee thereof? Answered the messenger, None told me of it, but I am come from a far country in quest of this tale, and I will pay thee whatever thou askest for its price, if thou have it, and wilt of thy bounty and charity impart it to me, and make it an alms to me, of the generosity of thy nature. For, had I my life in my hand, and lavished it upon thee for this thing, yet were it pleasing to my heart. Replied the old man, Be of good cheer, and keep thine eye cool and clear. Thou shalt have it, but this is no story that one telleth in the beaten highway, nor do I give it to every one. Cried the other, By Allah, O my lord, do not grudge it me, but ask of me what price thou wilt. And the old man, If thou wish for the history, give me 100 dinars, and thou shalt have it, but upon 5 conditions. Now when the Mameluke knew that the old man had the story, and was willing to sell it to him, he joyed with exceeding joy, and said, I will give thee the 100 dinars by way of price, and 10 to boot as a gratuity, and take it on the conditions of which thou speakest. Said the old man, Then go and fetch the gold pieces, and take that thou seekest. So the messenger kissed his hands, and joyful and happy returned to his lodging, where he laid 110 dinars in a purse he had by him. As soon as morning morrowed, he donned his clothes, and taking the dinars, repaired to the storyteller, whom he found seated at the door of his house. So he saluted him, and the other returned his salam. Then he gave him the gold, and the old man took it, and carrying the messenger into his house, made him sit down in a convenient place, when he set before him ink case and reed pen and paper, and giving him a book, said to him, Write out what thou seekest of the night story of Saif al-Muluk from this book. Accordingly the Mameluke fell to work, and wrote till he had made an end of his copy, when he read it to the old man, and he corrected it, and presently said to him, Know, O my son, that my 5 conditions are as follows. Firstly, that thou tell not this story in the beaten high road, nor before women and slave girls, nor to black slaves, nor featherheads, nor again to boys, but read it only before kings and emirs and wazirs and men of learning, such as expounders of the Koran and others. Whereupon the messenger accepted the conditions, and kissing the old man's hand, took leave of him, and fared forth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 758th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Mameluke of Hasan the merchant had copied the tale out of the book belonging to the old man of Damascus, and had accepted his conditions and farewelled him, he fared forth on the same day, glad and joyful, and journeyed on diligently of the excess of his contentment, for that he had gotten the story of Sayf al-Muluk, till he came to his own country, when he dispatched his servant to bear the good news to his master, and say to him, Thy Mameluke is come back in safety, and hath won his will and his aim. Now of the term appointed between Hasan and the king there wanted but 10 days. Then, after taking rest in his own quarters, he himself went in to the merchant and told him all that had befallen him, and gave him the book containing the story of Sayf al-Muluk and Badi'a al-Jamal. When Hasan joyed with exceeding joy at the sight, and bestowed on him all the clothes he had on, and gave him 10 thoroughbred horses, and the like number of camels, and mules, and 3 negro chattels, and 2 white slaves. Then Hasan took the book and copied out the story plainly in his own hand, after which he presented himself before the king, and said to him, O thou auspicious king, I have brought thee a night's story and a rarely pleasant relation, whose like none ever heard at all. When these words reached the king's ear, he sent forthright for all the emirs, who were men of understanding, and all the learned doctors and folk of erudition, and culture, and poets and wits, and Hasan sat down and read the history before the king, who marvelled thereat, and approved it, as did all who were present, and they showered gold and silver and jewels upon the merchant. Moreover, the king bestowed on him a costly robe of honour, the richest of his raiment, and gave him a great city with its castles and outliers. And he appointed him one of his chief wazirs, and seated him on his right hand. Then he caused the scribes write the story in letters of gold, and lay it up in his privy treasures, and whenever his breast was straitened, he would summon Hasan, and he would read him the story, which was as follows. Story of Prince Sayf al-Muluk and the Princess Badi'a al-Jamal. There was once, in days of old, and in ages and times long told, a king in Egypt named Asim bin Safwan, who was a liberal and beneficent sovereign, venerable and majestic. He owned many cities and sconces, and fortresses and troops and warriors, and had a wazir named Faris ben Salih, and he and all his subjects worshipped the sun and the fire instead of the all-powerful sire, the glorious, the victorious. Now this king was become a very old man, weakened and wasted with age and sickness and decrepitude, for he had lived 180 years, and had no child, male or female, by reason whereof he was ever in cark and care from morning to night, and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days he was sitting on the throne of his kingship, with his emirs and wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, according to their custom, in their several stations, and whenever there came in an emir who had with him a son, or 2 sons, or haply 3, who stood at the sides of their sires, the king envied him, and said in himself, Every one of these is happy, and rejoiceth in his children, whilst I have no child, and tomorrow I die, and leave my reign and throne in lands and hordes, and strangers will take them, and none will bear me in memory, nor will there remain any mention of me in the world. Then he became drowned in the sea of thought, and for the much thronging of griefs and anxieties upon his ear, like travellers faring for the well, he shed tears, and descending from his throne, sat down upon the floor, weeping and humbling himself before the Lord. Now when the wazir and notables of the realm, and others who were present in the assembly, saw him do thus with his royal person, they feared for their lives, and let the poursuivants cry aloud to the lieges, saying, Hie ye to your homes, and rest until the king recover from what aileth him. So they went away, leaving none in the presence save the minister, who, as soon as the king came to himself, kissed ground between his hands, and said, O King of the age and the time, wherefore this weeping and wailing? Tell me who hath transgressed against thee, of the kings, or Castilians, or emirs, or grandees, and inform me who hath thwarted thee, O my liege lord, that we may all fall on him and tear his soul from his two sides. But he spake not, neither raised his head. Whereupon the minister kissed ground before him a second time, and said to him, O master, I am even as thy son and thy slave. Nay, I have reared thee, yet know I not the cause of thy cark and chagrin, and of this thy case. And who should know but I, who should stand in my stead between thy hands? Tell me, therefore, why this weeping, and wherefore thine affliction? Nevertheless, the king neither opened his mouth nor raised his head, but ceased not to weep and cry with a loud crying, and lament with exceeding lamentation, and ejaculate, Alas! The wazir took patience with him a while, after which he said to him, Except thou tell me the cause of this thine affliction, I will set this sword to my heart, and will slay myself before thine eyes, rather than see thee thus distressed. Then King Asim raised his head, and wiping away his tears, said, O minister of good counsel and experience, leave me to my care and my chagrin, for that which is in my heart of sorrow sufficeth me. But Faris said, Tell me, O king, the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah will appoint thee relief at my hands. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 759th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir said to King Asim, Tell me the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah shall appoint thee relief at my hands. Replied the king, O wazir, I weep not for monies, nor horses, nor kingdoms, nor aught else, but that I am become an old man, yea, very old, nigh upon 180 years of age, and I have not been blessed with a child, male or female. So when I die, they will bury me, and my trace will be effaced, and my name cut off. The stranger will take my throne and reign, and none will ever make mention of my being. Rejoined the minister Faris, O king of the age, I am older than thou by 100 years, yet I have never been blessed with boon of child, and cease not day and night from cark and care and concern. So how shall we do, I and thou? Quoth Asim, O wazir, thou hast no device or shift in this matter? And quoth the minister, Know, O king, that I have heard of a sovereign in the land of Sabah, by name Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be the peace, who pretendeth to prophetship, and avoucheth that he hath a mighty Lord who can do all things, and whose kingdom is in the heavens, and who hath dominion over all mankind, and birds, and beasts, and over the wind and the jinn. Moreover, he kenneth the speech of birds, and the language of every other created thing, and withal he calleth all creatures to the worship of his Lord, and discourseth to them of their service. So let us send him a messenger in the king's name, and seek of him our need, beseeching him to put up prayer to his Lord, that he vouchsafe each of us boon of issue. If his faith be soothfast, and his Lord omnipotent, he will assuredly bless each of us with a child, male or female, and if the thing thus fall out, we will enter his faith and worship his Lord. Else we will take patience and devise us another device. The king cried, This is well seen, and my breast is broadened by this thy speech. But where shall we find a messenger befitting this grave matter? For that the Solomon is no kinglet, and the approaching him is no light affair. Indeed, I will send him none on the like of this matter, save thyself, for thou art ancient and versed in all manner affairs, and the like of thee is the like of myself. Wherefore I desire that thou weary thyself and journey to him, and occupy thyself sedulously with accomplishing this matter, so haply solace may be at thy hand. The minister said, I hear and I obey, But rise thou forthwith and seat thee upon the throne, so the emirs and lords of the realm and officers in the lieges may enter applying themselves to thy service, according to their custom. For they all went away from thee, troubled at heart on thine account. Then will I go out and set forth on the sovereign's errand. So the king arose forthright and sat down on the throne of his kingship, whilst the wazir went out and said to the chamberlain, Bid the folk proceed to their service as of their wont. Accordingly, the troops and captains and lords of the land entered, after they had spread the tables and ate and drank, and withdrew as was their wont, after which the wazir Faris went forth from King Asim, and repairing to his own house, equipped himself for travel, and returned to the king, who opened to him the treasuries, and provided him with rarities, and things of price, and rich stuffs and gear without compare, such as nor emir nor wazir hath power to possess. Moreover, King Asim charged him to accost Solomon with reverence, foregoing him with the salam, but not exceeding in speech. And, continued he, then do thou ask of him thy need, and if he say 'tis granted, return to us in haste, for I shall be awaiting thee. Accordingly, the minister kissed hands and took the presents, and setting out fared on night and day, till he came within 15 days' journey of Sabah. Meanwhile, Allah, extolled and exalted be he, inspired Solomon the son of David, the peace be upon both, and said to him, O Solomon, the king of Egypt sendeth unto thee his chief wazir, with a present of rarities and such things of price. So do thou also dispatch thy counselor, Asaph bin Barkhaya, to meet him with honour and with victual at the halting places. And when he cometh to thy presence, say unto him, Verily thy king hath sent thee in quest of this and that, and thy business is thus and thus. Then do thou propound to him the saving faith. Whereupon Solomon bade his wazir make ready a company of his retainers, and go forth to meet the minister of Egypt with honour and sumptuous provision at the halting places. So Asaph made ready all that was needed for their entertainment, and setting out fared on till he fell in with Faris, and accosted him with a salam, honouring him and his company with exceeding honour. Moreover, he brought them provant and provender at the halting places, and said to them, Welcome and welcome, and fair welcome to the coming guests. Rejoice in the certain winning of your wish. Be your souls of good cheer, and your eyes cool and clear, and your breasts be broadened. Quoth Faris in himself, Who hath acquainted him with this? And he said to Asaph, O my lord, and who gave thee to know of us and our need? It was Solomon, son of David, on whom be the peace, told us of this. And who told our Lord Solomon? The Lord of the heaven and the earth told him, the God of all creatures. This is none other than a mighty God. And do ye not worship him? We worship the sun and prostrate ourselves thereto. O Wazir Faris, the sun is but a star of the stars created by Allah, extolled and exalted be he, and Allah forbid that it should be a lord, because whiles it riseth and whiles it setteth, but our Lord is ever present and never absent, and he over all things is omnipotent. Then they journeyed on a little while, till they came to the land Sabah, and drew near the throne of Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be peace, who commanded his hosts of men and jinn and others, to form line on their road, so the beasts of the sea and the elephants and leopards and lynxes and all beasts of the land ranged himself in espalier on either side of the way, after their several kinds. And similarly the jinn drew out in 2 ranks, appearing all to mortal eyes without concealment, in divers forms grisly and gruesome. So they lined the road on either hand, and the birds bespread their wings over the host of creatures to shade them, warbling one to other in all manner of voices and tongues. Now when the people of Egypt came to this terrible array, they dreaded it, and durst not proceed. But Asaph said to them, Pass on amidst them, and walk forward, and fear them not, for they are slaves of Solomon son of David, and none of them will harm you." So saying, he entered between the ranks, followed by all the folk, and amongst them the Wazir of Egypt and his company, fearful, and they ceased not faring forwards till they reached the city, where they lodged the embassy in the guest house, and for the space of 3 days entertained them sumptuously, entreating them with the utmost honour. Then they carried them before Solomon, prophet of Allah, on whom be the peace, and when entering they would have kissed the earth before him, but he forbade them, saying, "It befitteth not a man to prostrate himself to earth, save before Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, creator of earth and heaven, and all other things. Wherefore, whosoever of you hath meant to sit, let him be seated in my service, or to stand, let him stand, but let none stand to do me worship." So they obeyed him, and the Wazir Faris and some of his intimates sat down, while certain of the lesser sort remained afoot to wait on him. When they had sat a while, the servants spread the tables, and they all, men and beasts, ate their sufficiency. Then Solomon bade Faris expound his errand, that it might be accomplished, saying, "Speak and hide naught of that wherefore thou art come, for I know why ye come, and what is your errand which is thus and thus. The king of Egypt, who dispatched thee, a Simhite become a very old man, infirm, decrepit, and Allah, whose name be exalted, hath not blessed him with offspring, male or female. So he abode in cark and care and chagrin from morn to night and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days, as he sat upon the throne of his kingship with his emirs and wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, he saw some of them with 2 sons, others with 1, and others even 3, who came with their sires to do him service. So he said in himself, of the excess of his sorrow, "Who shall get my kingdom after my death? Will any save a stranger take it? And thus shall I pass out of being as though I had never been?" On this account he became drowned in the sea of thought, until his eyes were flooded with tears, and he covered his face with his kerchief, and wept with sore weeping. Then he rose from off his throne and sat down upon the floor, wailing and lamenting, and none knew what was in his heart as he gravelled in the ground, save Allah Almighty. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 41.